and policy, remove barriers for artists working across the island and ensure equal opportunities for arts from Derry to Kerry. I would urge the Minister to remember that his remit extends beyond soccer clubs and marching bands, and to listen to a sector that enriches our communities, strengthens our economy and is slowly suffocating on his watch.
Mr. Speaker, I want to warmly welcome the progress that has now been achieved in the promotion of the 12th of July and our wider Orange and Ulster Scots traditions by Tourism Northern Ireland. Last summer, Mr. Speaker, I was hugely disappointed when Tourism Northern Ireland promoted a range of events taking place across Belfast, but completely ignored the 12th of July, despite it being the largest annual cultural event in our capital city. I raised those concerns publicly at the time and continued to pursue the issue, including directly questioning Tourism Northern Ireland officials when they appeared before the Economy Committee. My message that day was simple. If Tourism Northern Ireland is genuinely committed to promoting everything Northern Ireland has to offer, then it cannot overlook one of the biggest cultural and tourism events on this island. I am therefore delighted to report to this House, Mr. Speaker, that a U-turn has been secured. This year, the 12th has now been promoted through Discover Northern Ireland's social media channels, in addition to the work of my DUP colleague Cheryl Brownlee. The Royal Landing commemorations in Carrickfergus have now also been included on official Northern Ireland marketing material. This is real progress and deserves to be recognised. The scale of the 12th of July cannot be ignored. Tens of thousands of participants take place in events right across Northern Ireland, with tens of thousands of people coming out to support this important day. The Orange tradition and Ulster Scots tradition are a vital part of our cultural heritage and deserve the same respect, promotion and inclusion as any other culture or identity. For too long, many parts of our community have felt that government departments ignore this. That is no longer the case. I hope, Mr. Speaker, that this marks not just a one-year improvement, but a lasting commitment to ensuring the 12th of July, our Orange tradition and Ulster Scots heritage continues to receive the support that they deserve. This is good news for our culture, our tourism and for the Northern Ireland economy.
John Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I declare an interest as the Chair of the All-Party Group on Micro and Small Business, but feel I must highlight an issue that should concern every member of this House, regardless of party or constituency. Mr. Speaker, Northern Ireland has a once-in-a-generation opportunity to reshape how we support entrepreneurs, stand-up and start-ups and small businesses from April 27, but that window is rapidly closing. The UK Government has now made it clear that responsibility for the Local Growth Fund will transfer to the Executive Departments from April 2027. That funding is fundamental to the future of the Go Succeed programme and our entire enterprise support system. Decisions taken over the next 2 months will determine whether Northern Ireland has a modern, responsive enterprise service or whether we simply roll forward a model that is increasingly struggling to keep pace with the world around it. Technology is changing. Artificial intelligence is transforming how businesses grow and start up. Consumer behaviour is evolving. Business models are changing faster than ever before. Yet, Mr. Speaker, our enterprise support system risks standing still, and the evidence is sober. Northern Ireland now has the lowest business start-up rate across the UK and Ireland, while our businesses' survival rates continue to lag behind our neighbours. At a time when every business creates jobs, wealth, innovation and stronger communities, that should concern us all. I do, Mr. Speaker, want to place on record my thanks to Enterprise NI and the outstanding work of our local enterprise agencies who go above and beyond in often very challenging financial circumstances for entrepreneurs and businesses. Day in, day out, often with limited resources, they work at the coalface of enterprise, supporting people with an idea, helping new businesses survive those difficult first years and backing local entrepreneurs in every corner of our country. That experience is invaluable. Enterprise NI has produced an evidence paper based drawing together research, international best practice, programme evaluation and decades of practical delivery experience, and it deserves serious consideration. I understand significant efforts have been made to bring together the Department of Economy, Councils, Enterprise NI around a table to collaboratively design the modernised service for 2027, yet that meeting has still not happened, and that is deeply disappointing. We now have a 12-week window in which meaningful engagement can take place. That clock is ticking. The question now must be asked, what is preventing that collaboration? Is it a lack of urgency, a lack of trust, or simply a lack of ambition? These are very difficult, concerning times, Mr Speaker, for our enterprise sector. I do urge the Minister of Economy to act quickly, to work with all stakeholders and to try to ensure this is done properly within the next coming weeks.
I want to use my last member statement before recess to reflect on the work engaged in by the 10 is Too Young Coalition and all those who have worked so passionately to increase the minimum age of criminal responsibility. Voipic, the Children's Law Centre, NIACRO, NICI, Children in Northern Ireland and Include Youth, alongside 70 other organisations, the social workers, the youth practitioners, the Youth Justice Agency and all who have worked to create a better justice system, one that continues to have victims and young people at its heart. The debate that we had here in the chamber around MACR demonstrated something really significant, that there is now a substantial body of support across this Assembly for this type of youth justice reform. Members from different parties recognised that our justice system must continue to evolve and it must continue to have young people and children and victims at its heart, and what we know works to reduce offending and create safer communities has that support. Not every contribution reflected that approach. Some chose to sensationalise this issue rather than engage with that evidence. Instead of grappling with decades of research and professional expertise, they dismissed it. They ignored the voices who work with those day in, day out, those vulnerable children and young people. And even more disappointingly, organisations such as the Northern Ireland Human Rights Commission, alongside those respected children's organisations, the youth justice professionals and others, were belittled in this chamber simply because their evidence challenged established views. We so often hear calls in this chamber for legislation that is evidence-led, that is data-driven and is compliant with our human rights obligations. Those are principles I wholeheartedly support, but they cannot be principles that are only applied when they are convenient. Children's rights are human rights too. They do not become optional because they are politically uncomfortable or don't grab the headlines. The reality is that our youth justice system has changed remarkably over the last number of years through the dedication of those who work within it. There is now a greater emphasis on prevention, diversion and rehabilitation. In practice, most children who come into contact with the system are already diverted away from formal criminalisation, so the law must reflect that reality. I believe that the triggering of protective mechanism in the petition of concern was a misuse of a protective mechanism designed to protect minority rights, and here it is blocking change designed to protect those most vulnerable, because none of this diminishes the impact of crime on victims. It recognises the best way to prevent future victims is to intervene early. I believe that this system can change. I believe it will, and I thank those who have fought this fight, and I pledge to continue in that fight with them in the years ahead.
Mr. Speaker, in the few minutes I have left before literally the end of term, I would want to be talking about the chaos created by the absence of an executive budget, expressing hope that the executive and the UK government finally get on with agreeing a budget and preventing the collapse of more public services in Northern Ireland. It's shameful we've got into this situation, but since I have a few minutes, I have to talk about an urgent matter which relates to the revelations over the past week involving Jeffrey Donaldson. There are profound questions to answer for institutions, most particularly the DUP and individuals associated with the DUP. Some of those were talked about yesterday. We need to understand more from the DUP leader about what this supposedly independent review will mean. But there's a specific context we need to address here in Northern Ireland, and that is our defamation regime. We have only learned about the antics of Jeffrey Donaldson that were not, so far, criminal after his conviction, because reporters were able to go and find that information, people were able to speak, and they felt able to speak because Mr Donaldson has been sent to prison and convicted of appalling crimes, so therefore is less likely to seek recourse through litigation. Otherwise, people probably would not have spoken, and the media probably would have been chilled from reporting on this, because this is a crisis which exists throughout our public life here. People who are members of this chamber have used defamation regime to shut down debate. institutions use it to shut down scrutiny. Jeffrey Donaldson himself used it in the past to shut down a not-for-profit website named Open Democracy, who were reporting on his shady links to the funding of a wraparound pro-Brexit ad. He tried to intimidate them using lawyers, and that kind of intimidation happens in Northern Ireland every day because our defamation regime encourages the chilling of free democratic debate. It is used, it has to be said, not just by the DUP but also by Sinn Féin in order to silence debate. I have a real worry that it is the kind of thing which prevented reporting of things like Donaldson's deeply, grotesquely hypocritical behaviour and possibly his other types of behaviour which may have crossed a line in terms of a criminal threshold. We don't know yet, and we may find out more, because journalists are now free from being able to libel this gentleman because of the predicament he is in, able to report on this properly. This crisis has been going on for years, in fact decades, and people haven't properly confronted it, in part because people in this chamber benefit from the protections it offers. Others in this chamber do not and have been subject to defamation actions. There should, of course, be protections for people from false and defamatory claims, but in this region we have a particular problem. I am writing to the Finance Minister and Justice Minister, who both have a policy interest, to get to the heart of whether our defamation regime is preventing reporting on vital matters, because I think it is, Mr. Speaker. In fact, I'm sure it is. I think if one of the many things that has to come from the Donaldson scandal has to be a proper examination of our libel regime, the ways in which powerful people are using it to protect themselves from scrutiny, and what that means for our public life in Northern Ireland.
The revelation over recent days that members of the DUP, including the Assembly Speaker Edwin Poots, had knowledge of the exploitation of a young woman by the now convicted paedophile Jeffrey Donaldson raises serious questions for the DUP. Even if we accept that there were no criminal or safeguarding issues, and that remains to be seen, there was clearly knowledge of inappropriate behaviour by Donaldson, which, according to the current DUP leader, was not passed to the party officers. The result of this is that these issues were not raised or dealt with, even as the DUP elevated Donaldson to the leadership of the DUP. Effectively, Donaldson's behaviour was ignored. And in terms of this Assembly, it raises serious questions for Edwin Poots as Assembly Speaker. This is, at best, a gross misjudgment by the Speaker. At worst, it is a fundamental and disastrous moral failure. The bottom line here is that a dangerous paedophile went unchallenged, and worse still, and despite clear and known red flags, he was elected leader of the DUP. On that basis, I am calling for the Speaker to now stand aside, pending the full disclosure of all of the issues and any and all knowledge of them within the DUP about inappropriate behaviour before and during Donaldson's time as DUP leader.
Jonathan Buckley.
Today I wish to highlight what I believe is yet another example of a political party claiming to represent the views of people right across the island of Ireland, yet taking a position which is fundamentally out of step with the concerns being expressed by a vast number of people across Northern Ireland, the Republic of Ireland, and indeed the rest of the United Kingdom. That is the issue of uncontrolled and illegal immigration. The latest position from Sinn Féin follows a pattern that members will be well aware of. Last year, Sinn Féin, alongside the Open Border Brigade of the Alliance Party, the SDLP, voted against my motion in this Assembly calling for action to address the concerns surrounding illegal and uncontrolled immigration. At a time when people were looking for a balanced discussion, a sensible discussion about the challenges associated with illegal immigration, those concerns were not supported by those parties. Rather, they were dismissed, they were smeared and sneered at. We now see a similar approach when it comes to the European Union. Sinn Féin's representatives in the European Parliament voted against proposals aimed at strengthening the management of illegal immigration and facilitating the return of failed asylum applicants, those who had entered countries illegally, to designated return hubs outside the European Union. Sinn Féin described these measures as racist and xenophobic, despite the legislation receiving the support of 418 members of the European Parliament. The same parties that took the same position when the UK government attempted to address this in some part with the returns hub in Rwanda. The public are increasingly looking for a serious conversation about illegal and uncontrolled immigration. If that debate can happen in the European Parliament, the reasonable question to ask is why not in Belfast? People want an immigration system that is controlled, that is credible and properly enforced, all whilst ensuring that the genuine, heartfelt, lived experience and concerns of local citizens is at the heart of that very debate. That is not an unreasonable position to take. It is one that is shared by many hard-working people of all political opinions and none right across this country and beyond. On illegal immigration, Sinn Féin, once again, are taking a different approach. They're out of touch on an issue which is clearly out of control.
The Good Jobs Bill is designed to benefit every single worker across this society, regardless of background. It's not anti-business. It's about growing economic productivity and enhancing employment and workers' rights. It's obvious that this piece of transformative legislation is being blocked by the DUP, and that while it continues to thwart the work of the power-sharing executive and of this Assembly. For its own political reasons, the DUP is willing to deny the challenges faced by vulnerable workers and those who have the responsibility of looking after members of their own families. The DUP's blockage of the Good Jobs Bill is a dereliction of political responsibility because it ignores the potential for this bill to benefit the lives of even its own constituents. The rhetoric around proper scrutiny is a complete red herring. It's an attempt by the DUP to run down the clock in relation to this mandate. And why is this? What's the DUP afraid of? Why is it vetoing the Good Jobs Bill? Is it that the DUP is anti-trade union or anti-workers' rights? Or is it just because this transformative legislation is being brought forward by a Sinn Féin economy minister? These are the questions that the DUP has to answer. For our part, Sinn Féin will continue to progress this legislation. Workers' rights delayed or workers' rights denied.
Speaker, and as we see the end of another school term, I want to pay tribute to some excellent work at Kilkeel Primary School in my constituency, especially the P7s, and I declare an interest as my son is one of them. Last week, the Primary 7s put on 4 incredible performances entitled The Lang Road to Liberty to mark the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. The drama production told the story of the Ulster Scots, the journey from Scotland to Ulster, on to America, and their contribution to the Declaration of Independence, including the connections to Mourne. This was delivered thanks to Communities Minister Gordon Lyons and his USA NI 250 funding, where the Schomburg Society, the staff and pupils of Kilkeel Primary School worked hard alongside the team from Blue Eagle Productions, especially the director Rosie McClelland, to deliver a fantastic performance. We saw Northern Ireland's history, heritage and the pupils' great talent shining through. The key roles played by those from Northern Ireland in the formation of the United States have become much more clearly understood both sides of the Atlantic in these past few years, and hearing the stories through these young people was fantastic. It was a pleasure to be joined at the performances from the USA by Lisa Geiselman, who is a direct descendant of one of the key characters that were portrayed in the drama, Captain Alexander Chesney, and her presence and sharing in this really helped bring the story to life. It was an excellent way to mark this important historic event and for these Pre-7s to bring their time in primary school to a close, and this was bittersweet for this year group, as one of their dear classmates was notably missing. It was almost 5 months ago when I spoke here about the tragic death of young John Dool, and he remains so dearly missed and loved by his classmates in Kilkeel. Following the production, we had the P7 Leavers Assembly, where John's big smile filled the screen, and we all remembered him fondly. Teresa, Wesley and John's entire family remain in my thoughts and prayers, and John will always remain part of that year group. Mrs McCabe, the school principal, shared the words from Proverbs 17:17 with the children on how true friends love at all times, through the good times and through the hardships of life. I thank Mrs McCabe for her leadership, to all of the staff in Kilkeel Primary School, especially in P7, and to Mr Annett. Your support, guidance and care for that class through this difficult year has been incredible. It really shows us all how much school staff go over and beyond, and how school life is about more than just education. It's about life lessons, friendship and fellowship, setting these young people up for their journey into the world. Thank you.
Carl.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday morning I stood alongside our resident doctors, as others did, as they commenced a 24-hour period of industrial action. We often in this House and more generally praise our healthcare workers, say things like they're invaluable and wish them well, but when questions come around and arise about adequate pay, properly resourcing hospitals and other issues, then quite quickly we're told that money isn't there, something that is repeated ad nauseum in this House and elsewhere. But this is a complete fallacy, Mr. Speaker. If the will was there to pay doctors, to pay our healthcare workers and all public sector workers properly, then it would have been done by now. In recent days, the Health Minister in particular has been at pains to say he has no money for healthcare workers. I want to challenge that assertion. It's not true. Agency spend has again gone through the roof. It's sky high. Locum spend has gone up and continues to go up in the region of £500 million over the last few years. And almost every single year in the last 5 to 10 years, Mr. Speaker, hundreds of millions of pounds of public money has been pumped into the for-profit, which is the private healthcare sector. So again, if the will was there to properly pay our healthcare workers, our doctors who were out on strike yesterday, then the money would be found, the money would be repurposed and prioritised. The question is whether this Health Minister and the Executive value our doctors and our healthcare workers more broadly. It was said on the picket line yesterday at the Royal Victoria Hospital on the Gravin Road in West Belfast that CLAPS don't pay the bills, and with bills increasing month on month, year on year, that's indeed true, and these workers need a proper settlement that meets their needs and ever-increasing cost of living. One striking doctor put it quite starkly yesterday to me. They left Scotland and took a more senior position in Belfast, working in the health sector, and actually took a pay cut. So left Scotland, took a more senior position, and took a pay cut of several £1,000s, despite taking on more responsibility and more work. They also said that the corridor care, as it's sort of euphemistically or maybe offensively called, doesn't really exist to any real extent in Scotland. Maybe here or there, but it's a daily occurrence in the north, and it shows you the kind of normalisation that's taken place as a result of this process. So I'm calling today for the Health Minister to sit down with the BMA, sit down with the striking doctors, meet their demands and find the money to make sure these doctors don't leave the north, don't go to the south or Australia or England, where they're more respected and paid better wages. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to highlight the uncertain future of Fertility Network Northern Ireland following the announcement that its parent charity has entered a managed closure due to financial pressures. While efforts are ongoing to transfer the Northern Ireland service to another organisation, there is currently no certainty that this will happen. In the meantime, new referrals for support have already stopped. Fertility Network is a service recognised and signposted by our own regional fertility centre, providing information, peer support and practical guidance to people navigating infertility. Around 1 in 7 couples in Northern Ireland experience fertility problems, yet Northern Ireland continues to offer one of the most limited publicly funded fertility services anywhere in the United Kingdom. Couples face lengthy waits, restricted eligibility criteria and fewer publicly funded IVF opportunities than elsewhere. We rightly focus on improving the journey of access to treatment, but treatment is only one part of that journey. Fertility treatment can take over every aspect of someone's life. It affects relationships, work, finances and mental well-being. Women often carry the physical burden of treatment, but the emotional impact is shared by couples and families alike. When treatment doesn't work, patients don't simply stop being fertility patients. They are left trying to decide whether they want to try again, whether they can afford private treatment, or how they can come to terms with a future that they never expected. Those conversations don't happen in a consultant's office, they happen at home, often in isolation. For many people, Fertility Network has been the place that they turn to for that support from others who genuinely understood what they are going through. Northern Ireland already asks more of people experiencing infertility than any other part of the United Kingdom. We ask them to wait longer. We offer fewer publicly funded opportunities for treatment. We ask them to navigate a more restricted system. The very least we should ensure is that throughout that journey, people have somewhere to turn for independent advice and specialist support. I sincerely hope that a new organisation can be found to continue this important work. But if not, I believe the Department of Health should work urgently with healthcare providers and the voluntary sector to ensure that this support is not simply allowed to disappear. Because if we're serious about improving fertility services in Northern Ireland, we cannot measure success solely by the treatment alone. We must also consider how we support people through one of the most difficult experiences and processes of their lives. Thank you.
Butler.
To talk about a very talented young girl from Lisburn called Freya Terrace. Freya is 17 years old. She attends Friends School and studies the piano under Rory Dowse. And Rory himself is a former Lisburn resident. Freya is an incredibly accomplished young pianist. She has performed in the Ulster Hall. She gave a keynote talk to the Northern Ireland Young Musician Competition in the Waterfront last year, and earlier this year she passed her Grade 8 piano exam with distinction. But what makes Freya unique is that she did it all using only her left hand. Freya had played piano since she was only 4 years of age. She loved it, and she immersed herself in it so much that it had become a part. She showed a Herculean determination, a steadfast patience, spending years building up her technique from the foundations and learning to play at a high standard with only her left hand. Freya then took the initiative and contacted the Associated Board of the Royal School of Music, seeking if it was possible to sit a Grade 8 exam through using only her left hand, and they agreed. And in January of this year, she sat and ultimately passed her Grade 8 piano exam with only her left hand, becoming the first person ever to do so in 137 years of the ABRSM. The story doesn't stop there, Mr. Speaker. As earlier this month, the ABRSM announced that their 27-28 piano syllabus, which for the first time will include a dedicated list of piano music for one-hand grades, from 1 to Grade 8. If anybody knows anything about music, then know certainly at Grade 8 that is a phenomenal standard. And for the first time in the board's history, pianists at every level can work towards a recognised qualification, even if they only have the use of one hand. Freya has not let her restrictions define her or her piano ability. Her family are proud of her. I'm proud of her. Lisburn is proud of her. Lagan Valley is proud of her. And I'm sure everyone in this assembly will also say that they are proud of her. Not just because of what she's achieved for herself, but what she has indeed achieved for others. And I would just recommend, if anyone wants to take the time to jump on the Rory Dowse website, they can hear a fantastic recital played by Freya. And trust me, it will blow your mind. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before we move to the Justice Bill, a couple of announcements. The Minister of Education has written to say that he is no longer in a position to move the consideration stage the General Teaching Council Bill today, but he intends to move this bill at a later stage. And the Business Committee is not meeting today, therefore there will be no lunchtime suspension. We now move to the consideration stage of the Justice Bill. Point of order.
Members across the House will be aware that the DUP and some of their lackeys in the UUP cynically used a petition of concern 2 weeks ago to block rights for children, and they'll also be aware that the Human Rights Commission wrote to us all independently last week to advise that the proposed changes in the amendments would have been in line with human rights advice. Can the Speaker's Office advise on the interpretation of standing orders which hasn't seen the setting up of the ad hoc committee to consider this matter?
The Northern Ireland Human Rights Commission provided advice to the Assembly on amendments that were tabled into the Justice Bill on the minimum age of criminal responsibility. Members will know that these amendments are subject to petition of concern. Under Section 69(4) (b) of the Northern Ireland Act 1998, the Commission can advise the Assembly whether a bill is compatible with human rights on such occasions as the Commission thinks appropriate, but it is for members to consider what extent they wish to act on this advice. Now, Section 42 of the Northern Ireland Act 1998 and Standing Order 28 set out the requirements in relation to a petition of concern. Section 42 (6) of the Act sets out matters to be included in standing orders, and the standing orders must include provision under which the matter to which a petition of concern relates may be referred to an ad hoc committee and on conformity with equality regulations, but does not require such a referral in every case. While I understand the Committee on Procedures are considering these matters, there are not yet any standing orders made under Section 42 (6) of the Act. It has been the practice of the Assembly to refer matters to which a petition of concern relates to an ad hoc committee, and there is no reason why this should happen in this case. Point of order.
Mr. Speaker, could you rule if the ignorant comments made by the member opposite describing democratically elected members of this House as lackeys is appropriate parliamentary language, and can you further advise that the petition of concern is set down in standing orders for members of this House to use, and although the member may not like the outcome, that is the democratic will of the process of the petition of concern?
Well, I've said on many occasions I encourage robust debate. I think that's something that the public should see, people strongly expressing their views on issues, but I also discourage personal insults, and that continues to be the case. Members shouldn't use gratuitous insults to describe other colleagues, but should focus on making the case. Moving on, point of order.
Can the Speaker clarify whether or not the Speaker's office will write to all members clarifying how Standing Order 60 was interpreted to decide that no ad hoc committee was required for the implementation of this petition of concern?
Well, I've just explained to the House, and there's a fair number of members here, but if members wish to be updated, they can read the minutes of today's meeting and the Hansard of today's meeting. As we move to consideration of the Justice Bill, I wish to advise members that all petitions of concern were presented on the 15th of June 2026 in relation to Amendments 79 to 82, 85 and 86, and that they have been confirmed. This means that the vote on the petitioned amendments will now proceed on a cross-community basis in accordance with Section 42 of the Northern Ireland Act 1998. Following the vote on the Group 6 amendments, we will proceed directly to vote on Amendments 87 to 132, Clauses 24 to 34 and Schedules 1 to 4. The votes on these amendments and provisions will be by simple majority. There will be no further debate on any amendments, and if that's clear, we shall proceed. Minister.
On a point of order, Mr. Speaker, well, I assume it's a point of order. I can't hear you at this end of the chamber.
Apologies.
Apologies. I think your microphone isn't.
I'll read it again because I didn't have the mic switched on. Apologies for that. Could you not have done that at the start? Okay. I wish to advise members that all petitions of concern that were presented on the 15th of June 2026 in relation to Amendments 79 to 82, 85, 86 are now confirmed. This means that the vote on the petitioned amendments will now proceed on a cross-community basis in accordance with Section 42 of the Northern Ireland Act 1998. And following the votes on the Group 6 amendments, we will then proceed directly to votes on Amendments 87 to 132, Clauses 24 to 34 and Schedules 1 to 4. Those votes and amendments will all be on simple majority. There will be no further debate on any amendments, so if that's clear, we shall now proceed. On Amendment 79, I'd also remind members that the vote on Amendment 79 requires cross-community support. The amendment proposed before Clause 24 insert new clause, minimum age of responsibility. The question is that Amendment 79 be made and the new clause be added to the bill. All those in favour say aye. Can't be any no. 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 Clear the lobbies. Question put in 3 minutes.
have moved the amendment because of the petition of concern. At the start of the debate, but I think we're advised they couldn't move the amendment.
It was moved at the start of the debate. The member can withdraw it if she so desires. Okay. No, it was moved at the very start. Thank you. Order. Order, please. Members, resume their seats, please. Question is that Amendment 79 be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any, no. Do we have tellers? Order, members. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes, Rhonda McMurray and Danny Donnelly. Tellers for the noes are Harry Harvey and Brian Kingston. Clear the lobbies. Assembly divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Floors. Was the thing? Yeah. Yeah, that's it. Clerk, please read the result.
68 members voted, of which 16 voted aye, 23.5%. 18 nationalists voted, of which 0 voted aye, 0%. 34 unionists voted, of which 0 voted aye, 0%. 16 others voted, of which 16 voted aye, 100%. The amendment is not made.
The amendment is not made. Unfasten the doors. We now move on to Amendment 81, which was already debated. I will now call Amendment 80. Amendment 80 is consequential to Amendment 79, which has not been made, so we will not call that. We now move to Amendment 81, which has already been debated, and I call Jerry Carroll to formally move Amendment 81.
This is all a bit pointless, Mr. Speaker, but moved.
You say not moved? Moved or not moved, Mr. Carroll? Moved. I remind members that the vote on Amendment 81 requires cross-community support. Amendment proposed before Clause 24, insert new clause, minimum age of criminal responsibility. The question is that Amendment 81 be made and the new clause added to the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any, no. As there is no's from all sides of the House, I think that we can move on without going to a vote. The amendment falls. The amendment falls. Now move to Amendment 82, which has already been debated, and I call Ms Emma Sheeran to move formally Amendment 82.
As previously stated, all pointless but moved.
I remind members that the vote on Amendment 82 requires cross-community support. Amendment proposed before Clause 24, insert new clause, minimum age of criminal responsibility. As Amendments 83 and 84 are Amendments to 82, we need to dispose of Amendments 83 and 84 before returning to Amendment 82. Amendment 83 has already been debated, and I call Mr Paul Frew to formally move Amendment 83.
Moved.
Thank you. Amendment proposed as an amendment to Amendment 82. Leave out words as printed on the marshal list. The question is that Amendment 83 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. Order have been advised by the party whips in accordance with Standing Order 27, brackets 1A, brackets B, that there is agreement that we can dispense with 3 minutes and move straight to division. Can I call for tellers? Do we have tellers? Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Harry Harvey and Brian Kingston. Tellers for noes, Ronald McMurray and Danny Donnelly. Clear the lobbies. Assembly divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Doors. Order. Order, Clerk, please read the result.
78 members voted, 30 members voted aye, 48 members voted no. The amendment is not made.
The amendment is not made. The amendment's not made. Unfasten the doors. We now move to Amendment 84, which is ready to be debated. And I call Paul Frew to move formally Amendment 84.
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 84 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. No. Do we have tellers? Order. Tellers been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Harry Harvey and Brian Kingston. Teller for the noes are Danny Donnelly and Honor McMurray. Clear the lobbies. The House will divide. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Secure the doors. Order. Order. Members, please resume their seats. Clerk, read the result.
77 members voted, 29 members voted aye, 48 members voted no. The amendment is not made.
Falls. Unfasten the doors. The question is that Amendment 82 be made and a new clause be added to the bill. I remind members that the vote on Amendment 82 will be by cross-community support. All those in favour say aye. Contrary if any, no. Order. Do we have tellers? Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers to the ayes, Reeva Finnegan and Ciara Ferguson. Tellers to noes are Harry Harvey and Brian Kingston. Clear the lobbies. The House will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. School doors. Order members resume their seats. Clerk, read the result.
82 members voted, of which 48 voted aye, 58.5%. 32 nationalists voted, of which 32 voted aye, 100%. 34 unionists voted, of which 0 voted aye, 0%. 16 others voted, of which 16 voted aye, 100%. The amendment is not made.
The amendment is not made. I will now call Amendment 85. It is consequential to Amendment 82, which was not made. Now move to Amendment 86, which has already been debated, and I call Doug Beattie to formally move Amendment 86.
Moved.
I again remind members that vote on Amendment 86 requires cross-community support. Amendment proposed for Clause 24, insert new clause, minimum age of criminal responsibility. The question is that Amendment 86 be made and the new clause be added to the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. Do we have tellers?
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Order. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Mike Nesbitt and Doug Beattie. Tellers for the noes are Maurice Bradley and Brian Kingston. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Off we go. Clear the doors. Order. Members resume their seats, please. All right, John. Thanking you. Clerk, could you please read the result?
80 members voted, of which 11 voted aye, 13.8%. 30 nationalists voted, of which 5 voted aye, 16.7%. 34 unionists voted, of which 6 voted aye, 17.6%. 16 others voted, of which 0 voted aye, 0%. The amendment is not made.
The amendment is not made. The amendment is not made. Unfasten the doors. We move on to the next item of business. Clauses 24 to 26 stand part. No amendments have been tabled to clauses 24 to 26. I propose by leave of the Assembly to group the clauses for the question on stand part. The question that clauses 24 to 26 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 87, the amendment proposed after clause 26, insert a new clause, accredited providers of restorative justice services. The question is that the amendment 87 be made and the new clause be added to the bill. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 88 has already been debated. I call Mr Paul Frew to move formally Amendment 88. Paul.
So moved.
Amendment proposed after clause 26, insert new clause, domestic abuse involving threats or harm to animals, Amendment of Family Homes and Domestic Violence, Northern Ireland Order 1998. The question is that Amendment 88 be made and the new clause be added to the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 89 has already been debated. I call on Mr Paul Frew to move formally Amendment 89.
So moved.
Amendment proposed after clause 26, insert new clause, domestic abuse involving threats or harm to animals, Amendment of Domestic Abuse and Civil Proceedings Act, Northern Ireland 2021. The question is the Amendment 89 be made and the new clause be added to the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 90 has already been debated. I call Mr Patsy McClone to move formally Amendment 90. Amendment proposed after clause 26, insert new clause, seizure of motor vehicles used in a manner causing alarm, distress or annoyance. The question is that Amendment 90 be made and the new clause be added to the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to clause 27. The question is that clause 27 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment proposed after clause 27, assert new clause power to require. Pardon? Oh, sorry. Amendment 91 proposed. Amendment proposed after clause 27, insert new clause power to require legal aid remuneration to be determined as set out in the regulation. The question is that Amendment 91 be made and the new clause added to the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? Order. I have been advised by the party whips in accordance with Standing Order 27(1)(a) brackets (b) that there is agreement that we can dispense with 3 minutes and move straight to the vision. So I now call for tellers. Do we have tellers?
I opened the debate on this group of amendments, but I was advised I could not move the amendment at that time because a petition of concern had already been laid. Therefore, is it not in order that the amendment now has to be moved formally before the vote can be taken? Thank you, Minister. And I've just taken learned advice from our friend here on the table, and the answer is yes, you should have moved. So in that case, would you care to move, Minister? So moved. Thank you.
I therefore put the question again that the question is that Amendment 91 be made and a new clause added to the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contraries? No. We're back to the same place we were. Therefore, order. I've been advised that with standing order that there is agreement that we can dispense with 3 minutes and move straight to the division. I now call for tellers. Do we have tellers? Good. Good. Order. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Andrew McMurray and Donny Donnelly. Tellers for the no are Ciara Ferguson and Aoife Finnegan. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. There we go. Secure the doors. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, order. Members resume the seats. Clerk, could you please read the result?
75 members voted, 48 members voted aye, 27 members voted no. The amendment is made.
Okay. The amendment is made. Unfasten the doors. Yeah. Next part is Clause 28, stand part. Before I put the question, ladies and gentlemen, bit of hush here. Before I put the question, I remind members that we have debated the Minister of Justice's opposition to Clause 28, but the question will be put in the positive as usual. The question is that Clause 28 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? No, the noes have it. The noes have it. Move on to Amendment 92 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Justice to move formally Amendment 92.
So moved.
Thank you. Amendment proposed after Clause 28, insert new clause, rehabilitation periods for convictions. The question is that Amendment 92 be made and the new clause be added to the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 93 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Justice to move formally Amendment 93. Amendment proposed after Clause 28, insert new clause, applications in respect of certain sentences otherwise excluded from rehabilitation. The question is that Amendment 93 be made and the new clause be added to the bill. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. No amendments can be tabled to clause 29. The question is clause 29 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 94 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Justice to move formally Amendment 94. Amendment proposed after clause 29, insert new clause, matters to be included in criminal record certificates. The question is that Amendment 94 be made and the new clause be added to the bill. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 95 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Justice to move formally Amendment 95. Amendment proposed after clause 29, insert new clause, rehabilitation of offenders, excluded offences. The question is that the Amendment 95 be made and the new clause be added to the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to clause 30. The question is that clause 30 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 96 has already been debated. I call Mr Paul Frew to move formally Amendment 96. Okay. The question is that Amendment 96 be made and the new clause be added to the bill. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 97 has already been debated. I call Mr Timothy Gaston to move formally Amendment 97.
Moved.
Amendment proposed after clause 30, insert new clause, accommodation of women prisoners. The question is that Amendment 97 be made and the new clause be added to the bill. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? Order. I have been advised by the party whips in accordance with the standing orders that there is agreement that we can dispense with 3 minutes and move straight to the division. So I now call for tellers. Do we have tellers? Order. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Brian Kingston and Timothy Gaston. Tellers for the noes are Danny Donnelly and Andrew McMurray. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Secure the doors. Order. Order. Clerk, could you please read the results?
80 members voted, 32 members voted aye, 48 members voted no. The amendment is not made.
The amendment is not made. The amendment is not made. We move on to Amendment 98, which has already been debated. I call the Minister of Justice to formally move Amendment 98.
So moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 31, page 42, line 36. Leave out words as printed in the Marshall list. The question is the Amendment 98 be made. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 99 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Justice to formally move Amendment 99. Amendment proposed to Clause 31, page 42, line 38. Insert words as printed on the Marshall list. The question is the Amendment 99 be made. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 100 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Justice to move formally Amendment 100.
So moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 31, page 43, line 8. Insert words as printed on the Marshall list. The question is that Amendment 100 be made. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that Clause 31 as amended stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to Clause 32. The question is Clause 32 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 101 has already been debated and is consequential to Amendment 91, which has been made. I call the Minister of Justice to move formally Amendment 101.
So moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 33, page 43, line 15, insert words of the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 101 be made. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 102 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Justice to move formally Amendment 102.
So moved.
The amendment proposed to clause 38, page 43, line 17, insert words as printed on the marshal list. The question is Amendment 102 be made. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 103 has already been debated and is consequential to Amendment 92, which has been made. I call the Minister of Justice to move formally Amendment 103.
So moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 33, page 43, line 22, insert words as printed on the marshal list. The question is Amendment 103 be made. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 104 already debated. Amendment 104 has been debated. I call the Chair of the Committee for Justice to move formally Amendment 104. Amendment proposed to clause 33, page 43, line 22, insert words as printed on the marshal list. The question is the Amendment 104 be made. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is clause 33 as amended stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to clause 34. The question is that clause 34 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 105 has already been debated and is consequential to Amendment 8, which has been made. I call the Minister of Justice to formally move Amendment 105.
So moved.
Amendment proposed to Schedule 1, page 45, line 7, leave out and insert words as printed on the marshal list. The question is Amendment 105 be made. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is Schedule 1 as amendment stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 106 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Justice to move formally Amendment 106.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Schedule 2, page 45, line 20, leave out and insert words as printed on the marshal list. The question is Amendment 106 be made. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 107 has already been debated and is paving for Amendment 111. I call the Minister of Justice to move formally Amendment 107.
So moved.
Amendment proposed to Schedule 2, page 45, line 21, leave out and insert words as printed on the marshal list. The question that Amendment 107 be made. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 108 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Justice to move formally Amendment 108.
So moved.
Amendment proposed to Schedule 2, line 46, line 21, leave out and insert words as printed on the marshal list. The question is that Amendment 108 be made. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 109 has already been debated and is consequential to Amendment 108, which has been made. I call the Minister of Justice to move formally Amendment 109.
So moved.
Amendment proposed to Schedule 2, page 46, line 22, insert words as printed on the marshal list. The question is that Amendment 109 be made. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 110 has already been debated and is paving for Amendment 111. I call the Minister of Justice to move formally Amendment 110. The amendment proposed to Schedule 2, page 46, leave out lines 31 and 32. The question is the Amendment 110 be made. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 111 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Justice to move formally Amendment 111.
So moved.
Amendment proposed to Schedule 2, page 47, line 2, insert words as printed on the marshal list. The question is Amendment 111 be made. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 112 has already been debated and is consequential to Amendment 108, which was made. I call the Minister of Justice to move formally Amendment 112.
So moved.
Amendment proposed to Schedule 2, page 47, line 9, insert words as printed on the marshal list. The question is Amendment 112 be made. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 113 has already been debated and is consequential to Amendment 111, which was made. I call the Minister of Justice to move formally Amendment 113.
So moved.
Amendment proposed to Schedule 2, page 47, line 10, insert words as printed on the marshal list. The question is that Amendment 113 be made. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. As well as pauses, I just turn the page. Thank you. There we go. Amendment 114 has already been debated and is consequential to Amendment 108, which has been made. I call the Minister of Justice to move formally Amendment 114.
So moved.
Excellent. Amendment proposed to Schedule 2, page 47, line 10, insert words as printed on the Marshall list. The question is the Amendment 114 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 115 has already been debated and is consequential to Amendment 108, which has been made. I call the Minister of Justice to move formally Amendment 115.
So moved.
Amendment proposed to Schedule 2, page 47, line 12, leave out and insert words as printed on the Marshall list. The question is that Amendment 115 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 116 has already been debated and is consequential to Amendment 111, which was made. I call the Minister to Justice to formally move Amendment 116.
So moved.
Amendment proposed to Schedule 2, page 47, line 17, insert words as printed on the Marshall list. The question is that Amendment 116 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 117 has already been debated and is consequential to Amendment 108, which was made. I call the Minister of Justice to move formally Amendment 117.
So moved.
Amendment proposed to Schedule 2, page 47, line 17, insert words as printed on the Marshall list. The question is that Amendment 117 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 118 has already been debated and is consequential to Amendment 111, which was made. I call the Minister of Justice to move formally Amendment 118.
So moved.
Amendment proposed to Schedule 2, page 48, line 1, insert words as printed on the Marshall list. The question is that Amendment 118 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 119 has already been debated and is consequential to Amendment 111, which has been made. I call the Minister of Justice to move formally Amendment 119.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Schedule 2, page 48, line 4, leave out words as printed on the Marshall list. The question is Amendment 119 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 120 has already been debated and is consequential to Amendments 108 and 111, both of which have been made. I call the Minister of Justice to formally move Amendment 120. Amendment proposed to Schedule 2, page 48, line 4, insert words as printed on the Marshall list. The question is that Amendment 120 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that Schedule 2 as amended stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to Schedule 3. The question is that Schedule 3 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 121 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Justice to move formally Amendment 121.
So moved.
Amendment proposed to Schedule 4, page 53, line 6, leave out words as printed on the Marshall list. The question is that 121 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. I will not call Amendment 122 as is consequential to Amendment 13, which has not been made. The question is that Schedule 4 as amended stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 123 has already been debated and is consequential to Amendment 48, which was made. I call the Minister of Justice to move formally Amendment 123.
So moved.
Amendment proposed after Schedule 4, insert new schedule, Organised Crime Groups Amendments. The question is that Amendment 123 be made and the new schedule added to the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 124 has already been debated and is consequential to Amendment 58, which was made. I call the Minister for Justice to move formally Amendment 124.
So moved.
Amendment proposed after Schedule 4, insert new schedule, Public Authorities for the purposes of Section 21F. The question is that Amendment 124 be made and the new schedule added to the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 125 has already been debated and is consequential to Amendment 64, which was made. I call the Minister of Justice to move formally Amendment 125.
So moved.
Amendments proposed after Schedule 4, insert new schedule, Amendments and Transitional Provisions. The question is that Amendment 125 be made and the new schedule added to the bill. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 126 has already been debated and is consequential to Amendment 66, which was made. I call the Minister of Justice to formally move Amendment 126.
So moved.
Amendment proposed after Schedule 4, insert new schedule, power to photograph certain persons at a police station. The question is that Amendment 126 be made and a new schedule be added to the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 127 has already been debated and is consequential to Amendment 69, which was made. I call the Minister of Justice to move formally Amendment 127.
So moved.
Amendment proposed after Schedule 4, insert new schedule, part to be inserted as Part 7A of the Police Northern Ireland Act 1998. The question is Amendment 127 be made, a new schedule added to the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 128 has already been debated and is consequential to Amendment 70, which was made. I call the Minister of Justice to move formally Amendment 128.
So moved.
Amendment proposed after Schedule 4, insert new schedule, repeal of public order offences, consequential amendments. The question is that Amendment 128 be made and the new schedule added to the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 129 has already been debated and is consequential to Amendment 94, which was made. I call the Minister of Justice to move formally Amendment 129.
So moved.
Amendment proposed after Schedule 4, insert new schedule, matters to be included in a criminal record certificate. The question is that Amendment 129 be made and the new schedule be added to the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 130 has already been debated and is consequential to Amendments 45 to 48, which were made. I call the Minister of Justice to move formally Amendment 130.
So moved.
Amendment proposed to the long title, insert words as printed on the marshal list. The question is that Amendment 130 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 131 has already been debated and is consequential to Amendment 69, which was made. I call the Minister for Justice to move formally Amendment 131.
So moved.
Amendment proposed to the long title, insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 131 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 132 has already been debated and is consequential to Amendment 70, which was made. I call the Minister of Justice to formally move Amendment 132.
So moved.
Amendment proposed to the long title, insert words as printed on the marshal list. The question is that Amendment 132 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Whew. The question is that the long title as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the consideration stage of the Justice Bill. The bill stands referred to the Speaker. Thank you, one and all. Right. Just take ease. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. The next item of business is the introduction of the Renewable and Electricity Generation Bill. I call the Minister of Economy to move the first stage.
Moved.
Thank you. Clerk, could you please read the long title?
A bill to confer powers to provide financial assistance for the purposes of encouraging low-carbon electricity generation.
That constitutes the bill's first stage and it shall now be printed. Thank you very much indeed, Minister. Moving on to the next item of business is the final stage of the Inquiry Mother and Babies Institution Model and Laundries and Workhouses and Redress Scheme Bill. I call Junior Minister Bunting to move the final stage.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that the final stage of the Inquiry Mother and Baby Institutions Magdalen Laundries and Workhouses and Redress Scheme Bill be now agreed.
Okay. The final stage of the Inquiry Mother and Babies Institution Model Laundries and Workhouses and Redress Scheme Bill has been moved. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate, and I call Junior Minister Bunting to open the debate. Joanne.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's not an exaggeration to say that today is a momentous day. It's both an honour and a privilege for Junior Minister Riley and I to move this final stage of this important legislation on behalf of the First Minister, the Deputy First Minister and indeed the Executive. Before turning to the detail of the bill, it is right that we pause to recognise those who have helped to bring us to this point. This moment has truly been many years in the making. It has been shaped by the courage, perseverance and determination of countless individuals, some of whom are with us today in the public gallery. Others will be watching or listening remotely, and to all of them we offer our sincere thanks. Most of all, I want to pay tribute to the victims and survivors whose experiences sit at the very heart of this legislation. We are deeply grateful to those who have shared their painful personal experiences, often at great cost to themselves, to those who have engaged constructively and thoughtfully through the consultation forum and through the various consultation processes. Without question, they have helped shape the policy and legislation before this House today. Their willingness to participate in this process has made this bill stronger, more informed and more meaningful. Special recognition must also be given to the women who began this journey and never gave up, and we all know who they are. We specifically wish to acknowledge the women who started Birth Mothers and Their Children for Justice all those years ago, as well as those who stood alongside them. These women showed extraordinary courage. They challenged a silence that had endured for far too long. They encouraged others to come forward. They helped them find their voice. They refused to be cowed, and they rejected the shame and stigma that had been wrongly placed upon them by others, a shame that was never theirs to bear. I believe it is true to say that for them, this has been a monumental fight to be heard, a fight to be acknowledged, and a fight for those responsible to be held to account for the pain and suffering they visited upon them during this dark period of our past and since. And I think I can speak for all of us when we say we are sorry that they've had to fight at all. Though, of course, the experience did not end with the institution itself, but rather for these victims and survivors, for these women and children. This period has been a thread of pain that has woven its way through their entire lives. For many, the past has indeed been a lifelong struggle, a struggle to be heard, to be believed, to be acknowledged. The harm they experienced did not end when an institution closed its doors, nor did it end when records were filed away. For many victims and survivors, the consequences have been carried throughout their lives, affecting identities, relationships, families and futures, effects that have echoed across generations. So I want to thank all who have contributed to this process. Firstly, victims, survivors and relatives have been central to the Truth Recovery programme from the very beginning. We wish to record our thanks to all who participated in the Victim and Survivor Consultation Forum. We know this has not always been an easy space, but we hope that today they can reflect on all their efforts with pride. We wish to say a special thanks to Marie Breen-Smith, current independent chair of the forum, and Avila Kilmurray as the previous chair, for their great support to the forum and the programme more generally, and also to Danny Taggart for his support as the clinical psychologist to the forum. We wish to express our gratitude to the committee for the Executive Office and Assembly staff. The committee chairperson and members undertook their scrutiny with diligence, sensitivity and respect. Their engagement with victims and survivors and the Department throughout the process reflected the gravity and importance of the issues under consideration. We would also like to take this opportunity to express our appreciation to our own officials who have worked tirelessly with care, sensitivity and dedication on this bill, with us, with the committee, and most importantly, as they engage with victims and survivors. Likewise, we commend the Office of Legislative Counsel for their support and drafting expertise. Mr. Speaker, while no legislation can undo the extent of the suffering endured, it is our hope that the bill before us today represents another important step towards recognition, accountability and healing. The inquiry and the redress scheme represent two parts of a single commitment. One seeks to uncover the truth, what happened, why it happened, and who was responsible. The other provides acknowledgement now by creating a redress scheme that provides a financial payment which represents society's acceptance that those affected should not have to wait any longer to receive tangible confirmation that their experiences mattered. Mr. Deputy Speaker, to recap, the legislation before the House has been carefully designed to establish an independent and effective public inquiry capable of carrying out the comprehensive investigation for which survivors and advocates have long called and which they deserve. It will be built on the important work of the Truth Recovery Independent Panel, whose report will launch next week. The establishment of this inquiry matters because it will do more than examine historical events. It will provide a formal and authoritative process through which experiences can be acknowledged, evidence can be gathered, and the historical record can be strengthened. It will have additional powers to examine the evidence and also the power to compel new evidence which may not have been accessible to date. We welcome the creation of the advisory panel, which is a distinctive and important feature of this legislation. It goes beyond the standard provisions of the Inquiries Act and is designed to ensure that the perspectives of victims and survivors remain central throughout the inquiry's work, while still fully protecting the inquiry's independence and integrity. It also recognises the broad scope of the inquiry's work, encompassing communities across this jurisdiction, while acknowledging the importance of understanding the experiences of those who were relocated elsewhere on these islands or further afield. Mr. Deputy Speaker, if you will indulge me, today is also an important and appropriate moment to reflect on the importance of the Preservation of Documents Act, passed by this Assembly almost 4 years ago to the day. That legislation laid essential foundations for the work that follows and for the inquiry that this bill seeks to establish. It has enabled colleagues in the Public Records Office to ensure access to records held by institutions within the scope of this programme. To date, more than 6,000 institutional records have been preserved, digitised and catalogued. This covers over 32 record collections and almost 60,000 digital images. These records can now be made available to the Inquiry Chair without any unnecessary delay. That's a significant achievement, and one that hopefully brings victims and survivors closer to obtaining the answers that they have sought for so long. Important work has also been undertaken by officials within the Department of Health and the trusts to improve access to relevant records, but we appreciate there is much more to do. We know the situation with records is not perfect, but nevertheless, we hope that the steps thus far represent progress, and we trust that that progress will continue. We're grateful to the Health Minister for his support in advancing that work, and we will continue to engage with him on preparations for both the redress scheme and the inquiry. In shaping the framework for this inquiry, we've learned valuable lessons from other major inquiries regarding how best to support participation, engage with vulnerable individuals, and ensure processes are conducted with compassion and care. Through the wider Truth Recovery programme, dedicated counselling and therapeutic support services have been made available through the Victims and Survivors Service via community partners WAVE and Adopt NI, and over 600 people have accessed those supports to date. The Executive remains committed to ensuring that engagement with these processes is conducted with sensitivity, compassion and respect, and that support remains a central and vital part of this process. For anyone considering whether to engage with the inquiry, we hope it will be seen as an opportunity to contribute to a fuller understanding of our shared past. Mr. Deputy Speaker, every testimony matters. Every piece of evidence matters, and together these can help establish a clearer and more complete picture of what occurred. And that is important not only for those directly affected, but for society as a whole. We cannot change the past. We cannot undo the suffering, the separation, the loss and trauma experienced by so many women, children and families. But we can seek the truth, and we will. We can investigate what happened thoroughly and independently, and we will. We can ensure experiences are recognised and recorded, never to be forgotten, and we can help future generations understand this dark chapter of our history. These institutions and practices may have been hidden or not spoken about openly, but they were never accidental. They were the product of systemic misogyny. And we continue to see misogyny today from some, just in different guises. And that's the ugly truth. It's still cruel, it's still disheartening, it's still difficult to fully comprehend. I hope that the experiences of the many women affected by these institutions and practices will serve as a challenge to us all. A challenge for us as a society to reflect on what more we can do now to treat women and girls with respect, care, and offer a hope for a better future. Ultimately, the success of the inquiry will depend on its ability to uncover the truth. But that truth will be stronger, more meaningful, and more powerful if those with lived experience feel able to participate. And I must say, Mr. Deputy Speaker, hearing of their lived experience hits home. It is immensely powerful. So I would encourage everyone who feels able to do so to engage with the process, confident that every effort will be made to treat them with dignity, respect and care. This inquiry is about more than examining the past. It is about listening. It is about acknowledgement. And above all, it is about ensuring that those whose voices were ignored for far too long are finally heard. Alongside the inquiry, the bill delivers something victims and survivors have consistently told us is essential: meaningful acknowledgement in the here and now. Mr. Deputy Speaker, at this stage is not about revisiting policy arguments or decisions on what was passed and what was not. Yet it was important and indeed necessary and right that the executive position was placed on the record. Nevertheless, today is a good day. More, it is an historic one we are delivering for victims and survivors, as we should. Everybody concerned approached this bill with the best of intentions and mindful of the hurt and harm of the past. Together, we sought to arrive at deliverable solutions. We worked our way through the challenges and disagreements together, as we should, sensitively given the nature of the issues and affording respect to one another, including in the debates. What we saw throughout was constructive engagement between the Executive and the Assembly. What we have witnessed throughout this legislative process, I trust will bring some confidence and reassurance to our citizenry and those who care about democracy. The democratic process, together with the perseverance of victims and survivors, have delivered this final version of the bill. We congratulate the victims and survivors on all they have done to bring it to fruition. We extend our sincere thanks to all those who have engaged in the process, recognising this significant achievement. Their input has been instrumental in shaping this legislation, which the Assembly will shortly be invited to pass. For those affected by the mother and baby institutions, migrant laundries and related pathways and practices, we can all agree this has taken too long. But we can be pleased that we got there for the victims' sakes. Many have spent decades feeling lost while searching for answers, records, recognition and acknowledgement of the profound impact these institutions have had on their lives. And that's why this legislation establishes a statutory financial redress scheme alongside the inquiry. This approach reflects the recommendations of the Truth Recovery Design Panel agreed by ministers, which recognised that victims and survivors should not have to wait until every aspect of a truth recovery process is concluded before receiving meaningful acknowledgement. The standardised payment provided for in the bill is not about financial compensation. It is an acknowledgement of the shame, stigma and lifelong consequences imposed on so many women, children and families. And I want to say that many of us have been deeply moved and honestly forever impacted by the harrowing details of what we have heard and read of how women and children were treated in these places of supposed care and shelter. We will not forget you or your lived experiences. We fully appreciate that no payment can erase the grief, the loss, the separation or the trauma. But what this scheme can do is provide some tangible recognition to as many people as possible that these experiences mattered and that society accepts a responsibility to acknowledge that these wrongs occurred. The bill establishes an independent redress service to administer the scheme fairly, consistently and independently. And we thank the Justice Minister and her officials for their support with establishing the Shadow Redress Service and for taking forward important preparatory work in advance of the bill passing and the scheme opening. The service provides powers to obtain relevant evidence and information, helping applicants overcome barriers that often arise when dealing with events that occurred many decades ago. We also want to recognise those victims and survivors who sadly did not live to see this day. Many campaigned tirelessly for truth and acknowledgement, but have not lived to witness this legislation's passage. Their absence is keenly felt. To those victims and survivors considering whether to engage with the redress service, I want to send an unequivocal message today. This scheme exists because your experiences matter, and you need not face this process alone. In my final comments, Mr. Deputy Speaker, today, through this legislation, to victims and survivors we say, we see you and we hear you. We feel for what you went through and endured. We acknowledge your experiences. We recognise the injustice that was done unto you, and we are committed both to uncovering the truth about the past and to providing meaningful acknowledgement of its impact. This bill cannot undo what happened, but it can help ensure that it is never forgotten, never ignored, and never denied. Mr. Deputy Speaker, today is a good day for Northern Ireland, for this House, but most especially for victims and survivors, and I commend the bill to the House.
Thank you, Junior Minister. I call on Paul Bradshaw.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I rise today as chairperson of the Committee for the Executive Office, and I do welcome this opportunity to speak at the final stage of the inquiry, Mother and Baby Institutions, migrant laundries and Workhouses and Redress Scheme Bill. I would like to begin by welcoming the victims and survivors and their family members who have come to Parliament buildings today, as well as those watching online. Today is a huge milestone for victims and survivors, many of whom have waited decades for recognition of the harm and suffering they endured. Again, from the outset of the debate, I would like to put on record the committee's thanks to everyone who gave evidence to the committee and who have continued to engage with us throughout this process. In particular, I would also like to thank those victims and survivors who came before us as a committee for their courage and honesty in engaging with our committee members on the bill. I give my commitment that, as a committee, we will continue to work with you in the time ahead.
As we move towards the public inquiry, in our role scrutinising the delegated legislation, engaging on memorialisation, access to records and making any necessary recommendations for the successor committee to take forward in the next Assembly mandate, including in relation to the individually assessed payment scheme. I would like to thank the junior ministers for bringing the bill to the Assembly today. I'd also like to thank the committee team, my fellow committee members and the wider members of this House for the respect shown and the quality of debate throughout the bill's passage. At all stages, the committee has set out its clear support for the overarching aims and principles of the legislation, to establish a statutory public inquiry into the systemic failings associated with mother and baby institutions, Magdalen laundries and workhouses between 1922 and 1995, and to create a statutory redress scheme for those directly affected. The committee undertook extensive and trauma-informed engagement throughout its scrutiny, receiving 91 written submissions and received oral evidence from 24 organisations, alongside many detailed briefings from departmental officials. In addition to formal evidence sessions, the committee also held stakeholder familiarisation events, roundtable discussions across Northern Ireland and dedicated sessions for victims and survivors, supported by advocacy and wellbeing services. These contributions were invaluable. The testimonies we heard from victims and survivors did not simply inform our work, but they shaped and strengthened it. The committee unanimously supported the bill in principle and used the committee stage to develop amendments to strengthen transparency and enhance survivor involvement, improve accountability and ensure robust Assembly oversight. And these included requiring publication of the inquiry's terms of reference within 6 months and broadening statutory consultation requirements, amending provisions to ensure explicit inclusion of women who became pregnant while in workhouses, ensuring multidisciplinary membership of the inquiry panel and strengthening requirements around advisory panel consultation, extending appeal periods, enhancing transparency around restriction orders and introducing penalties for breaches, requiring ministers to publish a post-inquiry scheme for pursuing financial contributions from institutions where systemic failings are identified in the public inquiry, strengthening public access, witness support and core participant arrangements through amendments to the rules-making power. The removal of the posthumous cut-off date of 29th of September 2011, while not selected at consideration stage, however, a revised date of the 28th of April 1953 put forward by the committee was agreed by this House at further consideration stage. Members will recall that a consistent theme emerging from the committee's call for evidence was the strong opposition to the proposed posthumous cut-off date of 29th of September 2011. And throughout the committee stage, victims and survivors consistently advocated its removal in order to ensure a more inclusive approach. The exclusion of posthumous claims prior to 2011 was described as arbitrary and unjustified, creating harmful hierarchies among victims and survivors. Although the committee's amendment to remove the posthumous cut-off date was not selected for debate at consideration stage, the alternative amendment was successful at the further consideration stage, where the Assembly agreed on the revised date of the 20th of April 1953. The reason why this date was chosen by the committee is that this date reflects the posthumous eligibility cut-off date used in the redress scheme for survivors of historical institutional abuse. Also, this date was adopted on the basis that it marks the point at which concerns were first formally raised by the Northern Ireland Government's Ministry of Home Affairs through a memorandum regarding conditions in such institutions and were therefore known to the state. The committee amendment broadens eligibility for redress payments by addressing the issue of posthumous cut-off date. It ensures that individuals who may previously have been excluded are now potentially included within the scope of the redress scheme, and so it widens access for survivors and their family members. In particular, the amendment responds positively and directly to the concerns raised by victims and survivors, promoting a more inclusive and fair approach. It helps to ensure that entitlement is not only limited to by a restrictive date, particularly in circumstances where the harms in question were known to the state over a much longer period. There were also a number of amendments that were brought forward by the First Minister and Deputy First Minister, which gave effect to the Committee's intent across a number of clauses. In several instances, the Committee chose to withdraw its own amendments in favour of the Minister's wording, where this better reflected the broader book of the law. This reflects the close working relationship between the Committee and the Department throughout the passage of the bill, ensuring that amendments were strengthened in line with the policy intent and language was appropriately aligned with other provisions within the bill. I would like to thank the departmental officials for the way in which they engaged with the Committee, adopting a constructive approach to help deliver the best possible outcomes for victims and survivors. The Committee also welcomed the majority of amendments brought forward to offer tidying up alternatives to a number of Jerry Carroll's successful amendments at consideration stage, and again the Committee asked the Department to engage further with the member on the technical wording and to consider how they could be strengthened in line with the policy intent. While the Committee did not support Jerry Carroll's amendments at further consideration stage, I would like to recognise the work undertaken by the member. While significant progress has been made to reach this stage, further work remains beyond final stage to ensure that an inquiry chair is appointed without delay. This will help ensure that once the inquiry begins, it can fully examine and determine the facts relating to these institutions between 1922 and 1995. The Committee has also made a number of important recommendations throughout the Committee stage and are reflected in our Committee report, and I would like to highlight a number of the key points regarding these, which include the importance of ensuring that the inquiry adopts a modular approach to allow for institutions to be included in the redress scheme where the evidence presents itself, the need for the Executive Office to communicate clearly to victims and survivors that the institutions included within the redress scheme may be highlighted in light of the inquiry's findings, to ensure that the recommendations contained with the Truth Recovery Independent Panel's final report, which will be published on the 7th of July, which will contain recommendations relating to the inquiry, are considered, and that these inform and influence the inquiry's work once established. Also, a number of key points were made relating to redress, and they were to ensure that the Executive Office introduces clear guidelines for the redress scheme as soon as practically possible, that the Executive Office widely communicates and promotes the scheme to all victims and survivors, including those living overseas, and the need for the Executive Office to expedite the necessary preparatory work for the harm-based individually assessed payment scheme due to follow. Finally, Mr Deputy Speaker, I would like to thank everyone who has engaged with the Committee team, the Bill Office and other business areas across the Assembly for their work on this bill. And I would like to thank Wave Trauma Centre, Victims and Survivors Service, Adopt NI and the Consultative Forum who supported the unique scrutiny of this bill. In closing, Mr Speaker, the Committee for the Executive Office supports the final stage of this bill. This bill represents a long-awaited milestone for victims and survivors, recognising the harm they endured and providing access to redress. And Mr Deputy Speaker, with your indulgence, I would like to make some remarks as an Alliance Party MLA. We stand today at a profound and important crossroads in our history. As we reach the final stage of this bill, we are not merely passing legislation, we are confronting a dark, long-cast shadow which has stained our national conscience for generations. The mother and baby institutions, the Magdalen laundries and the workhouses were not accidental failures of our past. They were deliberate, institutionalised systems of cruelty. They were places where the vulnerable were concealed, where young mothers were stripped of their babies and where children were stripped of their identity. Let us be resolute in our remembrance of what happened behind the doors of these institutions. We now know that women and children were punished for the crime of being poor, unmarried or vulnerable, and they have had to carry that stigma and shame ever since. We now know that names were changed, records were hidden, and the natural sacred bond between mother and child was treated as something to be severed and sold. An erasure of their identity, how incredibly cruel. We now know that these institutions operated within an atmosphere of fear. The pregnant women had to comply with a regime of harsh forced labour, emotional abuse and systemic neglect. For decades, the state looked the other way. Society chose comfortable ignorance over uncomfortable truth, but the truth, no matter how deeply buried, has a way of rising to the light. In this chamber today, as I previously said, in the gallery and watching online, there are many, many brave birth mothers, adult adoptees and supportive family members who have campaigned so hard to get to this point. It was not because these institutions of power woke up one day and decided to acknowledge the abuse and seek to remediate for it. As I said in a previous debate, I first met Una McAleer, Michelle Dillon and Ewan Duffy in 2016 when they came to my office to seek support for their campaign as part of that wider group of the birth mothers and their children for justice. At this stage, they had gone from office to office, from meeting to meeting. And again, I will use the phrase that stuck with me from that day that Ewan said, and it was that they were drowning in tea and sympathy. So I want to officially and wholeheartedly acknowledge them today, for they kept pushing back around the excuses for progress not being made, the bureaucratic loopholes and hoops that they had to jump through, and yet they refused to let this issue go. They and many of the campaigners who are here today have carried the heavy burden of their trauma into the public space. They campaigned, they organised, they provided support to one another, they testified and they demanded to be heard. They relived their darkest, most personal moments so that future generations would know their truth and that their experience would be acknowledged and those responsible would be held accountable. We owe them and every campaigner that joined them a debt of gratitude that we can never fully repay. Their courage has broken the silence and has forced this Assembly to back them. This bill and the accompanying redress scheme are necessary, though belated, acknowledgement of the state's failure. No amount of financial compensation can undo the pain of a stolen childhood, a forced separation or a lifetime of carried shame. No piece of legislation can hand back the years lost in a damp, cold institution like a Magdalen laundry or the sterile isolation of a mother and baby institution. And again, Mr Deputy Speaker, I refuse to call them mother and baby homes, for we now know that there was nothing homely about them. But what this bill can do and what it must do is offer a tangible declaration that the state accepts its responsibility. It provides a mechanism for accountability, a pathway for support and an official permanent record that the survivors were right and that the system was wrong. Members, as we cast our final votes on this bill, let us do so in full acknowledgement of what this moment demands, and let us pass not just this as a matter of legislative procedure, but as a pledge that we will never again allow the vulnerable to be hidden away, a pledge that we will protect human rights above institutional reputations, and above all, a pledge to the survivors that have long walked a painful march for justice. They have finally brought us to this place today, and our country must honour them. So in closing, Mr Deputy Speaker, I do want to, in a personal capacity, thank my fellow committee members. I want to thank the committee team at the Executive Office, and I do want to read their names into the records. We have Nick Mitford, we have Sarah Ann McKinley, Andreen McGee and Neil Porter, and most recently Trevor Allen. The Bills Office, especially thanks to Stephen Orme, the communications team here at the Assembly for facilitating our consultation with the victims and survivors, and lastly but not least, the departmental officials for their constructive engagement throughout the bill's scrutiny stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula. I call on Sinead McLaughlin. Sinead.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today is an important day because it's a day of accountability. And can I welcome into the gallery all of the birth mothers, all of the adult adoptees and all of your family members, and for everyone that has journeyed and loved you throughout this process. After a long legislative process, we have reached the final stages of this bill. There has been detailed scrutiny, difficult conversations and thoughtful debate along the way, and that is as it should be. But before this bill completes its passage through the Assembly, I think it's worth reminding ourselves why we began the journey in the first place. We are not here simply to pass legislation. We're here because of the women, the children and the families whose lives were changed forever by mother and baby institutions, Magdalen laundries and workhouses. We're here because survivors refused to accept that their stories would remain untold. We are here because they never stopped asking for what should never have been so difficult to receive in the first place: recognition, dignity and justice. For many of us, today's debate marks the end of the legislative process. For survivors, I hope it marks another step forward. Not the end of their journey, because there is still work to do, but an important step nonetheless. One thing has stayed with me throughout the passage of this bill. Every time we debated amendments or discussed technical aspects of the legislation, I have found myself thinking about the people behind those discussions. Behind every clause is a person. Behind every amendment is someone's lived experience. Behind every decision we make in this chamber are people who have spent years carrying the consequences of decisions that they never made. That is why this legislation is so important, not because any act of this Assembly can rewrite history, because it simply can't. We cannot undo what happened. We cannot give people back the years that were taken from them. And we cannot remove the hurt that so many survivors still carry with them today. But we can acknowledge that what happened was wrong. We can recognise the profound harm that was caused. And we can say, as a society, that those who were failed have finally been heard. And sometimes recognition can be just as important as anything else. After decades of silence, being believed actually really matters. Having your experience acknowledged really matters. Knowing that society finally accepts the truth actually matters deeply. That is what I hope that this legislation provides. Throughout this process, I wanted to ensure that where we could strengthen the bill, we did. And that is why I brought forward the amendment to increase the standard payment from $10,000 to $12,000. I never viewed that amendment simply in financial terms. No amount of compensation will ever make up for what survivors did endure. No figure could ever reflect their pain. The loss of the lasting impact that these institutions had on so many lives will never be overcome. But compensation is still an important recognition of the harm that was suffered. It is one way of acknowledging that people were profoundly failed. As time has passed, I believe that the original figure no longer reflected the recognition as strongly as it should, and therefore pleased that members from right across this chamber supported that amendment. And I hope survivors saw that vote for what it was, a genuine attempt by this Assembly to strengthen the recognition contained within this legislation. None of us have reached that alone today. And that is why I want to thank every survivor who found the courage to come forward and tell their story. Many did so knowing how painful it would be. Many relived experience that no one should ever have endured. The courage that they have shown has changed this society. I also want to thank the families, campaign groups, advocates who stood beside survivors over many years and have never allowed this issue to slip from public attention. I don't want to name individuals, but change happened because you, all of you, refused to give up. I also want to acknowledge the work that has taken place behind the scenes, and in particular, I enjoyed working with Mary Breen-Smith as she sensitively supported and advocated on behalf of every single victim and survivor. I also want to thank the departmental officials. You were outstanding in the work that you did here on this bill, and I want to acknowledge that. And I want to acknowledge the ministers. Your contribution has been very considered and has been very, very welcome. And to those in the Bill office, thank you for your support, your expertise, your professionalism you've shown throughout every stage of this Bill's passage. And I wish to acknowledge Paula as chair of the committee, and indeed to all my committee colleagues as well. I think, it was an example of how cross-party, can work together to deliver legislation that supports those that need it the most, the victims and survivors and families that come from across all of our communities. Members often receive the attention in debates such as this, but good legislation depends upon the dedication and expertise of so many people working quietly in the background. Today we complete the legislative journey, but we should not pretend that justice begins and ends with the passing of a bill. The redress scheme must now be delivered with compassion. The public inquiry must continue its work. Survivors must continue to be listened to. And where there are still unanswered questions, we must continue to seek answers. The responsibility does not end this afternoon. If anything, it becomes even greater. I hope that when survivors look back on today, they will see more than another piece of legislation passing through this Assembly. I hope they will see a society finally prepared to acknowledge the wrong that has been done to them, a society prepared to listen, a society prepared to recognise their suffering, and a society committed to ensuring that what happened is never forgotten and never repeated. This bill cannot change the past, but it can mark another important step on the journey towards justice. And for that reason, the SDLP is proud to support its final stage. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Sinead. I call on Anya Murphy. Anya.
Can Collier, and for the final time I want to declare an interest, as my mother previously resided in a mother and baby home that is set out in Schedule 2 of this bill. And I also want to pay a tribute to all of the birth mothers and adult adoptees, as well as family members who join us today in the chamber, and of course to those also watching online. Today belongs to the women and girls who were told that they should remain silent. It belongs to the children who grew up without knowing who they were. It belongs to the families who have carried many unanswered questions across generations, and it belongs to those who fought for justice but did not live long enough to see this legislation finally pass. For decades, many victims and survivors believed that nobody wanted to hear their story, and they often carried shame that was never theirs to bear, grief that society expected them to live with, and secrets that have been forced upon them by institutions that were supposed to care for them with compassion and protection. The research undertaken by the teams from Ulster University and of course Queen's University and others across the island of Ireland exposed the scale of what happened here. Around 10,500 women entered mother and baby institutions, and approximately 3,000 women entered Magdalen laundries in the north between 1922 and 1990. Some of those girls were only 12 years old. They were children. Many had experienced rape, abuse or exploitation before even arriving at those institutions. Yet too often they were treated as though they were the ones who should carry shame. Throughout committee stage, we heard testimony that was very difficult to hear, but impossible to ignore. Survivors reminded us that this legislation could never be about compensation. I know that has been alluded to in the previous remarks. It has to be about truth, and as one witness put it, without the truth we do not have any recovery. Those words have stayed with me throughout the entire committee process of this bill, and they remind us that acknowledgement without truth is incomplete, and that justice delayed cannot become justice denied. We also heard the frustration of many survivors who have spent years trying to obtain even the most basic information about their own lives. As one group told the committee, survivors are being told that their records could re-traumatise them. We feel that is worse. It's worse not to know that vital information. Imagine being told that someone else knows about your own life, your own medical records, your own history, than you ever will. Spending decades searching for your birth records, your family history, the truth about what happened to you as a child or to your own child. That is why this bill is about so much more than financial redress. It's about restoring identity and, importantly, dignity. During committee stage, we all worked constructively across party lines because we recognised that survivors deserve legislation that reflected their own experiences. When survivors highlighted ways that this bill could be strengthened, we took that seriously. We sought to broaden the scope of the inquiry and ensure that more institutions and victims were recognised and acknowledged the importance of posthumous recognition for those who died waiting for justice. Not every amendment could be accepted, and not every aspiration could be delivered through this legislation. But I hope survivors know that their voices shaped this bill, and that every contribution that they helped make made this bill stronger and made this bill into the final draft that we have sitting before us today. To those following today's debate, I want to say this. The wounds left by rejection, secrecy and institutional mistreatment run too deep for any legislation or any statute to fully heal. What we can do is confront that history honestly. We recognise that those who endured these experiences were failed by systems that should have protected them. We reject the prejudice and judgment that were imposed upon them, and we will ensure that their experiences are no longer hidden, dismissed or forgotten. Most importantly, we can offer what should have been given long ago: recognition, dignity and the assurance that their place in our history will be acknowledged with truth and respect. From a personal point of view, Lash Collier, this debate also carries deep significance. My mother was born into a mother and baby home, and like so many other families across Ireland, the legacy of these institutions has echoed through our own family history. And I'm delighted that she's here today in the public gallery to see this legislation reach its final stage. Today is about recognising generations of women and children whose lives were forever altered by decisions made in places that denied them compassion and dignity. Finally, I want to remember those victims and survivors who are not here to witness today. Many campaigned for years, many told their stories repeatedly so that others might one day receive recognition, and many never lived to hear this Assembly say, "We believe you." This bill cannot rewrite the past, but it can ensure that the truth is never hidden again. It can ensure that future generations understand and acknowledge what happened. And in some small measure, it can replace silence with acknowledgement, secrecy with truth, and shame with dignity. For those reasons, Lash Collier, I am immensely proud to support the final stage of this bill today.
Thank you, Anya, and I'm sure your mother's looking down you with pride right now. Thank you very much. I call on Philip Brett.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, and from the outset, can I just pay tribute to the previous Speaker, the member for Fermanagh South Tyrone, for that heartfelt and valuable contribution. And as you rightly say, her family will be very proud of the contributions that she's just made here today. Mr. Deputy Speaker, today marks a truly significant moment. No piece of legislation can erase the suffering endured by those who suffered in mother and baby institutions, Magdalen laundries and workhouses. It cannot restore the years that were stolen from them, heal every wound or pain that so many women, children and their families have carried throughout their lives. But this bill represents an important step towards acknowledging those wrongs, finally establishing truth and providing long overdue recognition and redress. For too long, many victims and survivors felt ignored, dismissed or simply forgotten, and many carried those experiences in silence for decades. Others, sadly, never lived to see this day. That is why I want to begin by paying tribute to victims and to survivors who have found the courage to tell their stories. Reliving deeply traumatic experiences was never easy, yet they did so because they wanted to ensure future generations knew the truth and to ensure what happened to them was never repeated. I also wish to recognise the tireless work of campaigners, advocacy groups and families who refused to let this issue disappear. Through years of persistence, determination and dignity, they ensured that these voices could no longer be ignored. Without their commitment, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we would not be debating the final stage of this legislation today. This bill establishes a statutory public inquiry alongside a redress scheme. Both are important. They recognise that there is a responsibility not only to uncover truth, but to acknowledge the profound harm that was caused. While no financial payment can ever compensate for what victims endured, redress is about far more than money. It is about recognition, It is about dignity, and it is about acknowledging that grievous wrongs were committed and that society has a responsibility to confront them honestly. As legislators, we have a duty to ensure that the inquiry is independent, robust and capable of commanding the confidence of those that it is intended to serve. Victims and survivors must remain at the heart of this process because, Mr Deputy Speaker, above all else, this legislation is about them. This debate is not about rewriting history, but about confronting history honestly. It's about recognising that vulnerable women and children were failed by institutions, by society and by the state. It is about ensuring that future generations understand what happened and why safeguards must always exist to protect dignity, rights and welfare of every individual in our society. History cannot be rewritten. The pain endured by victims and survivors cannot be undone. The years that were stolen from them can never be restored. But today, this Assembly has the opportunity to ensure that those wrongs are finally recognised. The truth which has been evaded for so long is finally pursued, and that those who suffered most have been heard. For too long, many carried this burden in silence, and today we acknowledge them. Today we honour their courage, and we commit ourselves to ensuring that these injustices are never forgotten. I do want to, Mr Deputy Speaker, briefly pay tribute to all involved in this process. Firstly, to Junior Minister Bunting and to Junior Minister Riley. Their commitment, Mr Deputy Speaker, to this bill and to ensuring that the bill was shaped by victims and survivors cannot be underestimated. I also want to acknowledge the importance of the First Minister being in the chamber today. Her presence here today recognises the commitment of the First and Deputy First Minister, Junior Ministers, the Assembly and the Executive in delivering this legislation. To the Chair of the Committee, Paula Bradshaw, who has not only dedicated her time professionally to this, but personally also. Paula has been a diligent chair who has championed the interests of victims and survivors, and I want to personally thank you for your work on this. To members of the committee who dedicated their time to this also, and to our committee staff, I do want to place on record, Mr Deputy Speaker, my thanks to Executive Office officials, to Martin and to his team, who I think saw more of our committee than he did of his own family in recent weeks to ensure that we got this right. I think it's important to recognise that. Mr Deputy Speaker, the arc of the moral universe is long, but eventually it bends towards justice. Today, through this legislation, through the work of the people above us in the gallery, we take another step in bending that arc towards justice for those who too long were denied what they deserved. And for that, Mr Deputy Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
Thank you, Philip. I call on Linda Dillon. Linda.
Can I begin by saying, offering the apologies of my colleague Carol Cullen, who couldn't be here due to ill health, but Carol has been very much invested in this legislation. It's very important to her in terms of the work she does in this Assembly, but also personally because of the people that she has worked with and engaged with over many, many years. And I'm sure that she is very, very sorry not to be here today, particularly with all of you in the gallery here today. And like others, I want to acknowledge you being here today, and I think that for me is the most important thing. I mean, we said many things in this chamber, and we could talk all day and we could say lots of things, but none of us can truly understand or reflect what you have been through. Probably my colleague Anya is the closest in terms of a true understanding of what you have had to live with and endure and continue to live with and endure, because it has affected you all your lives and will affect you all your lives, and we know it's transgenerational. So I want to acknowledge that, and there's nothing that we can do in terms of legislation that will remove that. But I do hope that you know that this is the acknowledgement that you have long deserved, that you have long awaited, and we are genuinely sorry that there are people who never lived to see this, and I think that it's important to acknowledge those individuals today. In fact, some of them who not only did not live to see this and may have seen the beginnings of the campaign, but many who never even saw the beginnings of the campaign, who never believed in their lifetime, or in anyone else's lifetime for that matter, that there would be acknowledgement of what happened to them. This is so important for us to have for history, for the generations that come after us to understand what happened to you, what you went through. But it is also important for our present and our future to make sure that what happened to women and girls and children never happens again. And I am really worried about that, because honestly, when we look at what's happening today in society to women and girls and to children, they are continuing to suffer. They're continuing to be abused. Women and girls are still more vulnerable than they ever were in some cases. So I just want to say that we need to make sure that this legislation not only acknowledges what happened to you, but protects future women and girls and children. Because we need to be sure that what we do makes things better. Not just say, it happened, we're sorry, let's forget about it and move on. We can never allow that to happen. Because for what you have done, the bravery you have shown by speaking up, and you did it, yes, absolutely, so that people would know what happened to you. But you did it so that it wouldn't happen to others. You did it for other people. You did it for the many people that are watching online or not watching at all, who aren't able to acknowledge this for themselves for whatever reason, and you're doing it for them. So I just want to thank you, and I think actually that's all that needs to be said today. Thank you to all of you, because as the chair of the committee said, you know, the truth, that light comes through, but the light only comes through if somebody lifts the lid, and you did that. So thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Linda, and can you pass on our regards from the chair here for Carol, and hopefully she gets better soon. Thank you very much indeed. I call on Timothy Gasson.
Very much, Deputy Speaker, and I want to begin my remarks once again by putting on record my thanks to the victims and survivors who have campaigned for many, many years to bring us to this place today, where this bill will pass its final stage. To those who started this process and are no longer with us, to those who came to committee and gave their very moving personal testimonies, to those who attended the consultation roundtables, to those who have submitted evidence individually to help and shape this bill, and to those who lobbied MLAs long before I came to this chamber. I want to thank you for your time, thank you for your patience, and thank you most importantly for not giving up. Your time and efforts have made a difference. Yes, this legislation that we have before us isn't perfect, but I believe it's better than it was when it was first introduced to this House. Throughout the process, the committee has taken steps to ensure that victims and survivors in religious institutions, in state homes and in private homes can see themselves contained within this bill. I trust that by taking the modular approach in the inquiry, we have ensured that the inquiry can follow the evidence, and through this route, those institutions and bodies not listed within the bill currently will be investigated and have access to redress where the evidence leads. As this bill passes its final stage and goes to obtain royal consent, it's only now we will see the terms of reference. I trust that those who have been working diligently in the background, writing these, that they have taken on board, and they will reflect the requests of the committee and those that have given evidence to ensure they are victim-centred, and that they will ensure that truth and justice is pursued. I believe that inquiry should lead with, from the get-go, from hearing from the birth mothers, to lay the foundations for the remainder of the inquiry. And as we proceed into the inquiry, I do acknowledge that some progress has been made regarding ensuring that records have been preserved and they are accessible. But there is much work still to be done to ensure that those records held by the trusts will be accessible in a timely manner to those who seek them and need them. Today isn't the end of the process for Stormont Assembly. There is an onus on the next mandate to ensure that this work continues with the second phase of the redress, which will consider individualised acknowledgement of the harm and trauma that birth mothers and adult adoptees experienced. We must ensure, as a collective body and as a society, that those institutions who allowed the systemic failings, the systemic abuse, are held accountable, and that they acknowledge their role in this shameful period in Northern Ireland's history. Finally, I do want to put on record my thanks to the Chair of the TEO Committee, and indeed to all members, past and present, who have worked on this bill. I do believe that members set aside their differences to come together for the common goal of putting victims and survivors first. I want to thank the clerks and officials who have tended very diligently to the committee. And while this bill isn't perfect, it's the start of acknowledging the hurt and trauma caused, and the start and the end to ensure that this never happens again. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Timothy. I call on Jerry Carroll. Jerry.
Mr. Speaker, I want to briefly speak on this bill. This bill should have always been about victims and survivors, and sometimes it was. Sometimes the voices of victims and survivors came through and was heard, but quite often times during this bill it was not, when it came to amendments not being heard, not being selected, or certain amendments not being voted for. And I commend all the people who are in the gallery and the people who are watching this debate, and I commend them for not just being quiet, not just piping down because it might have suited some of those people in power. Commend them for speaking out and speaking up, and the groups that they work alongside with and that support them. I think if we've learnt anything, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in the last week with political events, is that powerful people, and powerful men in particular, and institutions should always be held to maximum account when it comes to abuse, neglect and victims. And victims and survivors should be believed and supported on every single occasion. There are obviously a lot of positives in this bill. I would be remiss not to mention that, and they are broadly welcomed in the House and by victims and survivors more generally. But I would be remiss not to mention some glaring omissions, Deputy Speaker. Workhouses and people who were in them and their families are excluded in this bill around the issues of payment, and I think that's a massive oversight. A simple amendment proposed by myself would have obviously rectified this anomaly, but was voted down by executive parties. I commend people for speaking out on the issue, especially Sharon Burke. I think she might be in the gallery today, and she has been emailing members on this issue. I'm happy to play a small part, and I emphasise a small part in this bill, and raising issues that were previously not included through amendments, working alongside victims and survivors. I thank them for bringing those issues to my attention, and the members in the House for voting for them, around people who were payments for people who were in the institution on two separate occasions, and ensuring that the chairperson of the inquiry takes every single step to make sure documents are obtained when they are residing outside the North, and other issues as well. I also hope and trust, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that the inquiry process doesn't adopt a timid approach to truth and accountability, but takes an aggressive and uncompromising approach in chasing down documents, seeking truth, and ensuring the institutions, the state and religious institutions, actually cough up the finance, cough up documents due to their role in allowing and furthering abuse and neglect, people trafficking and many other crimes that happened on their watch. I want to also commend the committee and their members. Didn't always agree with them. They didn't always agree with me. That's no surprise maybe, but I think it's important work that the committees and the chair and the committee members did. I want to commend the Bills Office as well, and Stephen and everybody mentioned, the Executive Office officials who worked closely with myself to try and support, amend, or to help along my amendments, whatever way you want to look at it. I also want to commend the member for Man and South Tyrone as well, who spoke out at the last few stages, and pay tribute to her and her mother for speaking out and being here as well. Today is obviously about victims and survivors. Deputy Speaker, that's right and proper. I think it's no accident why we're here and why we're having this bill debated and passed. It's down to the tenacity and the doggedness of those victims and survivors who had doors shut in their face for decades, but refused to be quiet, refused to let that stop them. And never again should we allow any institution to lock up, imprison, abuse women or anybody else. So I commend the bill and offer my support in this final stages. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Jerry. Members, question time is scheduled for 1400. This debate will resume after question time. The next member who will speak will be Junior Minister Riley, and to conclude to the final stage. The sitting is by leave suspended. Thank you.
Sitting has resumed. Time for questions to the Minister of Justice. And I call Robbie Butler. Minister.
The Northern Ireland Prison Service assesses that current staffing levels are sufficient to maintain the safe and secure operation of houses, units and landings across the estate. However, sustained increases in the prison population has placed pressures on staffing, requiring difficult decisions at times on staff deployment and the delivery of regimes in order to prioritise safety and security. NIPS is actively recruiting and training additional prison officers and continues to keep staffing requirements under close review in light of population pressures. While safe and secure custody is fundamental, the ambition is to ensure that prisons are also properly resourced to support rehabilitation through education, training and other interventions that reduce reoffending. I will continue to work to secure appropriate funding for the justice system, including prisons, to support both operational demands and those of wider rehabilitative ambition.
Thank the Minister for her answer, and whilst the question was levelled very much about an increase in prison estate, the Minister will also understand that when high-profile prisoners take up residence in our facilities, this also has a ripple effect in those establishments. Can the Minister give us assurance today that any resources that are required to ensure that any ripple is minimised within our jails, given a recent high-profile move into our prisons, and that staff are not affected by this?
Well, I thank the member for his question. He will be aware, as a former prison officer, of the delicate balance that has to be struck around these issues. It is, of course, always our intent that every prisoner, irrespective of who they are, will be held in custody that is dignified and safe, and that will be the same in this case. We don't discuss the housing of individual prisoners, but of course those who are higher profile can cause a ripple within the prison and certainly will draw some public attention. It is important, however, that we ensure that every prisoner is treated equally and fairly under the system, and that their rights, insofar as they have not been removed by them being held in custody, are respected, and that includes the right to privacy.
Ferguson.
Can the Minister advise us, just in relation to progress to implement the recommendations from the scrutiny report that found unacceptable levels of inappropriate use of care and supervision units in prisons? Thank you.
Well, since those reports were made, in terms of the particular report which I commissioned, the special inspection and current supervision units, huge amounts of progress have been made, both with regard to the recording of contact between prison officers and prisoners in the care and supervision units, and also to the access to productive activity. The current supervision units do provide an important part of the estate within prisons, in terms particularly of controlling the flow of illegal drugs and other substances and items that are contraband into the prison. It is important, however, that they are properly managed, and again that people are kept safe and that their dignity is protected while in those units. Since, of course, that report was done, there have been 2 further inspections of the Northern Ireland prison system, one in McGilligan and one, well, I should say 3 prisons, because it's actually the 2 prisons at Hydebank Wood, both the women's prison and the Hydebank Wood College, all of which have found that there are no significant issues in that respect. So the issues that have been there have obviously been addressed, but it is something that we keep under constant review given the sensitivities.
John Buckley.
The Minister is aware, and in fact has been on record as to suggest some of the organised drug crime that is happening in prisons. In fact, I have raised this on the floor. With relation to staffing levels, is the Minister aware of any instance where prison officers have become intoxicated by inhaling illegal drugs or indeed prescribed drugs within the prison? And if not, would she perhaps furnish the House with those details?
Well, if not, I have no details of this to furnish the House, but I take the point that the member's making. In terms of our work in the prison service and across the estate to reduce the flow of drugs into the prison from outside, that has been quite successful. The introduction of X-ray body scanners means that we're much more able to control that flow, and as a result, I think that we now recognise, as the Sugini reports recognised, that the premium that is placed on prescription drugs and medication is therefore much higher. And so it is important that we work with healthcare and prisons, because of course it is they, not prison service, who prescribe and control the drugs within the prison system. And it is important that we look also to alternative methods that people might use by way of contraband. So some members, for example, will be aware of restrictions on book deliveries to prisoners because of the risk of people impregnating the paper with drugs illicitly to get them through the system. And so we have to be constantly on our guard. I'm not aware of any situation where prison officers have become inadvertently intoxicated on any form of medication that has been given to prisoners, and I would struggle to imagine how that could have taken place. But if the member has a specific incident in mind, I would be grateful if you would bring it to my attention.
Annie Donnelly.
Minister for answers so far. Can I ask the Minister whether further recruitment is planned for prison officers?
Well, recruitment plays a key role in prison services' ability to deliver a consistent and productive regime for those who are committed to our care. It is encouraging that so many people have applied to become prison officers in response to the recent campaign. Between January and March of this year, 67 newly recruited prison officers have commenced or completed training at Prison Service College. A further recruitment intake is being planned this year to ensure Prison Service has the staff needed in response to population pressures. So we do work towards target staffing levels in line with an agreed budget. The target staffing level is also kept under review to take account of population changes and indeed the complexity of the population. It is fair to say that much of this is budget dependent, and therefore without proper investment in the justice system and in the prison system particularly, we will struggle to be able to meet the demands of those being committed to our care.
Paul Free.
Thank you.
With permission, Mr Speaker, I will address questions 2 and 4 together. I'm pleased that the unnecessary and unwarranted service withdrawal by the Criminal Bar Association has finally come to an end for the sake of victims and witnesses. The CBA are finally following the example of their solicitor colleagues in delivering the services their clients deserve, rather than leveraging their suffering. However, the CBA action has caused untold damage to the system, and the ending of this action is long overdue. Members will be aware I have taken many steps to address the evolving concerns of the CBA through this dispute and have met the asks of the CBA at every turn. My decision to accept in full the recommendations of the accelerated review follows the 16% uplift in fees I implemented earlier this year, which I took the unprecedented step of backdating to 2024 at a cost of £11.5 million. I reprioritised my programme delivery plan in response to feedback. I established a working group to consider other fee changes and appointed Judge Burgess to lead that work as the professions desired. And when the CBA reneged on our agreement and withdrew full service, I established the accelerated review. Implementation of the review is yet another act of good faith on my part. From the outset, I've been committed to providing fair remuneration on the basis of evidence to ensure we provide quality service and that public funds are protected. The accelerated review produced the necessary evidence to support fees that will result in a further £4.94 million annual increase in legal aid expenditure, and I am happy to follow that evidence. The CBA's decision to return to service and recognise the significance of the additional investment I am making is a positive step, but I trust that they will take a more constructive approach of their solicitor colleagues in future and engage in good faith with the Department without seeking to leverage damage to the system and the victims, so that we can collectively focus on delivering the justice system citizens deserve.
Mr Frey.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her answer in that and what has turned out to be a more positive position from when I first put the question in. Can I ask the Minister then, is there any special measures going to be adopted? And I know this won't necessarily be directly her responsibility, but is there any special measures being adopted to deal with the backlog of cases so that we put victims right at the heart again of this system?
Well, there is no doubt that the CBA withdrawal has created a significant backlog. The delays we were already working hard to address have now been further supplemented. Listing is a judicial function, and work on recovery is being led by the Lady Chief Justice for that reason. There will be a phased approach to allow initial focus on cases involving the most vulnerable victims and witnesses. That initial phase will focus on plea and sentencing hearings that are ready to proceed, which will be listed as soon as possible and may be able to be listed over the summer period. Then trials which were taken out during the withdrawal will be relisted and an early date offered, with priority given to cases proceeding under the 13 and 16-year-old protocol, to cases involving rape, serious sexual offences and fatalities, and then all other cases. Arraignments will then be listed in Phase 2 in a similar order. To allow further progress to be made, the Lady Chief Justice has also directed that plea and sentencing hearings and arraignments may be listed over summer recess at the discretion of the judge and with the agreement of PPS and defence. We will obviously need to take a fluid approach and review progress to ensure the necessary resources to support recovery are available. However, as I said at the time of the withdrawal, there are already limited resources available to the Department of Justice, and the money that is being spent in terms of expanding legal aid comes at the expense of other services and including recovery. I simply wish that this had never happened, because had they continued to work through rather than withdraw service, the outcome would have been no different, as in fact the family and civil bar can attest.
Pam Cameron.
Speaker, I thank the Minister for her answer so far. Indeed, I wanted to also to put on record my thanks to her in her position as Justice Minister for the assistance that she gave my constituents, Catherine and Aaron McCollum, on the very tragic loss, the death of a very much loved husband and father. That was deeply appreciated, the assistance that was given, and clearly many victims and witnesses have had to face uncertainty and much distress around court dates and that uncertainty around that. But I would just want to ask the Minister if how anyone else who's affected and has been affected by the bar strike to date, how will they be properly kept informed as cases are relisted, and also if there's any longer term work ongoing to ensure that this doesn't happen again in the future around the criminal legal aid system?
Well, I think in regard to the first part, first of all, we did invest additional money in victim support and some of the other support services in order that people who needed particular support during the suspension of court processes were able to benefit from that, and hopefully that will be able to also support people through this period. And I would encourage anyone who's awaiting information on listing to contact PPS and victim support, because they are a good point of contact. They should also have a family liaison officer, potentially as victims from the PSNI, who will be able to keep them abreast of developments in that regard. And so hopefully between that and the kind of wider approach that's being taken by the judiciary, some certainty will be brought to what will happen. In terms of the wider issues to ensure this never happens again, I think most of us would agree that whilst everyone has the right to take industrial action, no one has the right to derail the entire justice system in this way and to hold it to ransom. It has been incredibly damaging to victims and witnesses, and ultimately justice delayed is justice denied for many people. And so it is important that we find ways of ensuring that there are a range of options for advocacy available in Northern Ireland, so that we don't find ourselves in this situation should the criminal bar decide to withdraw their services again in future. We're still at the early stages of looking at that, but there is already provision, for example, for solicitor advocates to work in some of the higher courts. I think that's something that we can work with the Law Society and others to expand further, and which may provide some more stability to the system as opposed to where we are at this point in time.
Finnegan.
And I welcome the update from the Minister in terms of addressing the backlog. But will you commit, Minister, to working with the LCJ to address the backlog and keep this House updated with the progress?
Well, as I said, the listing of cases is solely a matter for the judiciary and isn't something that I can control, but I have obviously sought updates from the LCJ, who has now issued a direction in terms of how she intends to take this forward, and I will clearly be keeping abreast of the impact that that has on the backlogs that have been created, but these will not disappear in a matter of weeks or months. We are talking here about over 6 months now of disruption to the system. On the last occasion when this happened, it took almost 2 years to recover. So I think members should be cognizant of the fact that that small period, relatively small period of disruption is not simply recovered immediately or in the same period of time, because bear in mind there will be new cases added to the system throughout that period, which will also need to be addressed.
Andrew McMurray.
And thank you, Minister. Minister, what options are being considered to ensure that this never happens again?
Like I said, I think that none of us, including the CBA, would wish to be in this position again, and I think there are a number of things we can do. So I spoke earlier about the more regular and routine review of legal aid fees and delivery of the Enabling Access to Justice delivery programme. And I think if we can work together on those issues to ensure for citizens that they get the best access possible, and to ensure for the taxpayer that they get value for money, then I think we will be in a much better position. I am, however, making inquiries in terms of what we can do to ensure that witnesses can't be used as a form of leverage in this situation. I find it particularly distasteful, I have to say, how some victims were treated throughout this period. And there are a range of measures that I believe we can deploy to that end. As I said, enhancing solicitors' rights of audience and alternative delivery models, which I previously mentioned. We're at an early stage, but I will, of course, keep the House updated. For me, the important thing now is to try to rebuild some of the trust that has been damaged throughout this period, and hopefully move forward in a more constructive and positive way.
Michelle McElveen.
Mr Speaker, with permission, I would like to answer questions 3 and 5 together, which may result in the answer being slightly longer than usual. At the outset, I remind members that immigration is not a devolved matter and therefore does not fall within my responsibilities as Minister of Justice. However, I can assure members that there are established mechanisms through which relevant matters can be considered across government. One example is the UK-wide Interministerial Group on Safety, Security and Migration, where Northern Ireland is represented by the First and Deputy First Minister and myself. My role in that forum is focused on safety and security matters within the Justice remit. It's also important to note that where criminality is identified, regardless of source or context, operational responsibility rests with the appropriate law enforcement agencies, and I know robust arrangements are in place to tackle criminality. I'm committed to ensuring law enforcement has the tools needed. That's why I introduced by amendment to the Justice Bill 2 new offences relating to directing and participating in the criminal activities of an organised crime group. Turning to addressing community concerns, my department contributes through its wider community safety responsibilities through support for local partnership working. PCSPs, funded by the DOJ and the Northern Ireland Policing Board, provide an important mechanism for communities to raise local concerns and help shape practical responses to community safety issues at local level. My department also provides support for families and individuals who have been victims of racist incidents or crimes through the Hate Crime Advocacy Service, which is jointly funded by my department and the PSNI.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Given the genuine concerns of the wider public in Northern Ireland, what measures is the Minister putting in place to specifically address the illegal networks that have been set up to support and to encourage the flow of undocumented immigrants coming across the border from the Irish Republic?
There have been claims and counter-claims about the direction of travel, whether north or south, in terms of cross-border exploitation of the common travel area. It is an issue that I have discussed not only from an immigration perspective, but from the wider perspective of organised crime groups who try to exploit any opportunity they have to traffic both goods and indeed human beings across borders. It is something that falls outside my remit when it comes to immigration, but it doesn't fall outside my remit when it comes to organised crime. So between the Joint Agency Task Force, the Organised Crime Task Force, and the work that is done between AGS, PSNI and Border Security and the Border Security in the South, I think that there are many opportunities for people to coordinate the work that goes on. Much of that will fall outside my remit, but the issue around the Organised Crime Task Force in particular and the JATF is one where I meet regularly with my southern counterpart, Minister O'Callaghan, and I have had good conversations with him about ensuring that that border is not allowed to be exploited for what are illegal means. When we talk about the concerns of the wider community, of course, there are many different concerns in the wider community. There are those who are concerned about the rise of racism and race hate. There are those who are concerned about the rise of xenophobia and Islamophobia. There are those who are concerned about the burning of public services and infrastructure and damage to local properties and homes. There are those who are concerned about the levels of migration and there are those who are concerned about the levels of integration within our society. But I think all of those problems are best dealt with by conversation and engagement and not by violence on our streets.
Keith Buchanan.
Minister, you referred in your answer to PCSPs there and the possibility they do some work on the ground and do work on the ground. Is an opportunity your department fund through the Policing Board more funding for PCSP to do more of that work on the ground?
The member will be aware of the dire situation with funding for the Department of Justice and for the PSNI, and therefore I would say that unless and until the department receives higher levels of funding from the executive, and in turn the executive receives higher levels of funding from Westminster commensurate with our level of need, it will be very hard to achieve what the member suggests, because we are then having to make very difficult calls between whether we have more police officers in order to be able to police the community and engage with the community at neighbourhood level, or whether we are spending money on other projects at ground level. It is a challenging situation, and certainly I believe the work of PCSPs is very valuable. It's not one that I would want to see in any way damaged or frustrated, but there is a real challenge about the funding that we have available and how far we can stretch it at this point.
And I thank the Minister for her answers thus far, and I thank the Minister for clarifying that immigration is an accepted matter and the responsibility of the British Government and nothing to do with this House. The Minister will be aware that in recent weeks a DUP member came into this chamber and made claims regarding ethnicity and crime, which have since been confirmed as unsubstantiated by Fact Check NI. And would the Minister agree with me that it is important that when members are speaking about issues in this chamber, they use language that is accurate and responsible, and they avoid conflating topics or tarring an entire section of the community with one brush?
I think it is incredibly dangerous for us to ascribe responsibility for the crimes of an individual to a group of people with whom they associate. And I think there will be many people in this chamber today, particularly, who will be sensitive of why that would be an inappropriate thing to do. People will make their own decisions, they will commit offences, they will be held guilty of the crimes they have committed, and I don't think it is right that that should be used to besmirch those with whom they may previously have had association. And it's important that the same dignity and respect that we offer to those who share our skin colour and perhaps our religious background is extended to all of those who live within Northern Ireland. To have young people, as we did here in this House, have a young lady in this House distraught because the individual was identified as Sudanese and she happened to be Sudanese. For her to feel any level of guilt or responsibility or association with an individual who potentially committed a very serious crime, for me is something of real concern, and we need to be very careful about our language. We also need to remember that when our job as elected representatives is to inform the public, it is not simply to amplify the concerns that they may hold very dearly but which may be based in misinformation. It is for us to find the facts of the situation and to challenge misinformation where we see it and provide people with reassurance where appropriate, rather than simply amplify concerns that are often built on social media platforms where truth, frankly, is an unknown quantity.
Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her humanity and her leadership. Many of the asylum seekers I work with are put into the illegal immigrant narrative. Indeed, one woman I worked with was sold as a Daesh bride and prostituted every day for 2 years with her child up and present. With that in mind, can I ask the Minister to outline her department's role in trafficking, in tackling modern slavery and human trafficking?
Well, this is an area, of course, where when I attend those quadrilateral meetings that I spoke of earlier, we can actually engage helpfully, because we do have a policy and strategic responsibility for modern slavery and human trafficking, as well as responsibility for supporting those identified as victims of such in Northern Ireland. The majority of victims of modern slavery and human trafficking identified in Northern Ireland are migrants who have been exploited outside of the UK. Modern slavery and human trafficking are separate and distinct crimes based on exploitation, coercion and control. From illegal migration and people smuggling to consented facilitation of illegal entry, usually for financial gain. And therefore it is important that we look to the 2024 to 2027 Modern Slavery and Human Trafficking Strategy, which I published in July 24, and which sets out the strategic direction adopted by the Department and key partners to tackle those appalling crimes and protect vulnerable victims of exploitation. Responding to illegal migration remains a matter for the UK Government, but it is important at every stage that we seek to disentangle those who come here potentially undocumented and make a claim for asylum that is not illegal. Those who come here and make a claim for asylum and have documentation that is not illegal. Those who arrive here from other countries, other safe countries, and make a claim for asylum that is not illegal. Those who come here as economic migrants, either to work in the health service or to build their own businesses or to serve in other parts of society, that is not illegal. So there are very few people in Northern Ireland who fit comfortably into the illegal migration space. It will generally be those who have applied for asylum and have been refused and whose appeals have expired, and it is for the Home Office to deal with those situations, not for the Department of Justice.
Karen Collier, I thank the Minister for her answers thus far and for challenging some of the narratives that have been peddled in relation to immigration. Minister, what steps are you taking to support community safety partnerships in addressing misinformation about illegal immigration and help build confidence in how local criminality is being managed?
Well, I think there are a number of things. First of all, the community safety partnerships obviously receive funding both from the Department of Justice and from the PSNI. The work that they do and how they invest that resource is a matter for them, and they take account of the local situation and also the wider policing plan. So I would certainly encourage those, particularly in areas where there has been a particular focus on issues around migration, tensions around immigration, and particularly some of the race hate which we have seen spill over to our shame over recent weeks and months. I would hope that they would use that money wisely in order to counter misinformation. I have to say, Mr. Speaker, it is a much bigger issue though than just something that can be dealt with at community level. The extent of misinformation that is peddled on social media is of an industrial scale. It is internationally driven, not just nationally driven. The facts and figures behind it are often spurious, but stated with great confidence by those who don't do their own research. And it is incredibly dangerous for people to base their decisions on figures and supposed facts that they pick up on social media, because it is clear that many of those who own social media companies are not good faith actors in this space.
Mr. Speaker, recently at the TEO Committee, the Migrants' Rights Network complained that in the second half of 2025, the UK Government increased raids focused on illegal working. When raids increased by 76%, their arrests increased by 169%. What are the PSNI currently doing to stop illegal immigrants exploiting the poorest border to enter the UK to claim asylum? Minister, how many buses are they stopping each week?
Well, I'm not sure, because the member sits behind me, whether he was here when I started the answer to this question, but the enforcement of immigration is a matter for Border Force, which is an agency of the UK, and PSNI's only role is to act in support of them where they deem that that may be necessary. So where buses are stopped, either going north or going south, it would be by immigration officers from Border Force rather than from PSNI. It is the case, however, that where people have made false claims and where people have made illegal claims, that those people can be repatriated. That is already the case. But that again is a matter for the Home Office. It is not a matter for the Department of Justice. It is not a matter for the PSNI. It is a matter for the PSNI, however, where it's brought to their attention that there is illegal activity happening, obviously to investigate that. With respect to those who are working illegally, there are two elements to this. First of all, those people may be choosing to work illegally and may have come here to work illegally, and that needs to be looked at. Have they been trafficked here? Have they been brought here for financial and criminal exploitation purposes? Are they working because they choose to work, or are they being engaged in modern day slavery against their will? And all of those things have to be investigated by the PSNI, because it may not actually be the individuals who are working here who are the criminals. It may be those who traffic them here, and indeed those who employ them, often paying them, for example, less than minimum wage and not giving them any employment rights. And those are issues that need to be properly investigated. None of us want to live in a society where any section of society is exploited for commercial or financial gain.
Kath Wilson. Sure.
The Justice Act Northern Ireland 2016 introduced the early removal scheme for foreign national prisoners. The scheme allows fixed-term foreign national prisoners who are confirmed by the Home Office Immigration Enforcement to be removed from the UK up to a maximum of 135 days before the end of their requisite custodial period. The early removal scheme is a non-mandatory scheme, and prisoners must be willing to leave the country voluntarily and apply for the scheme themselves. The provisions apply to determinate sentence prisoners only. That is where the exact length of the sentence is fixed by the court. Those prisoners serving an extended custodial sentence, indeterminate sentence for public protection, or a life sentence cannot be removed under that scheme. The Northern Ireland Prison Service has no input into the Home Office's decision-making process. A warranted immigration officer is embedded within the Northern Ireland Prison Service estate at HMP Magabry, McGilligan and Hydebank Wood to manage immigration matters relating to foreign national individuals in custody. Their role includes progressing appropriate enforcement action, including removals and deportations. The scheme is promoted by the immigration officer to every remand and sentenced foreign national prisoner verbally within a month of committal, and also by the issuing of an explanatory leaflet. NIP staff will explain the early removal process to any prisoner who is eligible to apply under the scheme when completing planned contacts. This includes at the committal interview stage, when foreign national prisoners are asked if they meet the criteria for the early removal scheme, would they be interested in applying for consideration by the Home Office. Information is also contained in a sentence booklet every prisoner receives when meeting their sentence manager for the first time. There are also foreign national forums held monthly where any queries can be addressed.
We must move on to topicals. Now I call Patsy Madlone.
Minister, in light of the Jeffrey Donaldson case and the public concern it has generated, can you outline what steps your department is taking to safeguard public confidence in policing, particularly around the handling of sensitive information?
Well, I think that there are a few things to say. First of all, I want to pay tribute to those PSNI officers, to the PPS and to the courts who saw justice delivered for the two victims last week. When information was brought to the police, I believe that they handled it appropriately and they did so swiftly. And I think it is to their credit that they did so. It is also to the credit of the two women involved that they were willing to come forward and subject themselves to such a difficult process, having obviously been subjected to a full trial. In terms of what the PSNI may or may not have known, or indeed what previous police services or indeed security service may or may not have known over the years, particularly where it pertains to security service, it's not something that is a matter for me. However, I do believe that there are questions to be asked, and I have raised those, as you know, in my capacity as leader of the Alliance Party. There will be opportunities at the Policing Board as soon as this week for members of the board to also raise those questions in terms of what was known and when. However, there is no suggestion that the PSNI knew of serious offending and turned a blind eye to it, insofar as I am aware.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Minister. And I too agree with your sentiments there about the investigating officer, and particularly those victims of this terrible crime, and they're coming forward and having to go through that lengthy court ordeal for them. Minister, recognising the operational independence of the PSNI, can you confirm whether your department has sought any formal assurance that intelligence handling protocols were properly applied in the Donaldson case, and whether you're satisfied that the existing governance framework is robust enough to prevent any failures, if any, in future, and whether you believe that further transparency measures are needed to maintain public confidence following such a high-profile case?
Well, I think that if there was intelligence gathering, first of all, it would fall outside of my remit, because again, intelligence, particularly at a national security level, is a reserved matter. However, I am aware that colleagues in Westminster have been raising these issues, both with the House authorities in Westminster and indeed more widely with the NIO and others. I do think it is important that people distinguish between what may be people's private lives, and I believe that people have a right to their privacy. And even where that may speak of a degree of hypocrisy, I understand that there are reasons in a society which, for all the reasons known to us all, can be very sanctimonious, very judgmental, very homophobic, and very challenging about individuals' sexuality, and there can be a prurient interest in people's personal lives. I don't believe that that is appropriate, but I do think that needs to be shaken out from the wider points around criminal offending, and that is the bit of this that I think is important to focus on. What people did in their private lives in many ways is a matter between them and their God.
Tom Cameron.
Speaker, could I ask the Justice Minister what discussion she's had with the PSNI regarding the seizure of and also the storage of e-scooters, e-bikes and e-scramblers?
Well, we have had some conversations with PSNI, particularly in light of the cross-party amendment that has been brought to the Justice Bill and was thankfully passed and will now become law. I think that is very useful, that our own party colleagues and my party colleagues under the leadership of Mr McGlone were able to bring that forward as successfully as they did. And certainly the PSNI would welcome the ability to be able to seize those vehicles where they are being used in a way to create nuisance. The challenge for the PSN at the moment is, they have powers of seizure, they must on the first occasion issue a warning. And to have contact with those who are doing this for a second time creates genuine problems in terms of being able to nip the activity in the bud. I think that what we have proposed by way of an amendment to the Justice Bill, which will allow them at the first contact to seize the scooters, will be a strong deterrent, I think, not only for the young people and the nuisance behaviour, but potentially for the parents who will have to pay to replace them.
Thank you, and thank the Minister for her answer, and I very much welcome the amendment to the Justice Bill around this subject, and thank my colleagues across the Chamber for the good work they've done on that. Can you advise, Minister, what cost the PSNI is carrying for the seizure, storage and disposal of these vehicles, and whether that cost is creating a barrier to enforcement?
Well, there is a cost to this, and there is also a cost that can be levied to the public. For example, if cars are left by the side of the road when they've been damaged and the police have to seize them and move them, there is a cost, and that can be passed on. That is something that we will have to look at in terms of ensuring that we look for full cost recovery in all of those issues, because, as I say, for a long time that has not been pursued perhaps as actively as we would have wished. But we are now in a situation where we do not have the financial resources to absorb the extra costs. It will also be a consideration going forward if there are going to be more e-scooters and vehicles and so on potentially seized. But I would hope that the legislation itself may act as a deterrent to those who head out, not just to ride a scooter lawfully, but to head out and ride a scooter either without a licence, without proper head protection, and in a manner that is simply to cause nuisance to local neighbourhoods. They have become a scourge in many areas, and it is important, I think, the PSNI have the proper the proper tools in their armoury to be able to deal with it in a way that hopefully will restore confidence, public confidence in their ability to address it. But there is undoubtedly a cost that comes with all of this, and that is something that we will have to discuss with them.
Even done.
Speaker, can I ask the Minister for an update on both the financial and administrative strategies to resolve both the PSNI holiday pay issue and also the MacLeod pension remedy backlog, two issues which are causing great concern to my constituents and I know many people right across Northern Ireland?
Sir.
Well, a number of these issues, as the member to my left has helpfully indicated, are somewhat reliant on us being able to pass the budget. However, it has not stopped the ongoing engagement of the Department, the PSNI and the Department for Finance in terms of how we respond to those. However, given that some of them are currently before tribunals and courts, it would be inappropriate for me to give further detail.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for her answer. Does the Minister recognise that these delays are causing a lot of stress both to current officers and also those who have served in the past and impacting the morale as well of current officers? And what level of engagement have you had around this issue both in the past and also your plans in the future on this?
We've had very active engagement, as I say, with PSNI and with the Department of Finance, because ultimately we will have to get the money to pay for this. I've said all along that the extent of the potential costs would far outstrip what the Department of Justice could afford to pay from within its own budgetary lines, and we've been clear about that from the outset. We are somewhat ahead in the process, as the member will be aware. Some of these issues, for example holiday pay, are not just pertinent to police officers but also affect other public servants. We happen to be slightly ahead of those other public servants, and so what we want to do is resolve this as quickly and expeditiously as possible, both in the interests of those to whom the money is owed, but also in the interests of setting out clear boundaries around what this might look like as a wider settlement for the whole of the public sector. But it is an incredible amount of money. We have already had an allocation of 119 million towards the data breach. and we are talking of something in the same sort of order when it comes to potential holiday pay, and that's a much more fluid figure. So it will depend a lot on what the courts rule and the tribunals rule, and that's where we are at the moment. It will, in all likelihood, I have to say, crystallise in year, and that is why our engagement has been so intense with PSNI around the business case for this, and also with the Department of Finance to get that approved.
Kate Nicholl.
Mr. Speaker, can I ask the Minister of Justice for an update on the work of the Executive Programme on paramilitarism and organised crime, please?
The programme on paramilitarism and organised crime, for which I'm lead minister, brings together departments, statutory agencies and community partners to deliver a public health whole system approach to tackling paramilitarism. The programme invests in over 100 evidence-based interventions to address paramilitary harm across Northern Ireland, bringing together robust law enforcement, support for individuals and communities, and early intervention to support young people at risk of exploitation. Alongside this, public awareness campaigns such as Ending the Harm have played an important role in exposing coercive control, challenging paramilitary influence, and encouraging people to come forward for help. That multidisciplinary, cross-departmental approach has seen tangible outcomes. Paramilitary violence and intimidation have reduced, and tens of thousands of people have received support within their communities. The programme has also improved collaboration on this issue across the system, as well as supporting new responses to child criminal exploitation and putting in place credible pathways for those engaged or at risk of becoming engaged in gang violence. Just this month, a new Custody Navigator project has started under the programme to support individuals at the point of justice contact to provide care pathways away from harm and criminality. More broadly, we're analysing the lessons learned from the decade of delivery and engaging with stakeholders and other departments in order to decide how the Executive will take this forward when the current programme mandate ends in March 2027. That has to build on the progress that's already been made in terms of protecting people, strengthening communities and preventing future generations from being drawn into paramilitarism.
Thank you, and I thank the Minister for her answer. It's really important work that's being done. I wonder if she would be able to provide a bit more detail on the Custody Navigators project, please.
Yes, through the Executive Programme, we are delivering a wider suite of interventions focused on prevention, early intervention and supporting those most at risk. The Custody Navigator project provides support at the point of justice contact and is the expansion of the Another Way project into Derry and Strabane, which works proactively within communities, particularly younger people at risk. Together, the two approaches ensure that individuals are identified much earlier, offer tailored support and provided with clear pathways away from harm and criminality. It isn't about a single intervention, Mr. Speaker, but about a coordinated system of support, combining enforcement with prevention, safeguarding and wraparound services to break cycles of harm and build safer communities. It also builds on the excellent work done by youth services and youth workers. And I think we underestimate at our peril the input that youth workers can have in terms of guiding young people in a teachable moment and taking them away from the clutches of criminal organisations.
Keith Buchanan.
Minister, in an answer previously you said that very few in Northern Ireland entered illegally. Yet no, the Secretary of State a few weeks ago indicated that 1,000 last year were deported from Northern Ireland. And previous to this question, a few weeks ago you were in the Chamber of Ministers and I'd asked you the point that we have probably indicated we do. Have we got a problem or not?
Well, if the member was listening to what I actually said, I said that very few people, when you drill down into it, enter Northern Ireland illegally. But I did say that some may become illegal while they're here, if, for example, that their claim for asylum is rejected and their appeals against those decisions are rejected. That makes them illegal because they then have to be removed. So the fact that there are 1,000 people deported, which I have to say in relative terms per head of population is relatively small, but if 1,000 people are deported because they have become illegal, that is a reflection of the fact that the system is actually dealing with those who do not have a right to remain. The problem is that when this discourse happens in the public arena, we conflate migration with illegal immigration all the time. And those who listen to the loud and angry voices around illegal immigration are not looking at the individuals whose windows they're smashing, whose cars they're burning, who they're harassing on their way into the hospital, and who they're attacking in the street. They're not looking at their immigration status, nor should they be, by the way. I find it just as offensive that people are being stopped in the street and having their papers demanded off them, like some kind of SS operation. in my own constituency. That's not acceptable. So to be absolutely clear, if people are being deported, it's because the immigration system is actually doing its job.
Minister, I'm going to read out my previous question, my oral question. How the Department could contribute to addressing community concerns regarding criminality associated with illegal immigration. Minister, we watched a gentleman getting his head nearly removed in the street. That's a problem. Why you think it's not or it isn't, it's a problem. I refer to it as something I witnessed in the slaughterhouse, my previous job. We have to address it. I'm not radical. I'm just a normal MLA talking to normal people in the streets. They have concerns. Minister, please don't judge them.
Well, as I said, there are a lot of people in our community who have concerns, and I've spoken with Stephen Ogilvy's family, and they have concerns that the horrific attack on him was weaponised and used to bring people onto the street and to make victims of other people. They spoke to me passionately about the many foreign national people in the health service who have taken care of Stephen in his time of need, and of the fact that one of the people who rescued him was also an immigrant. So I think rather than focus on the migration status, we focus, as I said earlier, on the crime. The crime that was committed was horrendous. There's someone who has been arrested and charged. That will be prosecuted through the courts, and that the justice will take its course. And in a civilised society, that is the contract that we make. We do not take the law into our own hands. We do not take retribution on other innocent people because they happen to have associated with someone who has committed a heinous crime. I'm sure you would agree. So let's not do that simply because somebody is of a different skin colour or nationality.
Point of order. Mr. Speaker, in just a few hours' time, this House will go into recess for 2 months, more than 2 months, but there are two outstanding and grave matters which the public in Northern Ireland want us to deal with, but we're walking away. So I want your advice on standing orders. Number one, we currently do not have a budget which will threaten public service delivery over this summer, creating chaos. We may have to come back and pass a budget bill. Number two, the revelations around Jeffrey Donaldson have thrown this institution, including, Mr. Speaker, it has to be said, your speakership, into grave doubt. I attempted to ask an urgent oral question today to the First and Deputy First Minister, particularly the Deputy First Minister. I am sorry to say that was rejected. Mr. Speaker, what are the mechanisms under standing orders for MLAs, if necessary, to recall this Assembly over the summer, if necessary, to ask further questions, to pass a budget bill, and, if necessary, to express our confidence or otherwise in either the Speaker or Ministers?
Okay, I would suggest to the member, he's a leader of the opposition, to actually learn the standing orders. Yeah. You know full well the rules. And if anybody has any notion that I done anything to protect Jeffrey Donaldson, after all that he had done to me previously, they are living in some other world or other planet, and I will be cleared of any of the accusations that have been made against me by any individuals in this place or outside of it, because I have done nothing wrong. I make that absolutely clear. I would never have protected Jeffrey Donaldson in any circumstance had he done wrong, but given what he done on me in particular, previous to that, I definitely wouldn't have. So we move on to the issue that's at hand, and that's the Magdalene Laundries and Workhouses Redress Scheme Bill, and I call the Junior Minister to wind.
And just at the outset of my remarks, can I, like others, welcome and pay tribute to all of you in the gallery here today. Many of you who have travelled to be here throughout all of the bill stages. And I also want to mention those who can't be here with us today in person, but they will be watching online. And a special mention, of course, goes to all of those who are no longer with us, because today is a hugely significant day for all victims and survivors. One where it is only right and proper that we mark it as the significant milestone that it undoubtedly is. Today belongs to you. Just over 12 months ago, when introducing the legislation to establish an inquiry into mother and baby institutions, Magdalene Laundries and Workhouses, and an associated redress scheme, the First Minister, Michelle O'Neill, said, "These institutions and practices were a product of systemic misogyny. The regime inflicted on women and girls, many while heavily pregnant, was appalling and constituted cruel, inhumane and degrading treatment. Today, we must also acknowledge that not only did women have their rights grossly denied within these institutions, so too did their children, now adults, they too were failed on every level. And dealing with this injustice was core to the approach of this bill. Before concluding deliberations on this bill, however, I firstly want to bring the focus back to the women and children, now adults, their families, and all survivors whose experiences have brought us to this point. I also want to join with Junior Minister Bunting by reiterating my thanks to each and every one of those people without whom there is no doubt we would not be where we are today. I want to thank you for your courage, for your tenacity, for your dedication and the generosity that you have shown, not just in terms of your time, but the generosity you have shown by sharing your experiences, which I know can evoke complex and difficult emotions for so many. And on a personal note, I just want to say how much of a privilege it has been for me to lead and take this legislation through the House on behalf of the Executive Office. I hope that this now respects and fulfils the wishes of those women and girls who for many decades have suffered and who have been silenced. This is a large and a complex and sensitive piece of legislation. It is no doubt a much more complex piece of legislation than it first appeared, and there were many factors to balance. And in our view, it is one of the most significant bills that this Assembly will pass in this mandate, establishing, as it will, a statutory inquiry for those affected by mother and baby institutions, Magdalen laundries and workhouses, and a redress scheme. The bill as a whole is estimated to cost £118 million, and it will provide redress to many thousands of individuals. And this represents a significant commitment from the Executive to deliver on the agreed recommendations in the Truth Recovery Design Panel. And today, as we mark this momentous step closer to the establishment of an inquiry, I hope many victims and survivors will feel able to take this moment in, to look around and congratulate themselves for all of their hard work, for their relentless efforts and campaigning that helped us to get to where we are today. Indeed, this has been a collective effort involving countless hours of deliberation, consultation, meetings, debates and decisions. And as well as thanking each and every one of those victims and survivors who have contributed, I also would like to take this opportunity to thank those members of this House, past and present, particularly the committee chair, members of the committee who have worked so diligently and carefully to study and examine the bill, to listen to victims and survivors, and to bring to the House amendments that could potentially improve the bill. The House listened carefully and made final decisions to the best of its ability, given the many factors to balance. And I think we can agree that what we now have in front of us is a bill that meets the needs of victims and survivors, and a bill that is fit for purpose. The content of the bill in front of us has largely been informed and shaped by the voices, efforts and experiences of victims and survivors, and for that I want to publicly acknowledge and thank them for their efforts. Throughout the passage of this legislation, members have rightly focused on clauses, on amendments and schedules, and those things are important because they will help make sure that the inquiry that is established is robust, it's independent and capable of delivering meaningful findings. But this legislation is ultimately about people. It's about women and girls whose lives were shaped by powerful systems and institutions that exercised profound power over them. It's about women and girls who have lived for decades with unanswered questions, and it is about women and girls who have often felt that their experiences were silenced, they were overlooked, or simply forgotten. And for too many years, the lives of too many of these women and girls and their children who are now adults have been scarred by their experiences in these institutions. And these are scars and wounds that only deepen with time. Trauma sometimes buried so deep that only the truth can begin to diminish its hold. A shameful and ugly truth that we all must confront, because it wasn't just institutions and the state that played such a harmful role in the lives of many of these victims and survivors. Society also failed so many women and girls as it collectively turned a blind eye to the misogyny, to the sexism and heartbreaking lack of humanity. And it is only by addressing these truths, hidden in the dark shadows, that we can begin to properly shine a light on a society that continues to violate and oppress too many women and girls. And to make sure that this never, ever happens again, and that together we commit to break the cycle of harm and violence against women and girls. The inquiry established by this bill will seek to uncover facts, examine evidence, hear testimony and build the fullest possible understanding of what happened to these young women and girls and their children in these institutions, and it will uncover and better understand the pathways and practices that led women and children into and out of these institutions. For many survivors, however, the significance of the inquiry goes beyond its legal powers or investigative functions. For them, what matters is knowing there will finally be an independent process dedicated to hearing their voices. A process designed not to dismiss difficult experiences, but to examine them. A process that recognises that personal testimony isn't simply evidence, but it is an essential part of understanding our history. That is why victims and survivors have been so integral to the development of these arrangements. It is why the legislation contains provisions intended to make sure that their perspectives remain and must remain core to the work of the inquiry. And it is why we have sought to build a framework that is capable of operating in a manner that is respectful, that's compassionate, and mindful of the trauma that many women and girls and their now adult children continue to carry. And I know for some the prospect of engaging with the inquiry may feel daunting, and it is for this reason that we listened to victims and survivors when they told us they wanted us to create a dual investigation so that individuals had the option to engage with an expert independent panel and provide testimony in a different and a more informal setting. And indeed, that process is now complete, and we very much look forward to the independent panel launching its report next week on the 7th of July. And to those of you who may be doubtful and questioning whether to engage in the statutory inquiry that this bill will establish, please consider it carefully. We understand that some may question whether revisiting painful memories is worthwhile. Others may wonder whether one person's account can truly make a difference. And my message to those individuals is simple. Your voice is important. Your voice matters. Your experience matters. And your contribution could help provide answers, not only for yourself, but for the countless others whose lives were impacted by these institutions. Every testimony, every family experience, every record and every piece of evidence has the potential to deepen our understanding of life within a mother and baby home, a Magdalen laundry or workhouse. These testimonies will help create a fuller and a more accurate account of a chapter in history that has yet to be fully written. Moving now to the second key element of the bill, the redress scheme is unlike any other. It will get financial redress to victims and survivors before completion and delivery of the findings of the inquiry. And this came about by ministers listening to victims and survivors as they set out their wish for a statutory redress scheme that would provide financial acknowledgement before the work of the inquiry was finalised. The redress scheme provides an inclusive, supported and simple application process, not one requiring a statement of experience. It does not require an applicant to sign a waiver. Payments will not impact a person's social security payments, and there will be no deductions for any previous payments a person may have had. Importantly too, there will be support from community partners for applications to make sure that the scheme is simple and trauma-informed. And all of this, I know, will be warmly welcomed by all members across this House. The standardised payment provided through the scheme will never be capable of reflecting the entirety of what people endured. No payment could ever achieve that, nor is it intended to. As is only right and fair, some individuals will also be provided with an opportunity to apply for an individually assessed payment following the inquiry. And this will go some way to reflect the more difficult experiences. That, however, is for another day and another piece of legislation. The creation of an independent redress service supported by appropriate powers and safeguards is intended to make sure that applications are handled fairly and consistently. Equally important is the fact that the scheme has evolved in response to the views of victims and survivors themselves. The changes made following consultation demonstrates our willingness to listen and to adapt the scheme to better meet the needs of those it is intended to serve. And I also think it's important that we remember those who are not here to see this day. Many people campaigned for acknowledgement, truth and redress, but did not live long enough to witness the legislation reach this stage today. We owe it to them and to their families to make sure that their experiences remain part of this process and memorialisation initiatives and part of the historical record that the inquiry will establish. Finally, as pleased as we are to stand here today as this legislation passes, it goes without saying that no legislation can undo the harrowing experiences that have happened in the past. No bill can erase the grief experienced by mothers who were separated from their children, by children who grew up without the knowledge of who they are, or by those whose lives were shaped by loss, shame, stigma and silence. What we can do is face that past honestly. What we can do is create a process that seeks the truth wherever it leads. And what we can do is acknowledge the experience of those affected. And we can provide a measure of recognition to people who have waited many years to receive it. And that is exactly what this bill seeks to achieve. To those still considering whether to come forward, your testimony matters. To those who have spent years searching for answers, this inquiry will seek those answers. And to all who were affected, this Assembly recognises both the importance of the truth and the importance of acknowledging the impact that these institutions had on people's lives. Today is not by any means the end of that journey, but rather it opens the door to an important new part of that journey. And we wish to assure each and every one of you that we will continue to work to implement the legislation in full and at as quick a pace as the process provides. Today marks an important step towards truth, towards acknowledgement, towards accountability, and we hope a greater measure of understanding for all of those affected. In closing, I want to thank the efforts of our officials, Martin Curry and the Truth Recovery team of Michaela, Francesca, Stephanie, Pauline and the rest of the team. Your efforts, dedication, professionalism have been central to shaping the delivery of this essential piece of legislation. And just finally, we hope that those gathered in the public gallery and those who are watching online feel the significance of this moment because it belongs to you. We commend each and every one of you and all of those whose voices you carry with you. And although this is the final stage of this bill, it is certainly not the end, and we will walk with you every step of the way. Today is your day. I commend the bill to the House.
Thank you. The question is that the inquiry, Mother and Baby Institutions, Magdalene Laundries and Workhouses and Redress Scheme Bill do now pass. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The final stage of the inquiry, Mother and Baby Institutions, Magdalene Laundries and Workhouses and Redress Scheme Bill has passed. The bill has passed. We now move on to the further consideration stage of the Dilapidation Bill, and I call the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, Andrew Muir, to move the bill.
I beg to move that the further consideration stage of the Dilapidation Bill be agreed.
As no amendments have been tabled for debate, there is no opportunity to discuss the Dilapidation Bill today. Members will, of course, be able to have a full debate at final stage. The further consideration of the stage of the Dilapidation Bill is therefore concluded. The bill stands referred to the Speaker. Well done, Mr Muir. You've brought unity to your office on this occasion, so congratulations on that. Next item on the order paper is the second stage of the Fisheries, Aquaculture and Water Environment Bill. And again, I call the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to move the second stage.
I beg to move that the second stage of the Fisheries, Aquaculture and Water Environment Bill be agreed.
The second stage of Fisheries, Aquaculture and Water Environment Bill has been moved, and in accordance with convention, the Business Committee has not allocated any time limits in this debate. I call the Minister to open the debate on the bill.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I firstly want to thank my executive colleagues for their support in bringing forward this important bill before the Assembly today, and look forward to working constructively with members as it progresses. This bill is a significant and necessary step forward in how we manage, protect and develop Northern Ireland's fisheries, aquaculture sector and the wider water environment. Its purpose is clear: to modernise outdated law, strengthen accountability, protect the environment and support responsible economic opportunity. The Fisheries Act, Northern Ireland 1966, has served us well, but it was designed for a very different world. Since its enactment, pressures on fish stocks have increased, biodiversity loss has become more evident, and the impacts of climate change are better understood.
At the same time, aquaculture has evolved into a more diverse and innovative industry, while expectations around environmental governance and sustainability have rightly increased. This bill responds to those changes in a coherent and practical way, guided by the principles of sustainability, accountability and opportunity, and I believe it is legislation which all members can hopefully support. Part 1 of the bill places a clear set of statutory objectives for inland fisheries into Northern Ireland law for the first time. These objectives are not simply aspirational statements. They form the foundation of a modern fisheries management framework. They reflect internationally recognised best design and align Northern Ireland with contemporary approaches to sustainable resource management. Taken together, these objectives provide a clear strategic direction for fisheries policy, while allowing the flexibility necessary to respond to evolving scientific evidence and environmental conditions. They also make clear that environmental protection and economic use are not competing priorities. Instead, they recognise that long-term prosperity depends on healthy ecosystems. The bill also requires my department to publish an inland fisheries policy statement, setting out plainly how these objectives will be interpreted and applied. This will not sit on the shelf. It will be reviewed, updated and subject to consultation. And importantly, where decisions depart from that policy, the reasons must be explained publicly. This is a meaningful step forward in terms of transparency and accountability. In terms of strengthening regulation of inland waters, the bill modernises long-standing powers under the Fisheries Act, Northern Ireland 1966, ensuring they are fit for today's environmental and industry challenges. This matters because fisheries management today goes far beyond simply catching fish. It involves supply chains, ecosystems, data and compliance, and this bill ensures we have the tools to manage all of those effectively. It also provides flexibility to respond to changing science, environmental conditions and emerging risks. At the same time, the bill includes safeguards. Where regulations would amend primary legislation, impose fees or create additional criminal offences, they will be subject to affirmative resolution procedure requiring Assembly approval. That approach preserves proper legislative oversight while avoiding the need for frequent primary legislation to make technical updates. In terms of enhancing sea fisheries enforcement, Part 2 strengthens enforcement powers at sea, ensuring that rules can be applied fairly and effectively. It equips enforcement officers with clear modern powers aligned with the Marine and Coastal Access Act 2009 to board vessels, inspect activity and act where offences are suspected. This is not about overreach, it is about fairness. Law-abiding fishers should not be undercut by illegal, unreported or unregulated activity, and this bill will ensure a level playing field for all. Effective enforcement is essential to maintaining public confidence and ensuring that regulations are meaningful. It enables officers to carry out their duties with the tools they need while operating within a well-established legal framework that includes appropriate safeguards. Without it, even the best designed system risks being undermined by non-compliance. In terms of updating penalties and introducing proportionate enforcement, a key feature of the bill is the modernisation of penalties for fisheries and water-related offences. Many of the penalties in existing legislation are decades old and no longer act as effective deterrents. In some cases, fines are set at levels that do not reflect the seriousness of the harm that can be caused to ecosystems or fish stocks. The bill addresses this by increasing fines, often to levels of up to £50,000 in line with other jurisdictions. This is not about being punitive for its own sake. It's about ensuring that the legal framework reflects the true value of our natural resources and the importance of protecting them for future generations. But enforcement must also be proportionate. That is why Part 4 enables fixed penalty notices to be introduced for less serious breaches, allowing issues to be dealt with quickly and effectively, while reserving the courts for more significant cases. This approach reduces the burden on our courts, provides a quicker resolution and allows enforcement resources to be focused on more serious cases. The detail of how fixed penalty notices will operate will be set out in regulations and subject to Assembly approval. In terms of modernising aquaculture, Part 5 brings long overdue reform to aquaculture licensing. It replaced the outdated fish culture licence with a modern aquaculture licence, reflecting the diversity of the sector, from fish to shellfish to aquatic plants and seaweed. It provides for clear conditions and the ability to transfer licences where appropriate. This is about enabling growth and also ensuring that that is responsible. Aquaculture provides real economic opportunity, and this bill helps ensure that that opportunity is realised responsibly without compromising the environment. Importantly, the bill includes transitional provisions so existing licences continue seamlessly as aquaculture licences with their conditions unchanged. This gives the sector stability and certainty whilst also enabling future development. In terms of improving licensing and environmental accountability, Part 6 amends fish dealer licensing and introduces a clearer power to recover costs for damage to riverbeds caused by unlawful actions. This is a straightforward principle that those who cause environmental damage should bear the cost of putting it right. These measures contribute to a more robust and coherent regulatory framework. In terms of financial impact, a full regulatory impact assessment has been completed, and it concludes that the bill does not introduce significant new financial burdens and that any costs are outweighed by the long-term benefits. I am aware, however, that detailed examination and revisions to the assessment are required as the bill progresses, and this will reflect evidence provided in scrutiny to ensure the impacts are appropriately assessed. The bill largely provides a framework building on existing enforcement powers rather than creating substantial new expenditure. The cost of inaction, however, in terms of environmental damage, loss of tourism and declining stocks is far greater. In terms of commencement, the bill provides for most of its provisions to come into operation shortly after royal assent. However, the aquaculture licence provisions will be commenced at a later stage, allowing time for appropriate preparation and stakeholder engagement. This phased approach reflects the need to balance progress with careful implementation. In closing, Mr. Speaker, this bill is about building a modern, sustainable and resilient fisheries and aquaculture system for Northern Ireland. It recognises that our aquatic environments are not only economic assets, but living ecosystems to support biodiversity, strengthen climate resilience and benefit communities across Northern Ireland. It sets clear objectives, strengthens enforcement, modernises outdated provisions and provides the flexibility to respond to future challenges. At the same time, it maintains appropriate safeguards, ensures transparency and preserves the role of the Assembly in scrutinising significant regulatory changes. I recognise that members will wish to examine the detail of the bill carefully, and I welcome that scrutiny. This is a framework that will help shape policy and practice for years to come, and it is right that it is subject to thorough scrutiny through the committee stage and beyond. I commend the bill to the Assembly and look forward to constructive engagement with members as we take forward this important legislation. Thank you.
Robbie Butler. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And on behalf of the Committee for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, I welcome the opportunity to speak in this second stage debate on the Fisheries, Aquaculture and Water Environment Bill. The Committee has been anticipating this bill for some time. Back in May 2025, the Department actually advised the Committee of its proposed policy direction, which was followed by 2 public consultations later that year. The Committee considered the consultation responses in February of 2026 and noted that broad stakeholder support for reforms, with emphasis on the need for urgent and resourced action to improve water quality, stronger and consistent enforcement and new powers to regulate fishing rights, with a clear focus on protecting the wider ecosystem. Mr. Speaker, earlier this month the Committee received a pre-introduction briefing from officials and were advised that the bill is intended to modernise, consolidate the legislative framework by replacing the outdated and fragmented Fisheries Act Northern Ireland 1966. And we heard that the bill is intended to support sustainable and profitable fisheries underpinned by a resilient marine ecosystem, contribute to wider strategic objectives, and that it will establish statutory duties and objectives for the Department, strengthen regulatory and enforcement powers across inland and sea fisheries, update licensing systems and reflect current environmental standards and policy priorities, whilst aligning the UK Fisheries Act 2020 and the 2022 Joint Fisheries Statement. Mr. Speaker, the Committee noted that the bill will introduce a proportionate enforcement framework and graduated penalty regime designed to deter non-compliance. We understand that the approach to inland fisheries prioritises conservation, protection and environment over maximising the catch, and aims to establish a balanced framework informed by environmental, economic and social considerations alongside scientific advice. In relation to aquaculture, we heard that the bill represents modernisation from a narrow licence-driven approach to a more integrated ecosystem-based regime. Furthermore, we heard that the bill introduces a streamlined licensing framework intended to reduce barriers to entry, with water quality as a central objective. Mr Speaker, the committee noted that the estimated staff costs of the policy and legislative development is almost £230,000, with the budget confirmed up to March 2027. And we also noted that existing legislation already provides enforcement powers to authorise officers both at sea and inland, so there should be no significant additional financial implications in this area. The committee took the opportunity to question the officials on several issues and highlight matters warranting scrutiny at committee stage, but they're not limited to these. Drawn on our experience of the committee stage of the Dilapidations Bill, when a lack of clarity of definitions on the face of the bill created much deliberation, the committee queried the issue of definitions, and officials provided assurance that all relevant terms will be clearly defined within the bill. Members also queried the shift from a species-based approach to an ecosystem-based approach, including how this will operate in terms of monitoring fish stocks and measuring success. Officials highlighted that while extensive scientific data exists, recognised gaps remain, particularly in light of recent challenges such as Loch Ness, and that work is ongoing to strengthen monitoring and evidence-based decision-making. Mr Speaker, the committee also queried how the bill will address the needs of the broad range of water users, from recreational interests to hydropower, and its alignment with other frameworks such as the River Basin Management Plans. And officials clarified that specific user groups are primarily addressed through other legislation, and this bill aims to integrate fisheries policy into the wider water policy framework, and that is to support sustainable use for environmental and societal benefits. Members emphasised the importance of maintaining consistency with cross-jurisdictional arrangements, as fish don't read law and naturally move across many boundaries. Officials highlighted that alignment is provided through existing EU-derived arrangements, and that coherence with existing regulatory frameworks was identified as a main consideration. Mr Speaker, members also highlighted the impact of SORPing, the Statement of Regulatory Principles and Intent, on the legislation, and the need for strong interdepartmental working, particularly between DAERA and DFI. Officials advised that a move to a more consistent and equitable enforcement regime remains under consideration at executive level, and that coordinated interdepartmental engagement is ongoing to address issues such as wastewater and improve water quality outcomes. Members queried the public engagement and education, and officials highlighted ongoing stakeholder engagement, including co-design approaches linked to the River Basin Management Plan. Mr Speaker, the committee reflected on its recent scrutiny of the Dilapidation Bill, noting that a modernisation of powers table had been particularly helpful in clearly setting out legislative changes. Members therefore requested that the Department provide a similar comparative analysis to support committee scrutiny should the bill pass second stage today. Mr Speaker, overall the committee welcomes the bill and a joined-up system approach to the management of water, environment and fisheries. Members are acutely aware that water quality remains a significant public concern, particularly in light of issues at Loch Ness, Belfast Lough and pollution in other lochs and rivers. As part of its scrutiny, the committee intends to explore a number of issues, including the regulatory burdens, whether enforcement will be fair and proportionate, possible restrictions on fishing and land use activities, and whether sufficient funding and resources will be available to deliver on the bill's intended aims. Mr Speaker, I hope I have given the House a flavour of the committee's early consideration of the issues. The committee supports the principles of the bill and look forward to considering it in greater detail. Just going to move briefly to speak as the Ulster Unionist spokesperson on these matters, with your indulgence. I'd just like to cover a number of issues with regard to the principles of the bill, and I don't think there's too many in the House would understate the need for clean water, regardless of what that has to do with. I think the concept of clean water, in terms of its value to the ecosystem, is one that all of us share, whether that is our farmers, our fishers who provide our food, whether it's industry, or whether it is those growing number of individuals who use our water, whether it is the inland waters, the rivers, our lakes or lochs, or the coastal waters for cool water bathing. Because it's in all of our interests, and it's all linked, that clean water is a matter of health for everyone in Northern Ireland. But this bill needs to clearly identify the challenges and pressures that in delivering that it is part of a wider ecosystem, and it is about balancing the environmental protection with our food security, and the Ulster Unionist Party will not be found wanting in that space. And I'd like the Minister had said, these possibly have been viewed as competing demands, but they're not competing demands, because clean water is part of sustainable food production. And it is in all of our interests to speak very plainly and clearly with that shared ambition to ensure that any impact or challenges are faced squarely head-on, because food security is evidently our biggest indigenous industry, significantly important to our internal economy of around £7.5 billion, holding up 110,000 jobs, but that doesn't diminish the need and the ambition for clean water. We also want to ensure that anglers are involved in this conversation, because fishing, as we found last week on a visit to Portaferry and Portavogie in particular, that we do have indigenous species of fish and shellfish in this area. I know the member from Strangford is agreeing and will understand the value of our fishers in those areas. And there are other complexities. We have the Isle of Man government, which has now done a bit of a circle around its island, which has made it very difficult for our fishers from Portavogie, from Kilkeel and Portaferry to actually craft and graft a living from some of the finest seafood that's available on these islands. And whilst this legislation doesn't necessarily sit neatly in that challenge, it doesn't sit in isolation either. And we need to look at all of these things in line. The other one I want to talk about is evidence that must be available, because I do believe that we do need to look at the data, the science, and it is very clear from our visit last week to Portavogie that sometimes the evidence is missing. Not necessarily in condition to this bill, but in terms of our seabeds in particular, where some of the stuff hasn't been mapped out probably adequately enough to mean that any regulation there would need to be fair and measured against the absolute data that we have. And then we need to learn from the lessons of Lough Neagh, because we haven't cracked that one yet. There is still a lot of work to be done on Lough Neagh and also Belfast Lough. And that is a segue for me to talk about the need for statutory agencies to lead the way. And that goes back to the SORPI arrangements. And I know the Minister has struck out over a year ago in regard to tackling that thorny issue. But it is something that we need to grapple with as this Assembly term runs down and the new one comes. We need not miss the opportunity that if we don't get off on the right foot and if we don't find those collective interdepartmental arrangements, we doom it to failure, because we need to set the standard for the changes that need to come. I want to ask, maybe the Minister will touch on this when he winds in regard to the adequateness of funding and resources for this, because I do feel that whilst there is a claim that this may not come with a specific and quantified absolute financial package, I can't see that this being delivered in totality without the adequate funding and resources that is there. And I want to go back then to the fair and proportionate enforcement, and that talks to the data and ensuring that we have the public confidence to deliver what I do believe could be a very worthy piece of legislation. We need to ensure that the evidence that we produce is co-produced and it is agreed upon, because when we come to passing legislation that comes with regulation and enforcement, it is absolutely vital that that enforcement is fair for those people, particularly those who produce our food. I'm glad to see on the bill that there is language around the sustainability of the aquaculture sector, and I want to lean in a wee bit in this one, because I do believe it is something that has perhaps been an underutilised pastime, whether that is the angling fraternity or those other river and water users. And we all use it for a different way, but we have some fantastic indigenous species here, and we've seen a decline in numbers, for instance, of Atlantic salmon. You probably argue maybe aren't indigenous because they swim off into the Atlantic and go other places, but they do come back to our rivers, sadly in smaller numbers, brown trout, rainbow trout, and other species that we do really need to, I think, value more and use as the springboard perhaps for tourism. I listened a while back to a gentleman talking about the fishing in and around Fermanagh and said that actually the opportunities for fishing in Northern Ireland are probably some of the best in the world, and it's just right that we as the Assembly grasp this opportunity within a bill like this to see how we can use it to expand upon the offering that we have here. I'm just going to finish with this one, Mr. Speaker. The Ulster Unionist Party look forward to engaging in this bill, and we will do, because we do share the ambition for clean water being part of a very healthy ecosystem, both for food producers and for the general public. But this should not be seen as a choice between a healthy environment and a productive countryside. Northern Ireland needs both. Clean water, thriving fisheries, sustainable food production and a vibrant angling sector. The bill should deliver a balanced framework that protects our natural environment while supporting rural communities and the industries that depend on it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very pleased to be able to speak on behalf of the opposition in relation to the second stage of the Fisheries, Aquaculture and Water Environment Bill, which we will be supporting as it proceeds through to its committee stage. It's important to say that this does mark an important modernisation of powers, but it comes in a context which is really important to acknowledge. That context is multifarious, really, and it touches on all of the different types of waterway and marine and inland water environment that we are debating in this bill. We obviously have the crisis in Lough Neagh. That's a multifold crisis in terms of the ecological devastation that has an onward impact on the treasured stocks of Lough Neagh eel and pollen, which are an extraordinarily precious part of our not just our ecology, but also our, in a sense, our food offering and the produce we produce in this part of the world. And we know that Lough Neagh Lough Neagh stocks are both depleted and depleting in part as a result of the ecological crisis, and the Minister has had to impose fairly swingeing restrictions for the Lough Neagh fishermen who have been dealing with the crisis in the loch that they have in most cases been fishing for generations. That's part of the broader collapse of the Lough Neagh ecosystem. These kind of sci-fi images we have seen, it's connected to historic intensification on the soil around Lough Neagh. It's also connected to long-run problems with Northern Ireland water. We also have a looming crisis at Belfast Lough, where some of the same but distinct issues are arising. We also have more generally some of the challenges that have been created around fishery stocks in our coastal waters, the challenges that creates for those coastal communities who want to be able to fish, earn a living, generate income and sustainable jobs in those communities. And I should say I grew up very close to Arglass and went to school with many kids of people who were employed in the fishing trade in Arglass. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, when I was about 10 years old, if anyone can find it, I made a documentary with BBC Northern Ireland about the Arglass fishing industry. It's a very one of the first times I engaged in getting on camera. I know all about it. We had lots of family friends who engaged in the fishing trade in that part of the world. People mentioned Portavogie, I've mentioned Kilkeel. Fisheries are not just how people earn their living in those towns and villages. Here they are core to the DNA of those places. They're where they get their sense of self from, in a sense. So it's hugely important that we support them. But clearly the regulatory and enforcement regime for all of those watercourses and marine environments is way out of date ecologically and indeed economically, because, as was said by the previous speaker, it is a false dichotomy to talk about sustainability and the economic side of things, i.e. turning the environmental against the economic, because if you devastate and are unable to replenish stocks and the ecology declines to such an extent that the stock cannot be sustainably farmed and fished, then you don't have an industry there with which for those communities to sustain themselves. So the dichotomy of turning one against the other is false. It is also true to say that we are the most nature depleted, one of the most nature depleted regions in the world, frankly, and there is an issue there which pertains to the marine to the marine and water environments too, not simply on land. I am pleased to see that this bill certainly has the intention of tightening up the regulatory space in order to protect the sensitive species, improve biodiversity, bring greater health to ecosystems, to marine and inland water ecosystems. There are a range of things that the bill does in terms of enforcement. It provides fisheries officers with more modern enforcement powers, introduces fixed penalty notices for appropriate fisheries and water environment offences. It increases penalties for the most serious offences and allows enforcement action to be more proportionate for the nature of the offence. All too often have been in this chamber over the years, and now, amazingly, 6.5 years I've been in NLA, and we've heard in era questions about one fish kill or another happening, and it often seems that these things happen with impunity. So I would like to hear from the Minister what, in his view, can be done to improve, or how this bill, I should ask, how this bill will specifically improve that and improve enforcement and frankly punishment for those who cause things like fish kills. The bill also modernises the licensing system, as has been said, by replacing the existing fish culture licence with a broader aquaculture licence. This expands the licensing framework to cover newer forms of aquaculture, including activities such as seaweed farming, while providing flexibility for future developments. While the committee will be studying the bill in detail, I would like to know from the Minister whether he thinks this is part of a broader picture which is linked to some of what has been talked about in relation to the farming with nature agenda and is much further advanced across the water, where they associate payments much more. It's a different type of regime we're talking about. I'm not comparing. We don't make payments to fisheries or people who are engaged in that in the same way we do to farmers. But there is an association there, I think, making your regulatory and policy regime more linked to a broader set of ecological and environmental aims rather than simply a narrow output, I presume. If the Minister could say more than that, whether he thinks there's a policy consistency with the Farming for Nature agenda, such as it is, I would be keen to hear that. So it's also true to say that in relation to Lough Neagh, this bill does not solve the environmental challenges that exist in Lough Neagh, far from it, and indeed as the opposition we have been robust in outlining the ways in which we don't think the executive has gone far enough and fast enough in terms of addressing the crisis at Lough Neagh. We were robust in opposing those who were not willing to deal with the, for example, Nutrients Action Plan, which had to be a core part of dealing with Lough Neagh. Yes, of course, it needed to be engaged with the farming industry. I know the Minister has been doing a lot of that work recently, but we welcome this as progress in that area. I think it would be helpful if the Minister could be specific in his wind on the ways in which he thinks the provisions in this bill will specifically help the delivery of the outcomes in the Lough Neagh Action Plan, such as they are, and we have been somewhat critical of the absence of specific outcomes, or the relative absence of specific outcomes, versus rather more general enabling actions or aspirations. But in general, we welcome the improved enforcement and regulatory mechanisms in this bill. We are pleased in broad terms to be supporting it at second stage. We welcome the move towards an approach to fisheries management which is ecosystem-based rather than narrowly species-based. We would like to hear from the Minister if he sees a commonality in that with other areas of environmental and conservation policy where you can balance the need to recover our frankly devastated ecosystem with the economic interests, the legitimate economic interests and the community interests of those who earn their living from land, sea and inland waterways. We are keen to support this bill at second stage. We are very actively looking at where we can improve and enhance this bill through amendment. My colleague will be engaging and scrutinising this bill in the committee stage, which we hope proceeds in detail but without undue delay, so this can be passed before the end of the mandate. I look forward myself to engaging in more detail, but at this stage we are happy to support this bill and look forward to discussing it at committee and beyond. Thank you.
Can I call Aoife Finnegan? Aoife.
I welcome the opportunity to speak on the second stage of the Fisheries, Aquaculture and Water Environment Bill. Sinn Féin recognises the need to modernise the legislation governing our fisheries and water environment. Much of the current framework is decades old and no longer reflects the environmental challenges we face today or the need to protect biodiversity while supporting our fisheries and aquaculture sectors. We support the broad principles of this bill. Protecting our waterways is not only an environmental priority, it is vital for our rural communities, our economy, our tourism sector and future generations. However, there are a number of issues that we believe require careful scrutiny as the bill progresses through the committee stage. Firstly, I want to address the economic impact assessments. During the Department's consultation on the policy proposals, approximately half of respondents expressed the view that the impact assessments accompanying the consultation did not adequately consider the potential impacts of the proposals. That is a significant level of concern and should not be overlooked. As this bill progresses, I look forward to hearing how the Department intends to address those concerns. Where stakeholders raise legitimate issues through consultation, departments should be prepared to undertake further analysis where necessary. That strengthens legislation and builds confidence in the process. Sinn Féin will certainly be exploring this issue further during the committee scrutiny. The bill also strengthens enforcement powers and increases penalties for a range of offences. Those who deliberately pollute our waterways should be held accountable. However, enforcement alone will not resolve the underlying causes of poor water quality. If we are serious about restoring our rivers, lakes and waterways, we must continue investing in wastewater infrastructure. Simply moving money from one public body to another through fines will not on its own deliver cleaner waterways. Prevention must remain our priority. So I welcome the commitment from the Minister for Infrastructure, Liz Kimmins, to work collaboratively with the Minister, Minister Muir on this issue. The Minister has already allocated more than £500 million to NI Water, representing almost 40% of the Department for Infrastructure's non-ring-fenced budget, demonstrating a significant commitment to upgrading wastewater infrastructure. Protecting water quality requires departments working together, combining strong environmental regulation with the infrastructure investment needed to prevent pollution before it occurs. Finally, and perhaps most importantly, I want to touch on cross-border cooperation. The policy memorandum refers to mechanisms for addressing east-west divergence. This is welcome. However, as this bill progresses, we want to see what proactive action DAERA intends to take to ensure north-south alignment. We have said time and time again in this chamber, our waterways do not recognise borders. Rivers, catchments and river stocks are shared and significant areas are regulated by the Lochs Agency. We also look forward to hearing more about the engagement that has taken place and will continue to take place with counterparts in the South and with the Lochs Agency to ensure this legislation supports a coordinated approach to protecting our shared aquatic environment. So Sinn Féin supports the modernisation of fisheries legislation, but we also want to ensure that it is underpinned by robust scrutiny, meaningful stakeholder engagement, continued investment in wastewater infrastructure and effective cooperation across this island. So if we achieve that balance, we can deliver legislation that protects our environment while supporting our fishing communities and future generations.
Thank you. I call on Michelle McElveen. Michelle.
From a DUP perspective, we broadly welcome the bill, and it provides an opportunity, as has been said, to modernise legislation that has in some areas remained largely unchanged for decades. It strengthens the protection of our fisheries, improves the regulatory framework for aquaculture, and obviously enhances the management of our water environment. And no one would deny that these are indeed important objectives. Our rivers, lakes and coastal waters are among our greatest natural assets. It is worthy to note that although our aquaculture sector is relatively small in comparison to other jurisdictions, it does make a really important contribution to local employment, food production, particularly in rural and coastal communities such as in my own constituency of Strangford. And a modern legislative framework is required to provide certainty while at the same time enabling sustainable growth. And while we support the overall direction of travel, I think it is appropriate to reflect on the concerns that have been raised and to ensure that legislation is proportionate, that it's practical and it's capable of delivering its intended outcomes. A recurring theme is the importance of balancing environmental protection with the realities facing those who work in the fishing and aquaculture industries. No one disputes the need to protect our waterways. Clean rivers and healthy fish stocks benefit everyone. However, regulation must be evidence-based and proportionate. Unnecessary administrative burdens on businesses that are already operating within a very challenging economic circumstance needs to be avoided. The aquaculture sector supports high environmental standards as it is. Their businesses depend upon healthy aquatic ecosystems. However, there is a need for clear guidance and also support that goes along with that, regulatory consistency and prompt decision-making. Delays, uncertainty and excessive bureaucracy will undoubtedly discourage investment and undermine confidence within the sector. There's also a need for assurances from the Department that the powers contained within the bill will be exercised in a transparent and proportionate manner. I've made the point previously about the use of secondary legislation, and the bill contains a number of enabling powers that will ultimately determine how many of these provisions will actually operate in practice. And there can be good reasons for taking that approach, particularly where technical detail is involved, but there is also a real need for appropriate Assembly scrutiny. Subordinate legislation should not become a substitute for proper democratic accountability. Consultation and engagement must be undertaken before regulations are brought forward. And I can't underestimate the need for stakeholder engagement. Turning now, of course, to the proposed enforcement powers within the bill, effective enforcement is clearly necessary if any legislation is to have credibility. Illegal fishing, environmental damage and deliberate pollution must all be dealt with appropriately. However, with strong enforcement powers comes an equally important responsibility to ensure that those powers are used fairly, consistently and proportionately. Some of the higher levels of fines, for example, would exceed what some fishing vessels make in a year, and I think that that is something which needs to be considered. Public confidence depends not only on effective enforcement, but also on enforcement being exercised fairly and consistently. There's widespread concern across Northern Ireland regarding the condition of many of our lakes and rivers, and there are a vast number of factors which contribute to water quality challenges. The bill represents one element of addressing those problems, but legislation alone won't resolve them. Improving water quality requires coordinated action across government departments, investment in infrastructure and meaningful engagement with farmers, landowners, local councils and also environmental organisations. It also requires honesty about where responsibility actually lies. Too often discussions around water quality focuses exclusively on agriculture while ignoring long-standing deficiencies in wastewater treatment capacity. So if we're serious about improving our aquatic environment, every source of pollution must be addressed. New legislative powers are only meaningful if the Department has the resources, the expertise and the personnel necessary to implement them effectively. This applies right across the board to licensing, to inspections, monitoring, scientific assessment and also enforcement. So I recognise both the importance of protecting our natural environment and the importance of supporting productive industries that provide employment, food security and economic opportunity. These are not and should not be seen as competing priorities. Good environmental stewardship and economic prosperity can and should go hand in hand. And it's a balance that needs to be struck correctly, and it needs pragmatism over idealism. The DUP has consistently argued that environmental policy must be practical, proportionate, it's a word I've used quite a lot in this speech, but also based upon sound science. We believe in protecting the environment because it is the right thing to do, but we also believe in supporting those businesses, farmers and fishermen who contribute so much to our rural economy. If implemented sensibly, this bill can achieve both objectives. So whilst concerns remain regarding the extent of delegated powers, the practical implementation of regulatory provisions, departmental capacity and also the need for continued stakeholder engagement, we do believe that these issues can continue to be addressed as the bill progresses. So the DUP, Mr Deputy Speaker, is content to support the bill at this stage, and we look forward to scrutinising through the committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Michelle. I call on Kelly Armstrong. Kelly.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I welcome the opportunity to speak in support of the Fisheries, Agriculture and Water Environment Bill. This is a timely and important piece of legislation, and as the previous speaker, Ms McElveen, a fellow MLA of the Strangford constituency, we have the longest coastline of all of the constituencies across Northern Ireland, in that we have the Irish Sea and of course the beautiful Strangford Lough. And with that, it means that this bill is extremely important to me and my colleagues, Mr Harvey and Ms McElveen. This bill modernises an outdated legal framework and brings into line with the environmental and economic challenges we face today. In doing so, it supports both commercial and recreational fishing while placing sustainability and the protection of our inland waters at its core. And I heard Mr Butler talk about this earlier, that the balance. And again, just to confirm for me and for the Alliance Party, that balance is essential. We believe that environmental protection and economic growth must go hand in hand, as Ms McElveen has highlighted. Healthy ecosystems are not a barrier to prosperity, they are the foundation of it. The bill also contributes directly to the programme for government's commitment to protect Lough Neagh and our wider environment. Given the growing public concern about water quality and pollution, that focus is both necessary and welcome. I also want to recognise the collaborative approach taken in developing this legislation. It has been co-designed with the fishing industry, angling groups and environmental organisations. That engagement strengthens the bill and reflects the shared responsibility we all have to protect our natural resources. For us, Strangford Lough, a while ago now, saw that commercial bottom trawling had all but decimated horse mussels in our loch, and it then has been changed into a special area of conservation. That limits quite a lot of activity in the loch now. Not a bad thing while horse mussels are coming back. So we all have a shared responsibility, and I'm delighted that those other partners have helped to co-design this bill. At its heart, this legislation is about improving how we manage our inland waters. Sustainable fish stocks are critical, not just for biodiversity, but for the long-term future of the fishing sector. If managed properly, fisheries support local jobs, sustain rural and coastal communities, contribute to food security, and open up access to wider markets. The bill also reflects the realities of the post-Brexit landscape, aligning protections here with other UK jurisdictions and the UK Fisheries Act. That consistency is important for standards, enforcement and international confidence in our products. The legislation is built on pillars: the management of inland fisheries and the protection of the marine environment. Both have been widely consulted on and both have strong support, and I look forward to hearing how the Committee for ERA considers that through their consultation period. The key strength of this bill is the introduction of clear policy objectives, alongside a requirement for an inland fisheries policy statement. This will improve transparency, accountability and long-term planning. Equally important is the shift to an ecosystem-based approach. Moving beyond managing individual fisheries, the bill recognises the interconnected nature of our rivers, lochs and seas, an approach very much in line with Alliance's own commitment to evidence-based environmental policy. The inclusion of a national benefit objective is also significant. It ensures fisheries policy supports not just the environment, but also local economies, jobs and communities, particularly in rural and coastal areas such as the constituency that I am delighted to live in and to represent. The provisions on aquaculture are another positive step. By clearly defining the sector and enabling licensing of emerging activities such as seaweed farming, the bill supports innovation while maintaining environmental safeguards. And I must thank the Department and the Minister. Last year I met with his department, we were discussing it, because the opportunities for seaweed farming in Strangford Lough is wonderful. And the opportunities that Queen's University have identified from seaweed is incredible, and we're very lucky to have that opportunity on our doorsteps as long as it's licensed and looked after properly. Mr Deputy Speaker, strong policy must of course be backed by effective enforcement. This bill strengthens enforcement powers, increases maximum penalties and introduces fixed penalty notices for some minor offences. This creates a fairer, more proportionate system while ensuring that breaches are taken seriously. And for me, I have seen fish kills and I have seen pollution coming into the waterways around my constituency, and I want to make sure that everyone receives fair prosecution on that. Fixed penalty notices in particular are a practical tool. They allow for timely action on lower level offences without overburdening the courts, while still acting as a meaningful deterrent. Now, if only everybody was acting properly, we wouldn't need to have those deterrents, but we are where we are, and this bill hopes to improve upon that. Importantly, the bill also strengthens our response to water pollution, including sewage and wastewater. This is an issue of real concern for communities across Northern Ireland, and it's right that we take stronger action. Mr Deputy Speaker, in closing, this bill represents real progress for fisheries, aquaculture and water environment. It modernises our approach, strengthens environmental protections, supports sustainable industry and improves accountability. For those reasons, and in line with Alliance's commitment to protecting our environment while supporting sustainable economic growth, I am pleased to support the Minister and this bill, and I welcome the opportunity for this, should it pass today, to go forward to the committee for further consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. I call on Tom Buchanan. Tom.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to say a few words on the second stage of the Fisheries and Agriculture Water Environment Bill. It is an overdue piece of legislation which touches on three interlinked systems: our commercial fisheries, our growing aquaculture sector and the wider water environment, with a clear ambition to modernise regulation while supporting sustainable economic activity in our coastal and inland communities. We are all well aware that Northern Ireland's fisheries and aquaculture industries are facing pressure from various sources such as stock pressures in the Irish Sea and rising compliance costs for small boats, etc. And this bill is now the opportunity to bring coherence to a patchwork of outdated provisions and create a more statutory footing for both regulators and for the industry. I note from the bill there is quite a piece of work which falls to the Department in relation to monitoring, to enforcement, to scientific assessment, and this will require adequate resourcing. The bill must also strike the right balance between encouraging investment while protecting sensitive freshwater habitats. And with many of our fishing families operating small businesses, any new licensings or reporting requirements must be fair and proportionate. Regulation, while protecting the environment, must do so without crushing the livelihoods of our small fishing industry. It must also support community-based fisheries while ensuring local voices are heard in licensing and environmental decision-making, recognising that environmental protection and economic sustainability are not competing goals, but go hand in hand with each other. The future of our hydro schemes and hydropower producing clean energy that contributes to our decarbonisation targets must also be catered for within the bill with a clear vision for their future expansion. These are not abstract infrastructure projects, but real local assets that generate clean, renewable energy while supporting employment in rural areas. Across our waterways, small-scale hydro schemes create locally skilled employment, support local supply chains, generate stable renewable energy and provide long-term economic benefit to rural areas that often struggle to attract investment. These schemes show what is possible when environmental protection and economic development work hand in hand with each other. However, the bill must give hydro operators clarity and confidence through a sustainable licensing framework with long-term regulatory certainty to enable operators to invest and upgrade, modernisation and improve fish pass technology. Hydro schemes are already delivering for rural communities, and with the right vision in this bill, they can continue to deliver for many decades to come. The future of hydropower in Northern Ireland must be one of balance, of clean energy generation alongside thriving river ecosystems. And while many of the new powers simply clarify or regularise existing rules, there is work to be done. There's more work to be done in some other areas of this bill, and I look forward to the scrutiny of this bill at committee stage, and hopefully it will bring forward something that will be deliverable and will have the effect that it is intended to have. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. And Minister Twine, please.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. And as Minister, I am grateful to the Chair of the Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs Committee and to members from all sides of the Chamber for their consideration of the bill and for the contributions to the debate. The contributions have been valuable and have been useful. I'm going to respond to a few of the issues that have been raised as part of the debate. In relation to the Chair of the ERA Committee, the questions were raised in terms of adequacy of funding for the bill. The regulatory impact assessment indicates that there will be no cost to businesses as a result of the bill. There has been as a result, no additional bids for funding have been made. The Marine, Environment and Fisheries Fund will be available to provide financial assistance for the delivery of any new policies arising from the bill, and it's important that we continue that support. The issue that I've outlined here in terms of the regulatory impact assessment also addresses hopefully some of the concerns that were raised by Aoife in her contribution around this issue. In regards to the contributions that came from Matthew, you raised a number of issues, and I'm going to try to capture most of them if that's possible. You're right in highlighting the state of our rivers, lakes and lochs in Northern Ireland and the impact that has, not just upon the environment, but more broadly in terms of the economy. And perhaps that spells out the example where economic growth and the environment must go hand in hand, because without the environment we cannot have economic growth. And we have seen that in relation to the impact with regards to eel fishing, and I'll be meeting the Lough Neagh Fishermen's Cooperative later on this week, again in regards to the challenges that they're facing. And it's important we're able to support them in terms of the challenges that are being faced, but also with respect to science and evidence, to take the interventions needed to be able to restore water quality, not just in Lough Neagh, but also in other areas like Belfast Lough. That is a concern for me, and that's why we need to have stronger regulation and enforcement in regards to wastewater, and also we need to do more in relation to water quality more broadly. You referenced the issue in terms of fines and penalties and fish kills specifically, and I must say to you that every time a fish kill is reported to me, I feel a sense of concern around that this is wrong and that it should not be the norm that this occurs on a number of occasions, perhaps in spring and summer of each year. The bill, as you have set out, and I agree with you that legislation on its own will not fix everything, but the bill is an important tool in regards to the wider interventions we're seeking to take, whether that's in relation to the sentencing review that the Department of Justice are carrying out, and that will include environmental crimes, but also in terms of the duty that we all have in terms of reporting through when the pollution is seen. Yes, Nerval.
It's a bit cheeky of me to ask him, Minister. He may not have the information. His officials are here, but they can't presumably participate in this debate. Does he know if we have more fish kills per hectare or per water course than other parts of these islands? I would imagine we do.
One thing I was taught just before I took up this role by someone who's very learned in this and has been doing this for many years and who's no longer a member of the House was never quote statistics unless you're entirely sure in the House. So what? Yeah. So what we will do is we will write back to you in regards to your query in regards to that. But the other issue, as I was saying, is about reporting through pollution incidents so they can be effectively investigated. And there's a duty on everyone to do that promptly. We will have a public awareness campaign started in the autumn in terms of people's understanding of how you report this through and the importance of doing that. And that's important that we give people knowledge and the role that they can play in regards to be able to tackle that pollution. The other issue you raised is in terms of the farm with nature and agri-environment support and what role this plays that intersects with this bill. This bill is about fines and penalties in relation to water pollution and many other things. But fundamentally, the structure that we take in relation to addressing water quality in Northern Ireland is based upon 4 pillars. It's education, sanctification, regulation and enforcement. And if we're moving towards enforcement, we've all failed collectively in regards to that. So what we want to do is we want to do that education and that sanctification to ensure that these situations don't evolve in the first place. And part of that, in terms of incentivization, is farming with nature. As a result of EU exit, and EU exit has caused many issues in Northern Ireland and across the rest of the United Kingdom. These agri-environment support schemes, which was under EFS, were scaled down. And what I'm seeking to do is re-establish those schemes and to have that rolled out in terms of that support. Alongside that, and related to that, is in terms of the support we can provide to farmers in terms of the Sustainable Catchment Programme. It's been proven in the north and also in the south with that on-farm advice alongside support for tree planting and fencing and also repairing buffer strips and other nature-based solutions that can have a significant positive impact in relation to water quality. And that's why I was delighted to be able to announce last week that through the Shared Island Fund we've been able to secure over £49 million to roll out the Sustainable Catchment Programme in the Blackwater catchment and any other future catchment areas as possible within the funded envelope we have within the Lough Neagh area. And I think it's really, really critical that we do this. The other question you raised, Matthew, and I'm seeking to address all the questions you've raised, is how this intersects with the Lough Neagh Action Plan. There's specific action within the Lough Neagh Action Plan to review fines and penalties, and this seeks not just to do that, but also to legislate for that. So that is us following through in terms of those commitments. The other issue you raised in terms of how this fits into the wider desire to both balance recovery of the environment, but also our economic aspirations for Northern Ireland, which rightfully we have, and that's what it seeks to do in terms of putting this at the heart in terms of an ecosystems-based approach and having a proportionate attitude to these issues. So hopefully that effectively addresses some of the issues you raised, but what we're seeking to do through this legislation is to modernise legislation in relation to both inland and sea fisheries in terms of enforcement, but also to give us those flexibility with regards to enforcement. One thing that we don't have at the moment in relation to water pollution offences is fixed penalty notices. So we have the unnecessary criminalisation of individuals as a result of having to take that through the courts rather than being able to use fixed penalty notices. And I think that will be an effective way forward, subject to the secondary legislation to allow us to address that issue. And another issue in terms of the contribution that Aoife made, I've covered hopefully some of that for yourself, Aoife, in relation to the economic impact assessments and the consultation, and that's obviously something officials will continue to engage with yourselves through the committee in regards to that. In relation to penalties and Northern Ireland Water, I approach life in a spirit of ensuring fairness and openness and transparency, and that's what I'm seeking to do in relation to all the actions that we're taking to tackle water pollution. And I don't think it's right nor proper that there's a separate regulatory regime for Northern Ireland Water, and I'm seeking support from my executive colleagues to end that so that we're tackling water pollution on a fair and equitable basis. In relation to contributions from Michelle, and I would say that there's a lot of common purpose in relation to the issues that you set out in terms of the need to have clarity, and that's what we seek to in terms of scrutiny of the bill, and then the follow-on from that in terms of the devising those statements and being able to get that out. We will seek to do that through consultation. That's what we think is important we do that, so that whatever we do actually works on the ground. I get your concerns in relation to secondary legislation, but what we're seeking to do is have a piece of primary legislation that gives us flexibility to do that secondary legislation, but also have necessary scrutiny through the affirmative process. So we're seeking to strike a balance in regards to that. You said what I've just said as well in relation to a balanced approach in relation to both agriculture and wastewater pollution, and it's important we do that because everyone's got a role to play, and I want to commend the farmers in Northern Ireland for the work that they've done and their commitment towards addressing this issue, but it's important that Northern Ireland Water also step up similarly in regards to that issue. You mentioned the issue with regards to resources within the department, and that is absolutely key. We have significant vacancies within the department, and it's important we fill those vacancies so that we can have the resources to be able to deliver for all of Northern Ireland. In Kelly's contribution, she talked about Strangford Lough and the unique aspects of her constituency as well, and I think it's important I acknowledge and agree with what Kelly said in terms of environmental sustainability and economic growth going hand in hand, and that's what we need to be able to achieve. This legislation, as you said, is based upon evidence-based policy. That might not be vogue in some places, but I think it's still really important, and it's important that we underpin whatever we do through sound science. You outlined in terms of fixed penalty notices, and you rightly brought the link back to the Lough Neagh Action Plan, and that's where that comes from. In terms of the contribution from Tom, you raised some of the issues with regards to hydropower impacts, and the requirements for those parts of the Fisheries Act 1966 which have most impact on the work of hydro operators are not changed with the introduction of this bill. This is due to the fact that those areas fall under the remit of technical conservation measures, which are better outlined in secondary legislation. Any future changes to those parts of the existing Act will be made by regulations and subject to appropriate engagement with stakeholders. Hydro operators are engaged with the River Basin Management Planning process to ensure that their views are at the table in those discussions and that are pertinent to those work. If there's any specific issues, Tom, you have in relation to hydro operators, I'm happy if you send through a request. We can arrange a meeting with officials to discuss those issues. In conclusion, I want to thank officials, and some of which are in the box, but many others have been working on this bill for the work that they have done to bring it to the stage. I also want to thank members for their constructive contributions to this debate on the Fisheries, Aquaculture and Water Environment Bill. I acknowledge it was originally the Fisheries Bill, then it was the Fisheries and Water Environment Bill, and now it's the Fisheries, Aquaculture and Water Environment Bill. Maybe it will get an acronym in due course, but I want to thank everyone for their contributions, for their support and for the questions raised. To conclude, Mr Deputy Speaker, and to members, I commend the bill to the Assembly and look forward to engaging constructively with members, and especially those in terms of the Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs Committee as it progresses through its stages. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. The question is that the second stage of the Fisheries, Aquaculture and Water Environment Bill be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. That concludes the second stage of the Fisheries, Aquaculture and Water Environment Bill. The bill stands referred to the Committee for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. We just take our ease for a few moments while we swap over for the next Minister. Matthew, we're about to start. The next item on the order paper is the second stage of the Victims and Witnesses of Crime Bill. I call the Minister of Justice to move the second stage.
I beg to move that the second stage of the Victims and Witnesses of Crime Bill be agreed.
Okay. The second stage of the Victims and Witnesses of Crime Bill has been moved in accordance with Convention. The Business Committee has not allocated any time limits on this debate. I call the Minister to open the debate on the bill. Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'm pleased to bring the Victims and Witnesses of Crime Bill before the Assembly today, although I do feel I have been before the Assembly today before a number of times, and perhaps the Assembly would wish that we were somewhere else. It is an unfortunate fact that any one of us may become a victim of or a witness to crime. Until faced with that situation, it is difficult to predict how we might react or the impact that it might have on us. As Justice Minister, one of my priorities has been to invite victims and witnesses to share their lived experiences of the criminal justice system with me. Listening to such accounts is essential in enabling us to identify and understand necessary improvements. I'm constantly awed, Mr Deputy Speaker, by the people who meet with me, often recounting some of the worst experiences of their lives, but who do so to seek change and to prevent the same experience befalling someone else. That takes courage, and it should be rewarded with action on our part. The provisions set out in this bill are therefore informed directly by what victims and witnesses have told us. I would like to thank all those individuals for sharing their experiences, as well as all those campaigning for change. who have ever taken the time to meet with me or to contact my department. This bill owes a debt of gratitude to them. It is a further step towards improving the experience of the criminal justice system for all victims and witnesses of crime, and towards ensuring that their voice is properly heard. Mr Deputy Speaker, I listened recently to Joanne Barnes, the CEO of Nexus, speaking in the media, and she said something about the nature of the justice system that I thought was worth sharing as we consider this bill. She said that the job of justice is to be transparent and evidence-based, so obviously doubt will have to be cast on your story and your version of events. What we want to do is rather be more victim-focused, understand the trauma that they will have experienced. Mr Deputy Speaker, many of the provisions contained within this bill have that very aim. None of us can promise a victim-centred justice system because there are multiple rights to be balanced, including those of the defendant, but it can certainly strive for a more victim-focused and a more sensitive and trauma-informed system, where trauma can be minimised, fairness is at its core, and the experiences of people who go through the system can be improved. Turning to the detail of the bill, it has 30 clauses and is divided into 3 parts. Part 1 provides for the establishment, appointment and functions of a statutory commissioner for victims and witnesses of crime for Northern Ireland. The Commissioner's Office will become an arm's-length body of the Department of Justice in line with other Northern Ireland Commissioners. While my department will make the appointment, the Commissioner will operate independently in the discharge of their statutory functions. The bill deliberately separates appointment from functions, duties and powers, and the Commissioner is free to scrutinise, challenge and advise the department and others without interference. Before going further, I want to formally acknowledge the exemplary work carried out by the current Commissioner-designate for Victims of Crime, Geraldine Hanna, who has been in post now since 2022. Geraldine's experience has informed the development of the proposed statutory commissioner's role and responsibilities, and I am hugely grateful to her for her dedication and commitment to improving the criminal justice system for victims. The bill establishes an overarching principal aim to direct the commissioner's functions, namely to promote the interests of victims and witnesses. This ensures that all activities are exercised through the lens of victims and witnesses' interests. The Commissioner will be expected to promote an understanding of the rights of victims and witnesses and an awareness of matters relating to their interests. The Commissioner will also be required to review the adequacy and effectiveness of the law and practice relating to the interests of victims and witnesses. In order to help them do this, the Commissioner will seek views of victims and witnesses and encourage them to communicate with the Commissioner, ensuring that any research, reports or recommendations produced are grounded in lived experience. I have often reflected in this chamber that when we talk about how things ought to be done, how they're intended to be done within the system, that often deviates significantly for individual victims and witnesses' own experiences. And so it is important that we not only look at the provisions that we have already in law, but how those are put into practice in reality. The Commissioner will also be supported in this work through advisory arrangements with membership of advisory groups determined by the Commissioner to ensure flexibility and relevance. Victims and witnesses have frequently told me that they felt forgotten, that communication was lacking and that the perpetrator appeared to be the priority at various points in the system. The purpose of the Victim Charter is to ensure that victims of crime receive appropriate information, support and protection and are able to participate in criminal proceedings. The Commissioner will be required to review the operation and effectiveness of the Victim Charter and Witness Charter and publish a report on their findings. The Commissioner will also be required to monitor compliance with the Victim Charter by charter service providers. Charter service providers, as defined by the bill, will be required to provide the Commissioner with statistics and records of complaints relating to the Victim Charter and to cooperate with any requests. Through this oversight, the Commissioner will be able to identify where victim entitlements are not being met by providers, for example, where there is a lack of information or there are insufficient updates. The Commissioner may make recommendations as a result of their monitoring functions and report on these in their annual report. The role of the Commissioner is deliberately designed as one of independent scrutiny, transparency and influence rather than enforcement. The Commissioner's ability to request information, assess compliance and publicly report findings, including naming non-compliant charter service providers, creates a strong accountability mechanism. The bill provides that in time and after consultation with the Commissioner and providers, the Department may, by regulation, extend the compliance and statistics provisions in relation to the Victim Charter and to the Witnesses Charter. This reflects a deliberate, phased approach. The initial focus is on strengthening oversight and transparency in relation to the Victim Charter, where systems, data and monitoring arrangements are more developed. The regulation-making power ensures that the same framework can be extended to the Witnesses Charter once learning from the implementation has been embedded and it is clear that the approach can be applied proportionately and effectively. In relation to the definition of a charter service provider, we have been guided by the list in the Victims Charter. In response to concerns that obligations to provide statistics to the Commissioner may be extended to other bodies that engage with victims and witnesses, there is no policy intention to extend that definition to non-core criminal justice agencies. Any proposed future changes will be consulted upon and proposals for regulations will be subject to negative resolution. The Commissioner may not exercise any functions in relation to an individual case. This is important to avoid duplication of the services and processes that already exist to support, advocate for and resolve individual criminal cases. The Commissioner's role is deliberately positioned at a higher strategic level, focusing on improving the system for all victims and witnesses, rather than intervening on individual matters. However, this does not prevent the Commissioner from listening to or learning from individual experiences, which are central to identifying patterns, trends and systemic issues. Clauses 16 and 17 require the Commissioner to prepare a strategic plan and an annual business plan. The strategic plan will set out how the Commissioner proposes to exercise their functions during their term in office. Annual business plans will set out how the Commissioner proposes to exercise their functions during the year to which it relates, with timetables, estimated costs and expected outcomes. The Commissioner must prepare and publish an annual report to include an assessment of the extent to which the Commissioner's objectives and priorities were met. Charter service providers will be under a duty to publish a response to any recommendations within 56 calendar days of the date of publication of the Commissioner's annual report. Where a response is not published, the charter service provider must provide an explanation to the Commissioner. This is an accountability deadline and seeks to balance providing organisations with sufficient time to consider the recommendations with ensuring that timely action is taken. There is a possibility that an amendment may be required at consideration stage, as officials are working with OLC to develop a provision to ensure that charter service providers are also required to respond to recommendations made by the Commissioner in any other report than the annual report, as and when required, and not just, as I say, the annual report. I'll cover the provisions in Schedule 1 briefly now, as they are linked, providing for the status, tenure of office, Commissioner salary, staffing, delegation of functions and procedural arrangements. The Commissioner will have an independent legal status as a corporation sole, distinct from the Department of Justice as the sponsoring department. Tenure will not exceed 5 years, with eligibility for one further term only. The Commissioner will have a duty to keep proper accounts and each year prepare their annual accounts, which will be examined by the Comptroller and Auditor General. Schedule 1, paragraph 2.6 provides for the circumstances in which the Department may remove a Commissioner. The removal provisions are standard and important accountability safeguards that appear in legislation for other statutory Commissioners. They exist to protect the integrity of the office, not because we expect it to be used routinely. The removal grounds are narrowly defined and relate to objective circumstances, such as misconduct, incapacity or failure to discharge duties. This provides an essential accountability safeguard without allowing for removal for policy disagreements. I should mention that the Interpretation Act might provide a catch-all for instances that we have not anticipated, and officials are liaising with OLC to explore whether it is necessary to make explicit reference to this. If it is deemed necessary, then we will seek to make such an amendment at consideration stage. In relation to provisions for suspension of a Commissioner, I understand that the Executive Office is working to develop a consistent policy across similar legislation for all other Northern Ireland Commissioners. I consider that it would be prudent to await the outcome of that exercise and, if necessary, make an amendment to Schedule 1 at consideration stage. However, it may be that TEO will be able to include this Commissioner within their remit, as their legislation will be arriving after this legislation is being considered. Schedule 2 contains minor and consequential amendments to existing legislation, including adding the Commissioner to Schedule 1 to the Northern Ireland Assembly Disqualification Act 1975, ensuring that the Commissioner cannot also hold membership of the Northern Ireland Assembly. This relates to a reserved matter, and the Secretary of State has given his consent. Overall, the statutory framework establishes a balanced and proportionate model, one that strengthens the voice of victims and witnesses, promotes good practice and drives systemic improvement through oversight, engagement and transparent reporting. Part 2 contains provisions which will make changes to criminal justice procedure and how evidence is used in cases involving aggravation by hostility, sexual offences and charges involving the death or serious physical harm of a child or vulnerable person. Clauses 24 and 25 will make provision for the extension of special measures to witnesses and the protection of witnesses from being cross-examined by the defendant in person in cases involving aggravation by hostility, also referred to as hate crime offences. In his review of hate crime legislation in Northern Ireland, Judge Marinan expressed serious concerns that many victims are discouraged from giving evidence if special measures are not considered, and perpetrators, alleged or otherwise, choose to exercise the right to cross-examine their victims in person. This can cause the victim significant distress and can sometimes amount, on occasion quite deliberately, to a continuation of abuse and re-victimisation. Our proposed way forward will create a legislative assumption that hate crime victims are to be treated as being eligible for assistance on the grounds of fear and distress, should they desire such assistance, and impose a prohibition on a defendant cross-examining a victim. They would give the victim greater certainty from the outset that they would not have to face the accused in court. Together, these provisions will help victims to give the best evidence in court and also reduce the number of victims disengaging from the criminal justice system. I turn now to victims of sexual offences who have told me of experiencing feeling that they are the ones on trial. It is often not until they are in the criminal justice system that victims become aware that they are not actually a party to proceedings, with all the rights that being a party brings. But for the purposes of a criminal prosecution, they are a witness for the prosecution. They report feeling unsupported, having no independent legal advice or representation to assist them with making decisions and to understand the processes, yet are faced with the defendant having solicitors and counsel to advise and support them. Victims have refused or delayed availing of therapeutic services which may support their recovery, because they are terrified that any notes that the counsellor might make will be used at trial to discredit their claim. Other notes and records, such as medical and education, or evidence of previous sexual history, may also be requested by the defence to be disclosed in a process known as third-party material disclosure. The thought of sharing with strangers their most personal records has been enough to cause some victims to withdraw altogether from the criminal justice process. It feels like a further violation after a sexual offence that has already violated them. These issues have been raised with me repeatedly by many victims I have met since first taking up post in 2020. I have been determined to improve things, and so Clause 26 of the Bill will introduce significant changes. It provides that when pre-trial applications for disclosure or to admit evidence of the complainant's sexual history are made by the defence, the complainant must be given the opportunity to make oral or written representations to the court about that application, to be entitled to be present at any hearing of the application, and entitled to be legally represented. Rules of court will also require the service of notice of the application on the complainant. These measures will go some way to helping support complainants and enable them to have input into the decision-making process about what records containing their personal and sensitive information are required to be shared with the defence. We know that there are often fishing exercises that go beyond the required and necessary information, and that in itself can be incredibly damaging. Members will be aware that the introduction of sexual offences legal advisors and child sexual offences legal advisors have already gone some way to better supporting those who are making their way through the criminal justice system in serious sexual offence cases. And I believe that coupled with this, it will be hugely important in terms of giving people their voice and some agency in a case that is intimately linked to their own well-being. Part 2 also makes provisions to limit the power to dismiss charges involving the death or serious physical harm of a child or vulnerable person. Clause 27 will address a legal gap which will arise when committal reform in Northern Ireland is implemented in relation to the change from a no-bill application to an application to dismiss. Therefore, it is a technical legislative fix. It would apply in cases with charges in relation to the death of a child or vulnerable adult, to avoid the situation where defendants could avoid trial for murder or manslaughter, facing a lesser charge instead, and will mean that the power of a judge in the Crown Court under Section 14 of the Justice Northern Ireland 2015 Application to Dismiss Direct Committal Act could not be exercised in relation to the offence of murder or manslaughter unless it is also exercised in relation to the Section 5 offence, which is causing or allowing the death of a child or vulnerable adult. Part 3 contains general provisions relating to regulations and orders, commencement and short title. Before I close, I would like to mention 2 other important matters which have been proposed for potential inclusion in the bill. Firstly, Kiva's law, proposals for an offence to prevent the unauthorised recording and sharing of photographs of road traffic collisions. In correspondence with the Justice Committee, I confirmed that whilst the Department did not have the capacity or resources to develop legislative provisions in respect of Kiva's law during this mandate without jeopardising other priorities, I am committed to supporting the development of any such proposals in accordance with the Department's responsibility to provide advice on the introduction of any new or amended offences and penalties within Northern Ireland. I have since met with Kiva's mother, and with the group who are campaigning for Kiva's law. And I would be happy, perhaps, if we get the opportunity when we meet the committee, to set out in more detail the way that I have agreed to take things forward, as I feel that it will be very difficult for the committee, both given the volume of work that sits ahead of it, and for the department, given the volume of work that we are now engaged in with legislation, to be able to progress this here. I actually think that, given that this also impinges directly on telecommunications and social media, that it might be better for us to make the case to Westminster to progress this, and they are also not up against the end of a mandate, which potentially makes it a more viable option for delivery. Secondly, in response to concerns raised about the use of good character references in recent sexual and domestic abuse cases, I requested that their use is included for consideration as part of the Department's review of sentencing policy, with a view to legislating in the next mandate if appropriate. However, I have not ruled out using this bill as a vehicle if a simple legislative change that would have an impact in this space can be identified, and have asked my officials to give this urgent consideration. On both these issues, I want to be clear that I have absolutely heard the concerns raised and share the ambition of campaigners to make real change. However, the nature of such change, the complexity associated with it, and the legislative capacity to effect those changes are factors I have to bear in mind, and I say that to be honest and not to raise expectations beyond what can be delivered. Mr Deputy Speaker, that concludes my remarks covering the substantive policy content of the bill at introduction. As you've heard, the bill provisions are based on what victims and witnesses have told not only me, but Sir John Gillan, Judge Marinan and the Commissioner-designate for Victims of Crime, Geraldine Hanna, about what we can do, in part, to significantly improve the experience of the criminal justice system for those who unfortunately find themselves becoming a victim of or a witness to some of the most heinous crimes that can be committed. I want to make sure that victims and witnesses feel confident, firstly, to report what has happened, and also that when they do, they will be informed of their entitlements as a victim or witness, will be treated in a trauma-informed manner, will be kept abreast of progress, and will feel supported and able to engage and participate all the way to the conclusion of the criminal justice process. I very much look forward to working with the Justice Committee and Assembly colleagues to ensure the provisions of the bill can be enacted within this mandate. I know that colleagues may have amendments that they wish to propose, but when doing so, I would ask them to bear in mind that we are working within the time constraints of a shortened mandate, I'm asking for your support in keeping the bill focused on its current provisions, with any substantive amendments that would require policy development and consultation being dealt with through a future legislative vehicle. It would be a further assault on victims and witnesses if this bill were to fall due to lack of time. An important change has not been implemented because amendments couldn't be agreed. I would therefore ask for the assistance of members in this House, as well as members of the Justice Committee, that should you have ideas for amendments, that you would make me aware of them at the earliest opportunity. And as I have with the Justice Bill, which just completed consideration stage today, I will endeavour to work with you ahead of the consideration stage in order to ensure that any amendments can be agreed and that there is consensus in bringing them forward. And with that, Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to commend the bill to the House.
Thank you, Minister, and I call on Paul Frew, Chair of the Justice Committee. Paul.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister. As Chairperson of the Committee for Justice, I welcome the opportunity to speak in this second stage debate on the Victims and Witnesses of Crime Bill. This is the last of the 3 bills that the Committee was advised would be brought forward by the Minister in this shortened mandate. There is little point in me repeating what the Minister has just said regarding the content of the bill. Should it pass its second stage, it will be referred to the Committee, where we will be able to go into the detail and scrutinise the provisions of the bill at that stage. We have in fact already undertaken some pre-legislative scrutiny of the bill, and I want to start by thanking the Minister and her officials for that early engagement. The Committee has a packed agenda as we approach the end of the mandate. It's therefore always welcome when we have early and honest engagement, especially when it relates to primary legislation, which is, after all, why we are here in this chamber. When the Minister first briefed the Committee back in March 2024, she indicated that this bill would be a hate, crime and victims bill, which would be smaller than intended due to the reduced time available in this mandate. The Committee heard that a priority for the bill would be to put the Commissioner-designate for Victims and Witnesses of Crime onto a statutory footing. At that time, the Minister was asked about the possibility of trying to make the change to place the Commissioner on a statutory footing sooner, potentially via the Justice Bill, and the Minister advised of the work that needed to be done, for example, consulting on proposals and learning from other appointment processes, and that she didn't want to rush this process. She also pointed out that it would mean adding to the number of amendments that were already planned to the Justice Bill, which had already raised some concerns at that early stage. After the last few weeks, I think we can all agree that not bringing a further amendment to that bill was the right choice after all. The Minister has described the Victims Commissioner as a critical friend. The Committee has engaged with the Commissioner-designate on several occasions over the course of the mandate and always found her evidence to be beneficial. We therefore look forward to scrutinising the process for making that office a statutory one and hopefully continuing that engagement into the future. The Commissioner-designate came to the Committee in October 2024 to give evidence on the Victim Survey, the results of which have been published in September that year. During the session, the Commissioner-designate referenced what she viewed as vital legislative changes that are in this bill as we are discussing today. The Commissioner-designate acknowledged that there had been some concern that her wanting this legislation to progress may have presented a conflict of interest, or seemed that she had stepped outside her remit. She placed on record that did not see any conflict with her interest in wanting to see legislative change that would benefit victims of crime and which would help to give the office the powers that it needs to champion their voices into the future. In May 2025, the Committee considered a Department of Justice report on the outcome of its consultation on proposals to enhance the support and representation of victims and witnesses within the criminal justice system, which would inform the Victims and Witnesses Bill. We subsequently received a formal pre-legislative briefing from officials on the forthcoming Victims and Witnesses of Crime Bill in October 2025. The Committee heard that the bill would provide the Commissioner with the scope to develop their own strategic priorities, objectives, programme for work and anticipated outcomes. They will have the powers to work with other providers and bodies to ensure best outcomes for victims and witnesses of crime. I think we can all agree that this is a laudable aim. We will no doubt all in this House have at some stage spoken about the need to better ensure the voice of victims is heard and is listened to in the justice system. Officials also spoke about the hate crime provisions, advising that Judge Marden's review of hate crime had, and I quote, expressed serious concerns that many victims could be discouraged from giving evidence if special measures were not considered and if perpetrators, alleged or otherwise, choose to exercise a right to cross-examine their victims in person. The bill would make provision to offer these protections and provide that clarity to a victim that they would not have to face their perpetrator in court. Members asked questions about a range of matters, including the independence of the office and the ability to review the performance of any future commissioner, the costs of the establishment of the office, and the balances of rights for victims or witnesses with the accused, who have not yet been found guilty of any crime. The committee then received an oral update from departmental officials on the Victims and Witnesses of Crime strategy in February, when members asked about the bill, given the clear link between the two. We were advised that the bill would be introduced in June and that work was ongoing for the final drafting of the provisions. Members questioned how the strategy will impact on the work of the Commissioner and vice versa. We also sought clarity of what the impact would be if the bill did not gain royal assent during this mandate. Members heard that should the bill not pass, that the Commissioner would likely continue in designate status and therefore would function as they currently do. However, the other parts of the bill could be impacted, and while interim measures could be put in place as mitigations, the overall strategy would be negatively affected. Members also sought further information on the protections for victims of domestic abuse and sexual offences. Officials explained that the bill would legislate on the disclosure regime not to prevent an application for disclosure, but to set out a process where the defence would have to show the relevance of the information it was requesting. This is an important protection. The House will be aware of the perception that a victim's sexual history or information about their private life can be used in court to discredit or, in some cases, humiliate them, causing further trauma. We as a committee will want to make sure that these provisions will deliver on behalf of those victims it is seeking to protect, while at the same time balancing the accused's right to a fair trial. Finally, in terms of our scrutiny to date, the committee received evidence from officials last Thursday, the 25th of June, after the bill's introduction. In the written and oral evidence received then, the committee was advised of potential amendments that may be tabled by the Minister at consideration stage. This could include an amendment relating to the removal of the Commissioner, which is currently being considered in liaison with OLC. An amendment for the suspension of the Commissioner could be brought forward to align with work currently being undertaken by the Executive Office, which is looking at a consistent policy across Northern Ireland Commissioners. We were also made aware that there may be other amendments around reporting obligations for bodies who work with the Commissioner and around data sharing in urgent or emergency situations. The committee's role is to scrutinise the bill as introduced. We will endeavour to consider any amendments that become apparent as the bill progresses, though obviously the scope to do that in detail is somewhat limited. In concluding, Mr. Speaker, this part of my speech, this is another important piece of legislation for the people of this country. Whilst clearly not as broad as the Justice Bill, and probably not as emotive to many as some of the provisions in the Sentencing Bill may be, it nonetheless contains important protections and measures for victims and witnesses. If they are in the unfortunate position of having to interact with the justice system, then it is hoped that the provisions in this bill may help support them through what can be often a very difficult journey. It will come as no surprise to members of this House when I say that I personally really look forward to the scrutiny of this piece of primary legislation. And I know my colleagues on the committee also look forward to considering this bill in detail at committee stage, subject, of course, to its successfully passing this second stage today. We give the commitment that we will work with the Minister and departmental officials honestly and earnestly to make sure this legislation is fit for purpose and as good as it possibly can be. Mr Deputy Speaker, I now make remarks as an individual MLA and as Justice spokesperson for my party, the Democratic Unionist Party. Can I first put on record my appreciation and my acknowledgement of the work of the current Victims Commissioner Designate, Geraldine Hanna. I have known Geraldine for some time, and like her, I am steeped in justice-related matters, especially around domestic violence, and she was always a great attender of the APG on sexual and domestic violence, and she has carried that work forward into the Commissioner's role. And Geraldine is a champion for victims and witnesses. And whilst she's so dominant in that role at the minute, when we look at this bill, we'll have to also consider the future when Geraldine's not in position. And so that's why I think it has been very important that we've heard her voice throughout the work leading up to this bill being published. And I think that it will do us good as a legislator and as an assembly and as a committee to hear her voice and her opinions as they are sought. There is no doubt about it. We need to do better for victims and, as they're classified in most occasions, witnesses. And that in itself causes the bother that some witnesses have, being part of a system that they're not actually a part of, and so then they do not get the support that they require or need, and that can sometimes leave victims and witnesses feeling re-traumatised again, as if they've been through the ringer again. They have already to cope with the crime that made them the victim, but then they have to go through a court system and a court process that re-traumatises, that re-memorises everything that they went through. It is really difficult. And so we need someone fully officed and fully supported to promote the interests of victims and witnesses. And that's what this bill will be designed to do, but not only to promote victims and witnesses and support their interests, but to also promote an understanding of the rights of victims and witnesses, and to raise awareness of matters relating to the interests of victims and witnesses. But the Commissioner, as I read this bill, must keep under review the adequacy and effectiveness of the law and practice relating to the interests of victims and witnesses, and the Commissioner must advise a Northern Ireland Department or Executive Committee of the Assembly on matters concerning the interests of victims and witnesses. So this person, fully officed and supported, should get right into the heart of governance, get right into the heart of democracy, and get right into the heart of government in this place in order to advise them and to promote victims and witnesses. I'll give way to the Minister.
I appreciate the member giving way, and just to say that even with the Commissioner Designate in the role at the moment, one of the decisions that I made, and I think has been a wise decision, was to include the Victims Commissioner as part of the Criminal Justice Board, because I think as we look at how the criminal justice system is going to develop and evolve over time and the kind of decisions that we're making around that, it's really important that at all times the victims and witnesses are at the heart of the discussion and the consideration and aren't overlooked. So I just think that that's an important point that the member makes in terms of how important it is the victims' voices shape what we actually do.
Minister, for that intervention, and she was absolutely right, and she was absolutely right to do that and to take that action so that the victims' voices can get right to the heart of the issues and the interests and the matters that are discussed in all of these things. And you know, we should never, it sounds obvious, feels obvious now to us that this should have been done years ago. But it's good that it's being done now, and you know, we should all be proud that we're going to be playing a part in producing a piece of legislation like this. Legislation is what it is, and it's always there to protect the people, but it doesn't actually directly address them. It just creates laws that then people are judged on having either committed or not. But this is an actual bill that has victims and witnesses at the heart of it. And so that's the difference here. And I think it is complementary to the other two bits of legislation that we are seeing coming through the Department of Justice, that being the Justice Bill and then the Sentencing Bill. And you can see threaded through it, the wording and the scope and some of the clauses actually lean on each other. And so it has been a step and a step change going through this process, first the Justice Bill, then the Sentencing Bill, and now the Victims and Witnesses of Crime Bill. And I think that's really important. And if I can give credit where it's due with regards to the departmental officials, I think that in the sequence of this, they've got it right. And the Minister has got it right. And so even though we had a very concentrated time of term to do this, and given all the things, all the criticisms I had given of the Justice Bill, I think that it is wise that the Minister has taken this in the 3 steps of which she has. So I commend her for that. And can I also place on record now, when it's in my head, that I give this commitment as the DEP spokesperson for Justice, that I will work with the Minister and I will work with the Department to ensure that we can create as best a piece of legislation as we possibly can. And I cite the work that we have done in partnership, both in this House and in the committee, with regards to the Justice Bill. I think we've had 8 days, over 40 hours of debate at consideration stage on that bill. And I think it was really important that we did that and we had that. And that, to me, proves that this House can be effective when it comes to passing legislation. And more so this one, because at the heart of it, it has got victims and witnesses right into its very soul. So I really do look forward to working with the Department, the Minister and the committee members on this, and of course this House when it comes to a consideration stage. I will add then, with regards to part 2, Mr Deputy Speaker, I will speak on this. I do think it's important that we have special measures. I do think it's important that someone who is a victim of sexual crime or crimes of a hostile nature won't have to be cross-examined by their alleged perpetrator. I think that's really important, because that can be, if you like, another offence in itself because of the trauma that that victim will have went through. And you can actually see how that would impede someone coming forward. You can actually see how nobody or somebody would not want to be in that position again. Victims won't want to be in the same room as their perpetrator. They don't want to see them across the road, across the street. So you can understand then why they don't want to be in a big stuffy courtroom with all these strangers in the room, asking them questions, getting questions asked of them. And I think it's really important. And so I do think we need to do something. We need to legislate for this. So it's really important that no one should be able to be cross-examined in that way by the perpetrator. There are other functions that can be used and utilised in order to have the court process the way it should be. And court process should be adversarial and it should be robust. And that's how we do justice in this country. But there needs to be these special measures to protect victims and witnesses. Yes, I will. Yeah.
I thank the member for giving way again, and he will be aware of the success of special measures when it comes to domestic abuse contest cases, where we now have conviction rates around about 92% successful conviction, either by guilty plea or at the end of the case. And that has been a dramatic increase, because what we have now are people willing to turn up and give evidence because they no longer have to go into the courtroom and risk bumping into either the accused or indeed their supporters in that environment. And that's hugely important, just in terms of a sea change of what this can do, where people are able to give their evidence remotely and feel more protected. But it doesn't in any way prevent the individual from getting a fair trial.
And thank the Minister for that intervention. There is concerns, however, which I want to address at this stage, and the Minister, I'm sure, and the Department officials will know, even with the range of questions I asked. We do have to make sure we get the balance correct. And what I mean by that is that no one has been convicted Nobody has been found guilty of an offence at this stage, and so a defendant, an accused, must have all tools at their disposal to ensure that they get a fair trial. And so it is important that the safeguards that are in place, we need to ensure that all exculpatory evidence is always disclosed. And so I don't know how we get that balance right, but that's something that I think we'll have to put our minds to ensure that with the new disclosure and the application processes, that all evidence that is relevant is actually in front of the people who are making decisions. I'll give way to the Minister.
It's very generous giving way, but it is helpful because I think it helps to answer the questions as we go rather than stockpile them to the end of the debate. On that point, it will always be for the judge to decide the extent of disclosure. So, providing the witness in a sexual assault case or the victim for cases that are finally proven, providing them with a voice in that decision rebalances an imbalance that is currently the case. So, for example, when a judge would normally be making the decision about what is required under disclosure, that will be an application made by the defence. In some ways, the Public Prosecution Service have very little skin in the game when it comes to the extent or limiting the disclosure other than the time it takes to go through it. Whereas the victim actually does have a lot at stake in terms of if the disclosure is a fishing expedition, if it goes too wide. And their concerns being heard, I think, is one of the issues that will help the judge actually reach the right conclusions. So from my point of view, this is about simply rebalancing the scales a little bit from where we are at the moment so that the views of the person who is the accuser are taken into account when it comes to disclosure. But ultimately, the decision will still rest with the judiciary, as I believe is the right place for it to rest.
I thank the Minister for that intervention because it is very useful, because what we do not want and what we have to try and stop is people's information being used about their private life to be used to discredit them in some way and humiliate them in other ways and cause further trauma. So I think that's what we're trying to defend against and get away from. But then, of course, we have to ensure that the balance is there with regards to justice for and the right to a fair trial and appropriate trial for the accused. So that's really important. And of course then, as the Minister has said there, it is based on the judiciary and the decisions will be taken by the judiciary, but we have to make sure that there's a consistency of approach right across our court system then and our various courts, that will be a consistent approach taken. Each case will be judged on its own merits, individual circumstances, but we need to make sure that these laws that we pass here will be applied correctly and consistently across the board. And it might need some sort of review mechanism where we can maybe consider how effective the new disclosure and disclosure application processes are. So that might be something, again, for the future as we look through this. I will then go on, Mr Deputy Speaker, to the Minister's utterances on the Kivas law and the good character references. And just to give this commitment that while she will appreciate the difficulties and the burdens placed on the workload of the committee, as within her own department, and it wouldn't be possible for the committee to pick up this on her own with regards to the burdens placed on the committee already. As justice person, spokesperson for the DUP, I am sure the committee and the committee members will work with the department and the Minister to try and get the best outcome here possible and to ensure that we advance these issues. And we will work, and we will certainly not be a burden or an obstacle when it comes to progressing these laws. So we will give that commitment as a party to work in good faith with the Minister and the department in trying to advance a lot of these amendments and any other amendments that come up. And I do give her this guarantee that if we have any brainstorming sessions where we look for amendments, we will certainly get to them as early as we possibly can in order that the department and the Minister can get good sight of those and can get good assessment of those amendments as they come and as we think of them with regards to this bill. Mr Deputy Speaker, this is a good day. This is another good day in the life of this Assembly and this legislator. And again, I emphasise, this is a bill that has victims and witnesses at the heart of it. So this is a good day, and I will take great pleasure and honour in working on this bill and scrutinising it in the committee and working through it and seeing where I can make amendments to it in order to make it an even better piece of legislation. So yes, I will give way. Yeah.
If the member does add to a lot of the amendments that come to this bill and is responsible for most of them, will he be happy if I also talk about the comparison between the thickness of those amendments and the blue papers in front of us today?
Minister, for that. And can I just say that during the Justice Bill we did have throughout that debate good humour, and I suppose that's something that has been a marked change over the years that I have been in this committee. And so I have really enjoyed the engagement we've had with the Minister and the Department in all of these processes and in the debates. And so with that spirit, I will work with the Minister throughout all the debates, throughout the committee stage, in order to get, which we both want and we all want, which is a good piece of legislation. But I can give you this commitment now, Minister, that I have nothing in my head at the minute. So you will not be able to say that I will bring half a bill at the next stage, like I did to the Minister at the second reading of the Justice Bill. But again, Mr. Deputy Speaker, even this debate here will be good-natured and it will be robust and it will be scrutinised, and the committee will do their work diligently, and then we will get to a point where we can have a consideration stage on this bill, which will be just as productive as the one we've just had in the Justice Bill. So thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. I call on Patsy McClone. Patsy.
Got a mug at last concord. Very sensitive here. The SDLP welcomes the Victims and Witnesses of Crime Bill and the opportunity to debate it today as the Chairman, or should I say Mr. Amendment, today at its second stage. Although the bill may be narrower in focus than the Justice Bill, which happily we saw pass through today as well, and its numerous amendments, it is an important bill that affects how we and the courts deal with victims and witnesses of crime, and in particular sexual offences and crimes aggravated by hostility. The Minister is to be congratulated for succeeding in her aim of bringing the bill forward to the second stage before the summer recess, although this will likely mean that there will be also ministerial amendments to be introduced further down the line. The SDLP welcomes the provisions for the long overdue establishment of a statutory Commissioner for Victims and Witnesses of Crime. It's a very significant step forward in the development of our justice system. It will also be an affirmation of the work of the Commissioner-designate, whose tenure was extended beyond its initial 3 years to allow for the legislation to be passed and the appointments process for a successor to be completed. We commend the current Victims Commissioner-designate, Geraldine Hanna, who has performed admirably in her role after being appointed in the midst of a period of executive chaos. Indeed, the Justice Committee recently heard important evidence from the Commissioner-designate in relation to family courts and victims of domestic abuse and their children. Putting the office on a statutory footing will ensure that the Commissioner's role is legally recognised and accountable to the public and the justice system, and the Minister has outlined a number of those measures for the process of accountability. Statutory status will also allow for more robust representation of victims and witnesses in legal proceedings, ensuring that their rights and needs are prioritised. It will help the development of policies and guidelines and enhance public trust in the justice system by demonstrating this Assembly's commitment to addressing the needs of victims and witnesses. We also welcome provisions in the bill to address issues which have been highlighted repeatedly over many years, including by the Gillen Review and the Commissioner-designate. Measures to enhance privacy and protection for complainants in serious sexual offences cases and to strengthen safeguards around disclosure will encourage more victims and survivors to come forward and improve public confidence in the way these cases are dealt with by the justice system. Too often the courts have become places where the victims in these cases have been made to feel that they are in fact the person on trial. Sure.
I appreciate my colleague giving way, and unfortunately I wasn't here for all the Minister's remarks. I've been in the chamber for a lot of today, so I had to pop out and attend to some others. But I just wanted to, I presume member will agree with me, it may be that these provisions could be more properly in a sentencing bill, but he talked about the plight of victims in serious sex offences. He'll be aware of the reporting around the recent events of the conviction and sentencing of a Mr. William Lloyd Lavery, formerly employed in this building. And in that instance, there were references shared that were really very insensitive, and subsequently there were comments made by individuals in relation to that. Those kinds of incidents really add, those sentencing remarks really add to the hurt on victims of crime, particularly sexual crime. Is that something you think should be looked at? I presume it's something we could look at in the sentencing bill.
Yes, and I see the Minister wants to comment further than that. Yes, Naomi.
Just Minister, before you make your remarks, are we content that this is not a live case, or there's any addition, or there is any likelihood? Okay, consent for continuing.
Thank you. The issue that the member raises, and I feel is pain about being in the chamber too much today, but the issue that the member raises is one that I did raise in my opening remarks. What I have said is that whilst it is quite a complex area of law, because it weighs the rights of the defendant and the victim, by the way, good character references can be introduced either as part of the trial or as part of the sentencing. One of the things that we are looking at is whether, based on the case law that is already available to us, so for example, there is case law that says that they are virtually worthless in cases of rape. There is other case law to say that in serious offending they should carry very little weight. Whether it is possible for us to do something at this stage as an amendment around good character references at sentencing. If we were to do anything around good character references during trial, that would require a much more considered approach in terms of engagement with the sector and ensuring that the balance of rights was properly struck. But we haven't ruled out doing that as an amendment if we're able to find a simple solution.
Okay. I thank my colleague and indeed the Minister for responding, and that it is, as the Minister says, and my colleague has highlighted, a very, very sensitive area. And it's also an area that people who are approached about giving references should consider very long and hard about the implications of the references that they give, where those may wind up, under the circumstances they give them, whether they have been provided with the full and detailed information about the case, and indeed sensitivities towards the victim of that case, where those references are in the instances where it's the person who's been brought before the court charged with the offence. Back to the courts, in fact, the courts shouldn't provide an opportunity for those charged with an offence involving aggravation by hostility to abuse victims and witnesses even further, and limiting the power to dismiss charges involving the death or serious physical harm of a vulnerable person will enhance the fairness and integrity of those criminal proceedings. We welcome the objectives of the bill in all of these matters, and I look forward to continuing the scrutiny of the bill in detail as a member of the Justice Committee, subject to its successfully passing, of course, the second stage today. That said, we are disappointed that the Minister has decided, as outlined earlier, not to bring forward the necessary legislative proposal for Keeville's law, but I welcome hearing in more detail from the Minister, as she did outline previously, that she will provide more detail to the committee on those aspects of Keeville's law. The development of those proposals has the support of all parties in the Assembly, as far as I recall. It is the unanimous support of all members of the Justice Committee, and I accept the Minister has repeatedly stated that her department doesn't have the capacity or resources to develop those legislative provisions during this mandate. But there has also been some evidence, some confusion between the Justice Minister, those departments, and the Department for Infrastructure over who said what to whom and when on the development of these proposals. The fact that the Minister's department remains best placed to develop legislative proposals that are both robust and comprehensive on this issue would be very, very important, and I look forward to hearing from the Minister on that at committee. We do not believe that it is appropriate to leave the responsibility to them entirely to the Justice Committee or to individual members of this Assembly. The reality is that victims and their families who would be most affected by Keeville's law, including those who have campaigned tirelessly on this, and we've heard from them, many of us have met them, want to see action taken. They want to see the provisions in this Assembly promised to be brought forward. The Minister's decision not to bring those proposals forward for Kevas Law at this stage will be disappointing to them, and I hope the Minister will reconsider her position, or at least be in the best position to provide some support for the development of further legislation around that in conjunction with the Committee. We know that the Minister isn't averse to proposing amendments to her bills. I am certain that in this case all members would be happy to accommodate through the Justice Committee an amendment from the Minister on that, and I look forward to working with the Minister, the Department and other colleagues on the Justice Committee in this regard. Thank
you, Patsy Call and Ciara Ferguson. Ciara.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to speak at the second stage of the Victim and Witnesses of Crime Bill. I want to firstly begin by acknowledging the importance of the bill in placing the Commissioner for Victims and Witnesses of Crime, the office and its functions on a permanent statutory footing. This will strengthen the recognition of the vital work undertaken by the Commissioner's office to safeguard its independence and to secure both accountability and sustainability. I want to therefore briefly place on record our thanks for the hugely significant and important work which has been undertaken by the Commissioner-designate, Geraldine Hanna, since her appointment back in March 2022, following her role as the CEO of Victim Support. The Victims and Witnesses of Crimes Bill also instructs the Commissioner's Office to prepare a strategic plan as soon as reasonably practical after their appointment to review the Victim Charter and Witnesses Charter effectiveness at least every 3 years and to provide annual business plans and reports. We have a duty to ensure that all victims and witnesses of crime receive the dignity, the protection, communication, services and support that they deserve. The Victims and Witnesses Charter should not be a tick-box exercise, but instead the foundation of action and the highest standard of support services. All charter providers must place the utmost importance on providing victim-centred services which make the system easier to navigate for victims and witnesses of crime. Therefore, I welcome the Commissioner must monitor compliance with the Victims Charter by any charter service provider, and that the bill cements their right to request charter service providers to cooperate in any way they consider necessary for the purpose of their functions. Victims and witnesses of crime are entitled to be treated fairly, professionally and with respect in all of their interactions with the justice system, to be kept regularly updated, including relevant information provided in a timely fashion, and to have their needs considered. Therefore, Part 2 is hugely important in strengthening the special measures provided to victims and witnesses of crime in cases involving aggravation by hostility and sexual offences. This will amend the Criminal Evidence Order 1999 to prevent direct cross-examination by the defendant in cases involving aggravation by hostility, and amending Article 30 relating to procedure and applications relating to a complainant's sexual history. The bill will strengthen protections for complainants in serious sexual offence cases where pre-trial applications for witness summons are made. This relates to court summons which compel a defendant to attend court to give testimony or to produce vital documents such as their medical history, counselling or other private records. We all know of some particularly significant cases over the past decade which sparked intense debate over this element of scrutiny of private life within the legal system. Unsurprisingly, it prompted a much-needed review and re-evaluation of how current legal processes are working in practice, including the influential Gillen Review, which provided an extensive look at the law and procedures involved in serious sexual offences here. Sinn Féin very much welcome that the bill is the continued evolution of this work to strengthen the rights of victims and witnesses of crime, including the right of complainants to be given an opportunity to make oral or written representations to the court about any application, to be present at any hearing of the application, and to be legally represented at any hearing of the application. Undoubtedly, the judiciary must be supported in their ability to strike a careful balance between ensuring the defendant receives a fair trial, whilst also protecting and upholding the rights of complainants. No person should face the horrifying ordeal of having their sexual history or private information being unfairly or very publicly dragged through the courts. How we treat victims and witnesses of crime is of paramount importance. This is important because being a victim or witness of crime can often be a traumatic experience requiring dedicated support to recover. This is important because all victims and witnesses of crime should be subject to a fair and supportive legal system which fully engages with them. This is important because we need to ensure that all other future victims and witnesses feel confident and capable to report crimes, to give their best evidence and to bring offenders to justice. I look forward to engaging further with colleagues on the Justice Committee through the committee stage of the bill and to support the Minister and the Department in fulfilling their work within the Gillen implementation programme. We must deliver whole-scale reform across our justice system to support, protect and actively improve the overall experience of victims and survivors. We must scrutinise this bill through that lens. Thank you.
Connie Egan. Connie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Alliance Party, I'm proud to stand today to make some comments during this second stage debate on Minister Long's proposed Victims and Witnesses of Crime Bill. As the bill's explanatory and financial memorandum states, this proposed legislation aims to create a more victims and witnesses centred and protective criminal justice system. It is integral that victims and witnesses are supported, represented and safeguarded throughout their justice journey, and Alliance welcomes the introduction of this bill and its three parts to achieve that. Becoming a victim or witness to a crime can be one of the most traumatic and challenging periods in one's life, and it's vital that they have confidence when entering and throughout the justice process that it will be as fair, trauma-informed and comprehensive as possible. It's for this reason, as we work to improve the experience of everyone impacted by crime, I want to thank Minister Long and her officials in the Department of Justice for their efforts to bring this bill forward as quickly and diligently as possible. It is clear that, when consulted upon, the content of this bill was overwhelmingly tested well with the public, particularly in the exercise that closed early last year on proposals for the bill. As a Justice Committee, we have also received a lot of pre-legislative interest in this bill and the potential that it has to deliver for victims. As we hopefully move beyond this stage and into the next, I look forward to engaging with each organisation and individual of interest in our call for evidence. Part 1 of this bill places the appointment and remit of the Commissioner for Victims and Witnesses of Crime on a statutory footing, making clear that the Commissioner must monitor compliance with the Victim Charter by charter service providers. This will also require criminal justice organisations to provide statistical victim information. Alliance wholly welcomes this, and its benefits are clearly evidenced by the current Commissioner-designate role occupied by Geraldine Hanna. Minister Long's proactive step to create this before legislation can come into place served as a dual purpose, giving victims and witnesses as much of a voice as possible in the now and testing some of these responsibilities that could end up in primary legislation. The Commissioner-designate role has been a clear success, and I want to thank Geraldine, as others have, for everything that she and her office have done so far. She and her team have embodied the reason why this role is so important. I, like many of us here, have engaged with them on numerous occasions, particularly in relation to the experiences of domestic abuse victims in the family court system. There has to be a kindness in a role like this one, where you come across many people in the most vulnerable moments of their lives, and that is definitely delivered on. When I've spoken to victims who have engaged with the Commissioner's office and asked them about their experience, the answer is always grateful in nature, highlighting the importance of someone independent listening to them and engaging with their experience. They feel supported in a way that victims and witnesses wouldn't otherwise. This is why putting this Commissioner role on a statutory legislative footing is so important, creating a constant reminder and voice to victims and witnesses, creating a vehicle to embed those perspectives at the heart of policy and service development across our criminal justice agencies. Part 2 of the bill is also very much welcome, legislating on criminal evidence and procedures that will improve the experiences of victims and witnesses across their justice journey. Beginning with Clause 24 and 25, this adds offences which involve aggravation by hostility, otherwise known as hate crime, to the list for which witnesses are eligible for special measures. Also amending the 1999 Criminal Evidence Order to ensure that no person charged with an offence involving aggravation by hostility can cross-examine a witness who is the complainant. This is a great development in our protective laws for victims of crime. As noted in Judge Marnin's review of hate crime legislation, victims and witnesses not having special measures can dissuade victims from giving evidence out of fear of having to face the perpetrator or the defence in a traumatic and distressing way. As the Minister referenced in her opening remarks, creating a legislative assumption that hate crime victims are to be treated as being eligible for assistance on the grounds of fear and distress will give deeper assurance to victims that they will not be put into a traumatic and distressing situation where they are forced to engage with their perpetrator in court. Clause 26 of Part 2 also puts on statute deeper protections for complainants in proceedings for sexual offence cases. This will improve the exercise of when pre-trial applications for disclosure or admission of evidence are submitted, giving victims more opportunities to be part of that judicial decision-making process. This is a really welcome addition to the bill, particularly as we have often heard from victims that they feel like their wishes are not respected or even heard. When we talk about victims getting their day in court, it's often forgotten that they are often actually treated as a witness for the prosecution rather than having their own legal counsel. When the Defence Counsel requests records containing extremely sensitive and personal information like medical and sexual history from a victim or witness, which is questionable to begin with, it is only right that a victim has a right to put their own representations forward. Lastly, in Part 2, Clause 27 of this bill addresses a future legal gap caused by the implementation of direct committal, limiting the power to dismiss charges involving the death or serious physical harm to a child or vulnerable person. Part 3 provides for the creation of regulations and orders, including the commencement of these provisions. We cannot go back in time and rewrite some of what victims and witnesses have experienced, either in our courtrooms or at any point of their justice journey. But we can look to the future and support these provisions with their experiences at the forefront of our decision-making. I look forward to engaging on this bill during its committee stage, ensuring at its completion we have a bill that delivers a better and increasingly trauma-informed justice system. Thank you.
Speaker, I welcome the bill. It is long overdue because our justice system in Northern Ireland is tilted towards the interests of suspects and perpetrators over and above the interests of victims and the general public. And I hope that this goes some way to recalibrate our justice system, reorientate it back towards where it should always be, which is victim-focused. And that balance has got out of kilter, which I'll come back to in a moment. I think it is absolutely right that there is on a statutory footing, a victim of a commissioner for victims and witnesses to champion processes, culture, safeguards, and really understand the experiences, the lived experiences of victims. Now, there are a number of things I want to just say at the outset. There's much talk about special measures and making sure we change parts of the procedure of law, and I think they're well overdue. We have to always say that there is a balance to be had between the rights of an unconvicted person accused of a crime and the rights of the victim, and we need to get that balance right. There has been in our country down the years, we should never forget it, miscarriages of justice. And it is important that a person accused of a crime, and remember they have to be accused to the reasonable standard of doubt, that they do have protection, that they are able to get full disclosure, Mr Deputy Speaker, where appropriate, that they are able to make sure appropriately
that they can cross-examine the victim's account, because their liberty and their reputation and their life, future life, is at stake. That is really important. But there are a need to make some changes. So, for example, I do agree that the changes outlined re cross-examination of victims is something we should support. I really do think it is very invasive to be cross-examined by the person who's actually caused you grave trauma, that has victimised you, and that has caused you great hurt. And that can be done through legal counsel. That is sound. In relation to disclosure and the need for victims, particularly of sexual offences, not to have dragged in to court as a result of a fishing expedition, all the tittle-tattle and salaciousness around things in their private life is so important. It is a chill factor to people both making a complaint and sustaining a complaint. And I do think there has to be a victim's voice in making sure that that disclosure process is properly informed, that we're not getting material brought in that is not relevant, whilst maintaining the right of a suspect to get any information that is relevant to finding out the truth. And that is what the justice system is there. It should be supportive of victims, empathetic to victims, but it's there to get the truth. So I think we just need to caveat everything that we're doing, but I agree entirely there should be real restrictions on victims' voice in terms of the disclosure exercise. In terms of character references, let me just make this really clear. And someone mentioned William Lloyd Lavery. It was despicable that 2 character references were given to this man, and we need to separate this for the public. There are 2 different types of character references, and they are fundamentally different. One is pre-conviction, which is very useful for a court, and any defendant should be entitled to say, I know people who can say, I would not act like that I had no propensity to act like that. That's entirely different. But post-conviction character references for sexual offences are obscene, because the person who gives them is only giving them knowing that the person, when they read it out, has just been convicted of a sexual offence. Their character is neither here nor there. And those are obscene. I condemned utterly David Campbell for giving it, and I said, I'll just give away to the Minister 1 second, if he was still a member of my party, and I give that reference, he wouldn't be a member of the party the day after. And also I find it disturbing that a Chief Executive of the Law Society give a character reference to someone who was convicted of a sexual assault. I don't think that person should still be in their post, frankly, but that's my view. I will give way to the Minister.
I thank the member for giving way, and the added complication, of course, is that in domestic and sexual offences, and in particular sexual offences, the offender will often have ground an entire community, not just the individual victim, to believe that they are above reproach, that they would not have conducted themselves in such a way, that they would be incapable of such an attack. And therefore the value that you can attach to a character reference, even in a trial situation, is rather limited. Because if someone, it's not as though someone's going to go around the community advertising that they're a paedophile or a rapist. You're not going to know that. They're going to keep that concealed. They're not going to be public if they're involved in domestic abuse or violence. But the whole purpose of how they operate is to create a facade of trust and confidence, and then to abuse people behind it. So the idea that someone who knows you in public has any idea what it's like to live with you in private, or to know how you behave in private, is, I think, really questionable in terms of evidential, the evidential value.
Look, I agree entirely, and with the pre-conviction ones, certainly in what would be classed as almost clandestine crimes, crimes that you do out of public sight, they're valueless, because what the public see or what your colleagues at work see is entirely different from how you behave at home or online. So they are of really limited value. Quite frankly, I don't know why people would give a post-conviction character reference, because A, it's of so limited value, and B, they trash their own character. Yes, Mr.
And this was certainly the case in the Lloyd Lavery case, and I appreciate the strength of his words. And that what actually happened is, in a sense, it compounded the hurt of the victims and their families, because not only did it well, we don't know, whatever the outcome was in terms of the judge's considerations, it simply compounded the hurt for the victims because it trivialised and dismissed the real pain they suffered.
Well, I agree, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I rang one of the victims on the evening after the conviction, and I apologised. Actually, even though I had no role over Mr. Campbell, I actually said, I'm ashamed that this man, Lavery, was ever employed by the party or by an MLA, and I'm ashamed that the man who gave a character reference was actually ever a chair of our party. That's the way I did it, and you're right, it compounds the trauma. And the Justice Minister, I will say this, is quite right when it comes to particularly sexual offences, because they are groomers. My own school had Dr. Lindsay Brown, the RE teacher. He was a pillar of society. He volunteered for every youth event. He gave money to charity. He was the most overtly pleasant person. He made himself indispensable to the community. And yet he was abusing my fellow friends. So, look, these people do have two faces, and the character references really need to be fully examined. So, look, in summary, I really support the bill in principle. We need to champion victims and witnesses. We need to make sure that we recalibrate our justice system so that it gives the right protection to victims and witnesses. And a lot of the things can be done without the expense of even infringing on a suspect's rights. It's often about how you do things. The makeup of the court, the room that you can sit in, the way you're communicated with, the support that you get. A lot of it actually doesn't affect the suspect's ability to defend themselves. It's just the support that you get through this adversarial process, which is adversarial for a good reason. But there are really important things we can do in terms of process, in terms of system, and dealing with cross-examination, disclosure, and character references. And I do hope that we have a Victim and Witnesses Commissioner that is the loudest and strongest voice for victims. And I'll say this finally, it's not a criticism of those who are in different human rights groups and quangos and interest groups. But they tend to have been, in my experience, almost infiltrated by a lobby that is very much on the side of perpetrators' rights. They're continually advocating for the rights of the perpetrator. And I rarely hear them stand up talking about the victim. And I think this is a necessary counterweight. I look forward to supporting it and supporting the Minister in getting the legislation precisely right. Thank you. Yes, I will give way before I finish.
Curious to hear which organisations you are referring to. Genuinely, just none of them can come to mind.
Well, I've had a children's law commissioner, the children's commissioner, who says that the age criminal responsibility should be 16 without exemptions. So a 15-and-a-half-year-old could shoot dead 3 children and they couldn't even be arrested. I find that despicable. I think it totally puts the rights of suspects, the murderer or the sexual abuser, way over every single child that they've abused, every single child that they've hurt. I'll give you the Northern Ireland Human Rights Commissioner has just made an intervention on the very issue of minimum age criminal responsibility. And the victims issue came right at the very end. Oh, but we're not going to think about victims. Victims should be centred. I can keep going. We could talk about the United Nations.
I'd rather you didn't, Mr. Burrows. Thank you very much indeed.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Ms. Sharon.
Agus Las Concordia, and I welcome the opportunity to speak on the second stage of the Victims and Witnesses of Crime Bill. I'm proud to be somebody who is from a party who consistently supports the best available human rights advice on all matters. I fail to understand why anybody would boast about having a position which is at odds with human rights advice, but that's for the member to consider in the time ahead. In terms of the bill before us, I thank the Minister and all of those involved in the department in getting this to second stage. No, I won't give way. You've rambled on for long enough in this place. So, in terms of the early clauses of the bill, I, like others, want to put on the record our appreciation of the work of Geraldine Hanna and support the intent of Part 1 of the bill, which puts the role that she's been carrying out impeccably thus far in a statutory footing and supporting victims and witnesses of crime. And as others have remarked, what she's been doing is enlightening and providing a real voice for victims here, and something that we all are in support of. In terms then of Part 2, and as we move through the different sections here, specifically the support for victims of hate crime, we are in support of victims of hate crime being entitled and qualified to special measures. And I suppose, given recent weeks and what we've seen unfold across the north, I think it's very important that we acknowledge that these are people with particular vulnerabilities and who are particularly sensitive, and with that in mind, consider our language. I think as a party we would support looking at the EU Victims Directive, which sets out some qualifications in terms of the people who would be entitled to this support, and then moving on to the specific protections for those who have been victim of sexual abuse and assault, and we can all cast our minds back to the case that led to the Gillen Review and how we've seen so much victim blaming and rape culture pervading throughout the narrative following that court case because of how the victim was treated. So in short, we're supportive of this bill at second stage and look forward to working with other members of the committee to watch it progress through the House.
Thank you, Emma. I call on Maurice Bradley. Maurice.
Deputy Speaker, and I rise to speak as a member of the DUP and the Justice Committee on the second stage of the Victims and Witnesses Crime Bill. For me, this bill is not simply about creating another office or changing another piece of legislation. It's about people. As MLAs, every one of us has sat across the desk from constituents whose lives have been turned upside down by crime. We have listened to victims of burglary who no longer feel safe in their own homes, victims of assault whose confidence has been shattered, hate crime, families grieving the loss of a loved one, and witnesses who have done the right thing by coming forward but have found the process daunting and at times overwhelming. One of the comments I hear most often is not simply about what happened to them, it's about how they felt afterwards. They felt forgotten, they felt left in the dark, they felt they had become just another case number moving slowly through a system they did not understand. That should concern every one of us. Justice should not end when an offender is charged. Justice also means ensuring victims are treated with dignity, kept informed and supported throughout what can be months or even years of court proceedings. I therefore welcome the intention behind this bill. The proposal to establish a Commissioner for Victims and Witnesses, efficiently held at the moment by Geraldine Hanna, has the potential to provide victims with a stronger voice and to ensure that public bodies are held to account for the service they provide. However, as members of the Justice Committee, our work is only beginning. The legislation has not yet been subjected to detailed scrutiny. We owe it to the victims and witnesses to ensure that we get this right. We need to examine whether the proposed Commissioner will have the sufficient powers to make a real difference, whether agencies have the resources to deliver what the bill requires, and whether the changes will lead to practical improvements rather than simple additional bureaucracy. Good intentions alone, Mr. Speaker, are not enough. I would argue that victims must never become an afterthought in our justice system. Whether we have been considering road traffic offences, violence against women and girls, child criminal exploitation, hate crime or sentencing reform, I believe that behind every statistic is a real person whose life has been changed forever. The justice system exists first and foremost to deliver justice. It must punish those who offend, but it must also care for those who have suffered because of offending. If this bill helps victims understand their rights, receive better communication, have access to the support they need and have confidence that someone is championing their interests, then it will be a positive step forward. As the bill progresses through the committee stage, I will approach it with an open mind towards the policy objectives of the bill. I look forward to hearing directly from victims' organisations, witnesses, legal professionals and criminal justice agencies. Where the bill can be strengthened, it should be strengthened. When concerns are identified, we should address them. Victims deserve more than warm words from this Assembly. They deserve a justice system that listens, responds and stands beside them at a time when it is the most difficult time in their lives. I look forward to playing my part in ensuring this legislation achieves exactly that if it progresses through the second stage. Thank you.
I call Aoife Finnegan.
And Cordia, and I welcome that I get to speak on this today, and I want to echo the comments on Geraldine Hanna, the Commissioner for Victims of Crime, and her team. I was very privileged to be a part of that research piece, and I think having read the report afterwards certainly highlights what victims and survivors go through whenever they're in court, and how it has re-traumatised them in many ways, and the changes that must take place. And I know that a lot of work has went into that. So based on that, I just want to turn to clause 26, which strengthens protections for complainants in proceedings for serious sexual offences. The Gillen Review was a landmark moment in reforming how serious sexual offence cases are dealt with, catalysed by the infamous Rugby rape trial. It exposed uncomfortable truths about how victims were treated and challenged us to build a justice system that delivers justice without compounding trauma. Progress has undoubtedly been made, but from the conversation I continue to have with constituents, victims, survivors and advocacy groups, it is clear that the work is far from finished. For victims of sexual violence, the trauma does not end with the abuse. When the abuse ends, for many it begins again when they enter the criminal justice system. Survivors speak of the court process as a second ordeal. They face victim blaming, victim shaming and outdated myths that have no place in any courtroom. They are asked why they did not report sooner, whether they had been drinking, what they were wearing, or whether previous relationships somehow diminish their credibility. No victim should ever feel that they are on trial, yet for too many survivors that has been their lived experience. We also know that one of the greatest barriers to reporting sexual violence is the fear that deeply personal information will be exposed in court. Counselling records, medical records and other private information can become the subject of legal argument, leaving victims feeling as though every aspect of their lives is under scrutiny. For someone already carrying that trauma of sexual abuse, that prospect can be overwhelming. It is one of the reasons why many victims never come forward and why others withdraw before their case reaches that trial. That should concern every one of us. Clause 26 is therefore a welcome and important step forward by allowing complainants to make representation before their private records are disclosed, and by providing independent legal representation during those applications. The bill recognises that victims have rights to privacy, dignity and respect. Sinn Féin welcomes these proposals, but we will scrutinise whether they go far enough. The committee will need to ensure that the legal tests governing disclosure are sufficiently robust to prevent unnecessary intrusion into a complainant's private life while preserving the defendant's right to a fair trial. Justice must always be fair, but fairness cannot come at the expense of a victim's dignity. It cannot mean forcing survivors to relive their trauma or allowing myths and stereotypes to undermine their credibility. The justice system should never become another source of harm. The true test of this legislation will not be how many clauses it contains. It will be whether more survivors feel able to come forward, whether fewer victims abandon the justice process through fear of re-traumatisation, and whether those who seek justice leave our courts believing they were treated with dignity, compassion and respect. Every survivor who reports a sexual offence demonstrates extraordinary courage. Our responsibility is to ensure that the justice system honours that courage, not with suspicion or humiliation, but with protection, respect and justice. That is the standard survivors deserve, and it is the standard this Assembly must strive to achieve.
Brian Kingston.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I rise as a DUP member of the Justice Committee to welcome the Victims and Witnesses of Crime Bill moving to second stage. As others have mentioned, we are currently handling 3 substantial bills at Justice Committee. The Justice bills that we have completed voting on the amendments for this morning after 7 days of debate. The Sentencing etc. bill, for which we're currently engaging with witnesses at committee, and now this important bill which aims to strengthen support for victims and witnesses of crime. In particular, the bill provides for the appointment and functions of the Commissioner for Victims and Witnesses of Crime for Northern Ireland. This post has existed in designate form for 4 years now, with Geraldine Hanna in post since 2022. We welcome that through this legislation the post will now be formally established and regulated. The principal aim of the Commissioner is to promote the interests of victims and witnesses. It is intended to have a strategic role rather than become involved in individual cases. Indeed, Clause 8 of the Bill states that the Commissioner may not exercise any function in relation to an individual case. However, it adds that the Commissioner may consider individual cases and draw conclusions about them for the purposes of considering a general issue. This will be an important balance. The Commissioner and their officials must be available to engage with victims and should listen to their concerns from a perspective of system-wide oversight. But we recognise that the Commissioner is not an appeal mechanism. For example, if the outcome of a trial is considered unsatisfactory, such as an unduly lenient sentence. There are separate mechanisms for that, such as the Director of Public Prosecutions and the Court of Appeal. The Commissioner is required to keep the operation and effectiveness of the Victim Charter and the Witness Charter under regular review. The bill also seeks to strengthen special measures relating to offences involving aggravation by hostility, commonly known as hate crimes. This ties in with the work that the Committee is already undertaking in relation to the Sentencing etc. bill. It includes including to ensure that an alleged perpetrator is not allowed to cross-examine the victim of the alleged offence, including in sexual crime cases. I do want to comment that we heard the comment from Mid-Ulster Sinn Féin member praising her party's support for the human rights of victims. If that was the case, perhaps she and her party would stop glorifying the actions of victim makers in the IRA, as they regularly do. Perhaps she could call on members of her party having knowledge of acts of violence carried out by the IRA which created victims to bring that information forward. In conclusion, we on committee and in the DUP will listen to the views and concerns of all those who attend our committee evidence sessions. We are aware that in the process of any trial there is often more focus on the defendant charged with an offence than there is on the victims of the alleged crimes. Victims must be at the heart of the justice system, not peripheral to it. The Commissioner must be a champion for victims and witnesses, and we will support that post if it carries out that function. Thank you.
Will the Minister to wind?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And as I mentioned at the beginning of the debate, progressing this legislation is a priority for me. I want to thank all the members who spoke today for their constructive and positive engagement. I do think that in general the engagement that we've had on the Justice Bill, and hopefully we'll have on the Sentencing Bill, are an example of how we can work together across different party lines. And whilst we may not always agree, we can usually reach a point of disagreement, at least with good temper. And I think that that has been really helpful throughout the debate, and it allows us actually to have the kind of exchange of views that will improve the legislation and improve the performance of this House on behalf of those who elect us there. And so I want to welcome the tone of the debate today. As the bill moves through its various stages of the Assembly, I hope that we can continue in that spirit to ensure that this piece of legislation does reach the statute book as soon as possible and deliver improvements to the experience of the criminal justice system for victims and witnesses of crime. Many of you have said that you are supportive of the provisions in the bill as introduced, but that you may, for example, wish to see other matters dealt with also in this legislation or other elements changed. And I think that that is entirely now in the hands of the committee. But as I said at the beginning, it would be helpful if, where there are going to be amendments, given the short time frame we have, if we engage at the earliest point with the Department and ourselves on those, in order that we can ensure that there is as little scope for any harm to be done, and I suppose a shared understanding of what we're trying to achieve. There were a number of issues that were raised during the course of the debate, which I thought it was important just to speak about. There is an issue, obviously, and it is important that we distinguish between incidents that are hate incidents and those which would be taken forward as hate crime. And there is a distinction between this, particularly when it comes to the availing of special measures. And I wanted to provide that clarification because it is something that had been raised. For an offence to be classed as aggravated by hostility and be charged as such, allowing the special measures that are set out in the Victims and Witnesses Bill to be triggered, there has to be sufficient direct evidence that the offender was in fact motivated by or demonstrated hostility, rather than the victim simply perceiving that to be the case. So that is a higher threshold than that would be used by the PSNI when looking at hate incidents. If the court is satisfied beyond reasonable doubt that an offence is aggravated by hostility, then it must treat this as a factor that increases the seriousness of the offence, and that enables a higher penalty to be imposed within the existing ranges. And you will be aware of that from your scrutiny of the Sentencing Bill. If the aggravator is not proven, a conviction for the basic offence is still available, and that's an important part of the sentencing element of the hate crime bill. And that, I think, is important when it comes to special measures, that we remember that this will be for those cases where PPS and PSNI have reached the conclusion that, based on the evidence available to them, not only should they bring the charge for the offence itself, but also that they feel they have sufficient evidence to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that it was motivated by hostility and hatred. The reason for the special measures, and I think it's again important to understand this, Judge Marinen's review found that hate crime often involves a campaign of abuse where the perpetrator may be known to the victim, and criminal harassment and intimidation of that victim can occur over a prolonged period. Given many victims may therefore be discouraged from giving evidence in cases where perpetrators, alleged or otherwise, choose to exercise their right to cross-examine their victims in person, it is important that we address that as part of our overall provisions. Obviously, that can cause victims significant distress and can amount on some occasions to quite deliberately continuing the abuse to which someone has been subjected. It also noted that better supported mechanisms for victims, including greater use of special measures, should help increase reporting of hate crime, because we know that it remains underreported. We do, however, and I think it is important to recognise, we do not want to create any suggestion that the legislative assumption in clause 24 that witnesses to offences involving aggravation will be eligible for assistance when giving evidence means that they will automatically be granted it by the court. So there is a distinction between automatic eligibility, which this bill will confer on victims where there is aggravation, but there will not automatically be granted by the court, and it is right that it should be for the court to decide whether the application is granted or not when they consider what impact that will have on the trial and on the evidence available for them as they try to prosecute the case. This entitlement, as you know, already exists for a number of cadre of victims, and we are simply adding a further group of victims who will be eligible. And I think it falls into line with the recommendations that Judge Marinan obviously shared in his 2019 report. On the issue around complainants in serious sexual offence cases, and particularly the issue of disclosure. Disclosure is a very important part, undoubtedly, of the justice system. And it is important that people are able to seek that disclosure. But we are aware, and research and feedback on victims' experiences show complainants in serious sexual offence cases are more likely to be exposed to requests for access to their most private and personal information, whether that be medical or counselling records, or whether it be other personal information such as sexual history information. And they're more likely to be exposed to those requests than any other victim of crime. This provision is seeking to provide protection against the use of non-relevant personal material and evidence of previous sexual history being used within the court process via legal advice and representation for complainants, ultimately irrespective of somebody's sexual behaviour prior to the incident. The only thing that determines whether somebody has been raped or not, and whether they'll be convicted of rape or not, is whether there is evidence that that event happened. It is irrelevant what the person was wearing. It is irrelevant what the person's intentions were when they left home that evening. It is irrelevant how many previous sexual partners they have had. That is not the issue at stake. The issue is whether there was consent for the activity that took place on that occasion. And so often that fishing exercise to try to put the victim and the complainant under scrutiny, I think, is a dangerous matter. While there is guidance in place on these procedures, at present defence representatives may apply for all notes and records relating to the complainant, not specifying how they are relevant to the case or how they might assist in the accused's defence. This can in some cases be a means of deterring a victim from seeking the therapeutic support that they need to aid recovery, but also can deter a victim from pursuing legal action. In the same way that previously the ability of, for example, counsel to say that they would withhold their decision as to whether or not they would require a preliminary inquiry, a preliminary hearing in the courts around issues of the trial, could often be used as a means of deflecting people from actually taking cases. And we removed those hearings in person in order to avoid victims of serious sexual assault and rape having to give evidence twice. And so I think this is another way of the system actually precluding people who have a genuine case to make of coming forward. Independent legal representation originates from Recommendation 40 of the 2019 Gillen Review of the Law and Procedures in Serious Sexual Offences. And Sir John met with many victims who said they felt they had no voice in proceedings and that they were put on trial. And we have seen that because, of course, the defendant is under no obligation to take the stand. But the witness, in this case the complainant, has no option but to do so should the defendant decide to resist the charges. And they will often be subjected to extended scrutiny. As I said at the beginning, there is no way in our combative system for us to prevent, for example, counsel questioning the veracity of the claim that's made by the victim, suggesting that they may be lying, for example, which I know is hugely traumatic to victims, but we cannot get around the fact that it has to be tested in court to the point where there is no reasonable doubt. However, when it then extends beyond that to seeking all sorts of details about a complainant's past history and medical conditions and so on, that is an intrusion which people often feel is a further violation, and unless it is pertinent to the defence, it is something that should be resisted. Sir John Gillen was very clear that the perceptions expressed to him were that defence counsel routinely, in pursuing their defence of consent, utilise rape myths, seek disclosure of the complainant's medical and sexual history, and question their motives in coming forward. And it's something which he felt that needs to be addressed. To address the concerns about the extent to which victims were able to exercise their voice in this area, I believe it is right that they should have independent representation, because, as we all know, the Public Prosecution Service does what it says on the tin. It prosecutes cases on behalf of the public, not on behalf of the individual victim. And therefore it is important that the individual victim also has a voice in saying that they believe that what is being requested is not relevant to the offence or their complaint, and furthermore is intrusive. And that provides the judges with an opportunity to consider that. We have been in touch with the LCJ's office specifically around the issue of this matter, and I know that it is something that they are also looking at very carefully. The aim of what we are doing, though, is to limit the use of expansive and non-specific requests for deeply sensitive material, and ensure that there are adequate notification requirements when third-party material about a complainant is sought by the defence. And so I think the best way to do that is to include that within Crown Court rules, so that we know and that the practice direction is clear about that. But we do not want to jeopardise the right of the defendant to a fair trial, or prejudice their ability to have such information. For example, if there has been an exchange of texts where somebody admits that the encounter was consensual, it is right and proper that those should be brought into evidence for consideration. In terms of disclosure, I will, yes.
Explain maybe a wee bit more on how that actually will come about, and who would actually call for that, and how will the judge be made aware of that evidence?
Well, it will often be the defence who may be aware or may be concerned that there has been previous discourse that would suggest that their client is not guilty, and so they will ask for text messages in the days or weeks following. The question then is, they may say, well, I want all of their text messages for the last 3 years. Well, is that proportionate and fair? And that's the distinction that the judges will have to make. And what it does allow, for example, the individual to say is, well, it might be reasonable for me to hand over text messages after the event, because those might be relevant. Is it necessary for me to hand over, for example, text messages that happened before the event that might prejudice people against the kind of person I am, or might place me in a bad light? Similarly, I think with medical records and counselling, we know that people, and it is a tragedy, other members spoke very powerfully today across the chamber about how traumatic it is to go through a sexual abuse trial and have to stand and talk about the most intimate violations a person can ever experience, and to have to do that in what is a public forum. I mean, whilst there are now much more restrictions around who can be in the court and when and why and all the rest, which is a massive step forward since the Rugby rape trial, but it is still a public forum. It is still profoundly humiliating. And I actually spoke to a victim and I said to them, you know, but a judge will look, it will just be the judge who will look at your counselling notes to see if they're relevant. And they said, yes, but even a judge reading my counselling notes is a humiliation. It's the fact that they're being exposed when you're telling the most intimate and private things to somebody with the point and purpose of trying to improve your mental health, and then that's weaponised against you. And that is a real violation, I think, of the normal privileges that one would expect in a therapeutic environment. The challenge, of course, is that if somebody discloses in a counselling session that what they have said is not the truth, there has to be some balance in this, and that's why it's so important that, if you like, there is a hearing on both sides of the evidence, so that what we're suggesting is that the complainant will be able to have their case heard in front of the judge at the same time as the defendant, and the judge will then be able to say where the balance should be struck to allow a fair trial to take place. And I think that is really important. We do want to improve transparency, ensure that all the relevant evidence is made available, and that the rights of both parties in the case are properly upheld and protected. They don't place rights or restrictions on defendants to make an application for disclosure. They may seek information as part of a fair trial process to support their defence, and it is right and proper. They should be supported in doing that. What it will do is allow the complainant to respond, to be given prior notice of the application, the detail of it, so they can get independent legal advice about where that sits with their Article 8 rights. The provisions also ensure that should the complainant want to object to the application or seek to limit what is being requested, they will have the right to make representations to the court and attend the hearing of the application and be legally represented. That would not automatically happen. The judiciary, I believe, are best placed to balance the rights of both the complainant and the defendant throughout the trial process, including a pre-trial application. So each application will still be considered by a judge, either on papers or at any other hearing where it is required, and they will be able to make representations to the judge. And then it is for the judge to make the ruling on what is appropriate. We don't want to change, and it's important to note that we are not making any changes to disclosure processes at the investigatory stage. The police and the prosecution service are still expected to abide by Criminal Procedure and Investigations Act 1996. Police and prosecution have to seek all relevant material in the pursuit of reasonable lines of inquiry, whether the material points to or away from the accused, recorded in a disclosure management document, and share it with the defence, and that will not change. This is simply going to allow greater involvement and protection for complainants. What is staying the same is the defendant's right to a fair trial and the court's central role in balancing those rights. I want to move on to good character evidence because I know that it is a hugely contested area. And I accept what everyone has said with respect to good character evidence, and people know that I feel quite passionately about this. I simply do not accept that how a person presents themselves in public and how they're accepted to be in public and the facade that they create in public has any bearing on how they may conduct themselves in private. And I think it is important, particularly in sexual offences and in domestic and sexual abuse more generally, that we recognise that perpetrators and predators will often groom not just a victim but a community to believe that they are an upstanding individual, a trustworthy individual. It is how they gain access, often to vulnerable people, to abuse, and therefore I have real qualms, whether it is during the trial or whether it is during sentencing, when you see the issue of good character reference being used. There are considerations, though, that we have to be careful around. So, for example, I was told that when this is being looked at in New South Wales, and members of the committee may want to look at this themselves, that one of the groups who actually opposed the removal of good character reference at trial were people who were representative of domestic abuse victims, who said that somebody of previously good and upstanding and good standing in the community, somebody who was not violent, somebody who had not come to the attention of the police, but who had been subjected to 30 or 40 years of abuse in a domestic setting, who cracked under the pressure and actually committed a crime, either attacked the attacker or took their life, would not be able to bring good character references into the discussion to actually substantiate what they were saying. Now, that is an angle that I confess I had not considered. And it's why I think to rush to take decisions in this space without doing proper due diligence, particularly at the trial point, is a risk, because there is a balance to be struck. However, we do know that when it comes to the sentencing, and a number of members made the point that at that point somebody has been found guilty of a serious offence. You know that when you are given the reference, you're doing it for somebody who has been found guilty. It's no longer an innocent person that you're trying to defend. You are essentially saying that this person should get a lighter sentence because they happened to have been a nice person when you met them. I find that difficult to reconcile with what we know about predatory behaviour. However, there are already... Yes, I will, surely.
She's hitting something really intriguing, because even that example that she gave, where somebody had been a good character all their life and then cracked, they will still also be found guilty at that point. And so the extent of which she's saying there would be deserving of a good character reference even when they've been found guilty.
And that's the issue, that it depends, I think, on the nature of the offence. From my perspective, where it comes to domestic abuse motivation, or particularly, I think sexual offences are almost a clear-cut example. Where you're doing that, where somebody has been convicted of a serious sexual offence, and then people come forward and say, well, no, I would never have believed it. Well, look, I mean, how many of us who know people, who work with people, who share space and time with people, would believe they were capable of such offences? If we thought that, we would want nothing to do with that person. So, you know, we have to balance all of that out. And so, for me, that is a real risk in terms of them getting a more lenient consideration. It already says in case law, as I said earlier, that for rape and very serious offences, the weight to which good character references will influence the sentencing is negligible. I think the phrase that it used was that they are almost of no importance in rape cases. The other, I suppose, the other side of it then is that it says that they should diminish with the seriousness of the offence. So if it's a relatively trivial offence, a first offence, and you get a good character reference, say, well, look, this person did this, they threw a brick through a window, that's out of character for them, they shouldn't have done it, but we think some leniency should be shown because it's so out of character. That would carry a degree of weight. If it's something like rape or murder or some other serious offence, the judge will only really give it a very slight weight. But the point remains about the harm that is caused to the victim. Where someone is willing to stand up even when they know that person has been found guilty of the offence and try to get them a lighter sentence or try to paint them as a good character when they know that they have committed such a heinous offence. And that is the harm that we are trying to avoid. I have asked, I will indeed.
I clarify, is the issue of character reference in the wording of the bill currently, or is this an amendment that she's intending to bring forward?
It is neither, but it is a hole in the bill that was raised in the chamber today, which is why I'm explaining the balance that we're trying to strike in terms of what we can and can't do. I think that there may be something that we can do around good character references at sentencing for serious sexual offences, for example. And that may be something that we could do in a meaningful way as an amendment to this bill. What I want to guard against is any attempt to go further into what can be done at trial and indeed to other offences post-conviction. Because there is a risk there that we don't get the balance right, and I think there is considerable policy work that would need to be done. I have already referred this to my officials as part of the sentencing review that you know I launched at the same time as the sentencing bill, and I've asked them to look at this for potential legislation in the next mandate. However, if there is a simple fix which would make even some progress in this space that could be part of this bill, I will be willing to consider it, and I've asked them to expedite consideration of that specific issue. But it's just to say that if I don't bring forward an amendment, it isn't because I don't care about the issue. It is because genuinely I believe that if we rush this and we get the balance wrong, we could end up doing harm rather than good, and so we need to be balanced. I also then want to turn, if I may, briefly to Kiva's law. Also, the eagle-eyed member for North Belfast will note not in the bill, but something that has been discussed about as a future addition. This is about legislation to prohibit the sharing of photos of road traffic collisions, and arises from the fact that increasingly now incidents take place, people without consideration for the victims, for those first responders, whether it be members of the public or employed first responders, without regard for their family, will video a serious incident, place it on social media where it will be in perpetuity. And in Kiva's case, her mother raced against Facebook in order to tell her brother that his sister had been killed in a car accident. Now, none of us would want to see any person find out that their sister had died in a fatal car accident by opening their Facebook. It's just obscene. And we do need to look at that as an issue. I do not have the capacity in the department to bring this forward. We would have to go to consultation. It would be a very long, drawn-out process, as you know, because it's novel. And I had suggested that I would be willing to work with the Department for Infrastructure. However, on reflection, whilst the Department for Infrastructure have some worries around road traffic accidents, this is a wider picture. If someone, for example, is killed or injured in a road traffic collision, and that is videoed, that is grim. But there are also people who are injured in other ways in the public. People who have epileptic seizures in public and are filmed for fun. And I've witnessed this, and it's put up online. People who are subject to very serious assault, and it's put up online. And it can cause real trauma and real harm. And it can also cause a real problem for people who want to intervene, or for people who want to work with that individual to try to, for example, resuscitate them. And we know from speaking to first responders that's an issue. So I actually think this is a much wider issue than just road traffic collisions. I think it's a much more detailed piece of work. And what I'm suggesting, and I had said, and Mr McGlone had suggested it would be helpful if I could outline, I met with the campaign group on this and spoke with Kiva's mother and with the other mothers who have been affected by this. And I'll give you an example that was given to me. So one of the mothers who came and met with me, her son was killed in a fatal car accident. And he was a young man at 17, newly qualified driver. And underneath the Facebook posts to say that he had passed away, people speculated, oh, probably high on drugs, probably drunk, typical boy racer. All of that speculation, so hurtful to the family and so inaccurate. It was an accident that happened as a result of an inexperienced driver having a genuine accident, and he lost his life. But because of the online commentary, the family were caused untold stress. And I think what the actual campaign group are doing is really important in raising awareness of the impact of what people say and do online in circumstances like this, what they post online, the commentary that they make online. It is hugely dangerous and hugely damaging to people who have already suffered immeasurable loss. And I would appeal to people, if you have a phone and you see a critical incident, don't film it. Phone the police. Phone the police. You're not there to make a movie. You're there to try and be a responsible bystander. And by posting things online that will be there in perpetuity, people will see that forever. I will, yes.
Yeah, I think it's a really good point, and it's despicable that people do it for entertainment. There can be a nuance in that you could have an incident unfolding. People are giving first aid or intervening, and actually that someone has recorded it and then can give it to the police could be useful, but it should never be for titillation or entertainment.
It makes exactly the point I was about to come on to. It is one thing to film an incident, whether that's a violent assault, whether it's the scene after a car accident, whether it's people's behaviour in and around that, for evidential purposes, and to pass it to the police. But to put it up on social media can actually impede the police investigation and can potentially undermine a conviction and the opportunity for conviction. PS and I were very clear about that in the recent assault on Mr Ogilvie, and asked people not to share that online content because of the potential risk, but also because of the potential trauma that people being exposed to that footage would suffer. So we can, I will indeed, yes.
And we've earned out here in this debate. So the offence of that, so the offence here should really be about posting the footage on an open forum rather than actually recording the incident.
Correct. And that is where I believe that this cuts across our responsibilities in the department here, and our devolved responsibilities, and actually what is a matter around telecommunications and social media, which is a reserved matter. So given that we have such a small amount of time left, given the pressure that the committee face, given that it will fall more to my department probably than the Department of Finance, and that we don't have the capacity to legislate in a timely way on this, also given the complexity that I don't think it's only road traffic accidents, I think it's a much wider issue about the use and abuse of footage that is gained without the consent of those who are in that footage, for purposes other than, I mean, I know in some countries they're looking at saying you can only take footage without the consent of individuals where there is public interest, so that would be report to the police. and you can only take it, you can only use it for those purposes, or where it's satire, so people like us, people could video and make fun of us as they do anyway. So we wouldn't want to interfere with their ability to laugh at us. But that is one of the issues that I think is complicated. So it is my intention to write to colleagues in DCIT and ask whether or not they would look at doing this. I know that they're also looking in the south about doing this, and I think it would be good if across these islands we had a concerted and coordinated effort in this space, just to raise awareness of the harm that can be done, but also to look at, can we actually stop this footage being shared online in the kind of salacious, I know something you don't know kind of approach that people take in the aftermath of accidents, when actually the police will know, for example, when a young person or any person is killed in a car accident, police will not disclose the name until the family have had an opportunity to be informed and to inform other immediate relatives. Social media has none of that decorum. Whoever videos it, whoever hears the name will put it up online. Sometimes it's not even the right name. And people open social media and hear that their sister or brother or cousin has been killed and they haven't. There's a real trauma here. So I think we do need to look at it. But my suggestion, for what it's worth at this stage and given the restricted time available, is that we actually work together to try to get Westminster to take this forward. Because I do think it has validity and value, but I think it's the posting of it online that is the core issue rather than the taking of the videos. In conclusion, you'll be glad to hear, Mr Deputy Speaker, I am encouraged by the support shown by members today, and in drawing my remarks to a close, I do want to thank everyone who contributed. I think today has been useful and constructive discussion about what is in the bill, but also the reasons why some things are not in the bill, and I suppose when it comes to the committee considering the bill, that is important too. I anticipate the committee will find the content of the bill interesting. It's perhaps somewhat less dry than the Justice Bill that we have debated at length over the last number of weeks, in that it is very much focused around individuals and people and their experience of the system. And I hope that they do see value in the important matters that we have included within it. I want to commend the bill to the Chamber for approval, and I want to wish the committee well in the task ahead. And before we break for summer recess, and this will be my last opportunity more generally in the House, I want to wish people what I hope will be a pleasant and restful and restorative summer break in their constituencies, where no doubt they will be beavering away unseen as always. But also I look forward to meeting with the committee later this week to discuss a few other issues that I know we want to clear up before we go into recess. So with thanks to you, Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to commend the bill to the House.
Thank you, Minister, and I hope you're correct and we're not back here at a recall next week. So there we go. The question is that the second stages of the Victim and Witnesses of Crime Bill be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? That concludes the second stage of the Victims and Witnesses of Crime Bill. The bill stands referred to the Committee for Justice. Education, Minister. Excellent. The next item on the order paper is the consideration stage of the General Teaching Council Bill. I call the Minister of Education to move the consideration stage.
Not moved.
Consideration of the stage of the bill has not been moved today, and therefore there is no opportunity to debate the amendments. Let us move on. The next item on the order paper is the second stage of the School Uniform Trousers Bill. I call the Chairperson of the Committee for Education to move the second stage.
So moved.
Excellent. Second stage of School Uniforms Trousers Bill has been moved. In accordance with convention, the Business Committee has not allocated any time limits on this debate. I call the Chairperson to open the debate on the bill. Over to you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And it's a real privilege to be able to move the second stage of this bill brought forward by the Education Committee. And as far as I know, this is the first occasion on which the Education Committee has ever brought forward a piece of legislation. So it is really gratifying to see it reaching second stage. The Committee's journey with this bill began, Mr Deputy Speaker, when it undertook the committee stage scrutiny of the Minister's School Uniforms Guidelines and Allowances Bill last year. And it's important to note from the outset that that particular piece of legislation was not, as had been suggested on many occasions, just about the cost of uniforms. It was undoubtedly concerned with costs to a great extent, But in Clause 2 of that bill, as it was introduced, it stated that guidelines under this chapter are to include provision informing such policies as to comfort and practicality of clothing for pupils. And that is a really important phrase in that bill. It was on that basis entirely right and appropriate that evidence heard and committee deliberations at that time went beyond the issue of cost, as the bill in many ways directed and required us to do so if we were going to do our scrutiny properly. So on the issues of cost, but also on the issues of comfort and practicality, the committee agreed and tabled a range of amendments to address the issues raised in the evidence we heard in that committee stage. And one particular amendment at that time did attempt to address the issue around choice to wear trousers. But as we're aware, and I won't speak to this in detail, a number of amendments were not selected for debate, and the committee was therefore left to reconsider its options in terms of how it sought to enhance the bill. Much like a PMB, it was agreed as the committee began to discuss these issues that any attempt to legislate, if that was what we were going to do, to address what we considered to be gaps in the Minister's bill, would need to be narrow in focus to give us any reasonable prospect of delivering a bill, and in particular delivering a bill in time in this mandate. The many stakeholder responses that the committee had heard conveyed a strong and consistent message on the issue of choice for girls, and in fact all pupils, to be able to wear trousers as part of their school uniform. And that ended up being the area of narrow focus that the committee decided to look at to try and enhance the Minister's School Uniforms Bill. And many members will be aware of the really powerful campaign that was run by two then primary school pupils, Rhea and Astrid, who fought and campaigned for the right to wear trousers and eventually secured that policy change in relation to the school uniform policy at school level. But the committee formed a very clear view that we should not be placing the burden of delivering change of that type onto individual pupils and relying on them to run campaigns at school level, and that this was an issue, particularly given the recent legislation passed through the department. It was an issue for us as legislators to address. So the bill was floated as an idea and has now reached this stage. So the bill process that we undertook drew significantly on the evidence heard in the committee stage of the 2026 Uniforms Guidelines and Allowances Bill. But nonetheless, the committee put out a survey for views on the new proposal around giving every pupil the right to wear trousers should they choose as part of their school uniform. And we heard a range of oral evidence sessions for the committee's preparation for the bill in front of us today. And we engaged with the Youth Assembly, the Children's Commissioner, the Children's Commissioners' Youth Panel, the Northern Ireland Commissioner for Human Rights, and the Northern Ireland Teachers' Council. And I would say that there was close to unanimous welcome for the proposed bill, as it was seen to help deliver equality and choice in a practical and pragmatic way. From the legal perspective and a rights perspective, the Human Rights Commissioner advised committee that there was in fact a strong argument that it could potentially be seen as unlawful sex discrimination not to allow girls the right to choose to wear trousers, and that Article 10 of the Convention on the Elimination of Violence Against Women requires a state to take all appropriate measures to eliminate discrimination against women in order to ensure that to them equal rights with men in the field of education. So the committee felt that our bill fitted into that equation very neatly. Mr Deputy Speaker, the Citizen Space Survey that also went out from the committee ran from the 12th of December through to the 12th of December 25 to the 20th of February 2026. And we received a very large number of responses, and I would say that they almost entirely comprehensively endorsed the proposal from the committee that is contained in this bill. There was a total of 3,695 responses, and on the central question of whether or not pupils should be afforded the right to wear trousers, to choose to wear trousers, and that is an important element, it is a choice, not compulsion, as part of the school uniform, 98.21% of respondents indicated they were in favour of the bill. And on the question of whether or not any exemption from that proposal should be permitted, 91.85% of respondents said that no school in Northern Ireland should be left out of the provisions. So based on that feedback and the other evidence that we received, 2 draft approaches to developing the bill were considered. One was to create a separate standalone bill which would have a standalone right for pupils to be afforded the choice to wear trousers and to set that out in law in and of its own right. And the second proposal was to amend the existing school uniforms guidelines and allowances bill to first set out that right and then to require that right to be included and reflected in the statutory guidelines that were already prepared by the Minister. And it is that option that the committee went for. We felt that given the legislation that was in front of us that had been brought forward by the Department, that was the most appropriate vehicle to deliver the policy intention. So the bill that we're debating today has 5 clauses and no schedules, and clause 1 is really the key one in terms of the effect of the bill, and it inserts into uniform guidelines the statement that all pupils are permitted to wear trousers as part of their school uniform. It goes on to require that uniform guidelines must include provision implementing and giving full effect to the right of all pupils to wear trousers as part of their school uniform, and then second to that, permitting all pupils to wear trousers, shorts or other leg coverings whilst taking part in recreational, sporting or outdoor activities as appropriate for that activity as part of their school uniform. And that second part is very important because we had got tied up a little bit in the scrutiny of the Minister's bill on school uniforms around how we could build in provisions around PE. But actually when we got to work on this bill, we found that really there was quite a simple formulation that would ensure that participation in sport and PE, which we should remember is a statutory part of the curriculum, would be covered by these provisions. We ultimately decided it wasn't necessary to define trousers, although we did have quite an interesting legal briefing where there was some entertaining discussion in committee about how we might do that, and sort of full-length two-legged garments worn from the waist down were floated, but we decided that that perhaps may obscure the intent, and we felt that a common sense understanding of trousers would probably be more appropriate. The bill refers to trousers, shorts or other leg coverings depending on the activity, and that really was just to ensure that appropriate clothing for sporting activity was reflected. But ultimately this is a permissive bill. It really is very simply focused on creating a universal right around the choice to wear trousers and then enshrining that into the guidance. It seeks to give absolute clarity to every school in this jurisdiction that all pupils can wear trousers as part of their school uniforms should they choose to do so, and that no permission to do so needs to be sought. Once enacted, the committee is confident that the legislation will dovetail with the Department's guidelines, it will require them to be amended, and it will trigger reissue and publication of the revised guidelines in time for the 1st of August 2027 commencement, which is detailed in the bill. Now, I anticipate there is a possibility the ad hoc committee may need to look at the commencement, as we found when we were scrutinising the Minister's bill. There were a range of issues around reasonable timeframes for schools and when they need to publish prospectuses. But the current commencement date that is on the face of the bill is set with the intention of this being delivered for the next academic year, September 2027. But if the ad hoc committee finds that another commencement date would deliver that aim in a way that is more manageable for schools, then that's for them to discuss. But we were very clear as a committee that we didn't see any reason for this to be delayed to any academic year beyond September 2027. So in terms of the committee bill process, and I'm going to make full disclosure here, there were initial apprehensions about coordinating and delivering the project on time, but the committee bill teamwork was very impressive in this, and I will be honest, some of those initial apprehensions came from me. I will be clear on that. And I was concerned about, as chair of the committee, embarking on a process that we would get timed out on. I was concerned that we may not complete the task we started, and I was very conscious that after the frustrations with the outcome on the previous bill, where there was a real sense among the public, among pupils who had given us evidence, and among members of the committee, that the bill really had not delivered in the way that it had the potential to, I was cautious about starting on a process that we then didn't complete and raised expectations. But I think it is great credit to all of the officials involved that they have moved the committee through all the required steps rapidly and thoroughly to bring us to this point, which I think really is a big achievement, and those officials require a significant credit for that. So we received Bill Office advice on the legislative procedure and on how to deliver the policy intent of the committee. We received RAISE research advice on comparative best practice, Assembly Legal Service advice, and an iterative engagement with the drafter on the bill as it progressed. And all of this was delivered promptly and in many instances ahead of time. So in particular, I think it would be appropriate for me to place on record my thanks to Barbara Love, to Niamh Devlin and Maeve Corrigan in particular for working together with the committee clerk to define this work and complete it in time and to get us to the point where we are now hopefully, and I do hope that this receives the endorsement of the House today, to move to an ad hoc committee stage, and with a strong hope that it will complete its passage in this mandate. I want to refer very briefly to some consideration that was given by committee as to whether or not there would be a reasonable excuse for an exemption to be considered from the central tenet of the bill, and in particular we did consider evidence received from independent schools, particularly the Free Presbyterian Education Presbytery, which requested an exemption based on its particular school ethos, which privileges distinction in dress between boys and girls, males and females, and they felt that that would be appropriate. The committee did consider this matter and discussed it in detail. We took legal advice and decided ultimately against an exemption on the basis that the bill offers a choice to pupils rather than restricting or requiring them to act in a particular way. So it is a permissive bill rather than a restrictive one. So to conclude my remarks being made as the chair of the committee, I would finish really by saying that I think it is a very important function of law, and for us as legislators when we make law, that we should be reflecting the values of the society that we live in and the norms of society. And I think that over time, since the point when many school uniforms were being designed, those societal norms have changed. And most people who give evidence to our committee are incredulous about the inflexibility in some schools towards uniform. And this was a consistent theme in our evidence, both during the ministerial bill and the committee bill stage before us today. But I think law is most effective when it is clear, when it's accessible and simple, and when the public can clearly understand what this piece of legislation is doing and what it translates to in their lived experience. And this bill, I think, does all those things. It sets out, in my view, clearly to all schools that every pupil can choose to wear trousers or equivalent for sport should they wish, and I commend the principles of the bill to the House on this basis. Mr Deputy Speaker, I will now make some remarks as an Alliance MLA, and I will try not to cover any of the technical information we've gone through and get more to the principles of the bill. As MLAs in this building, we talk all the time, and I think particularly in Education Committee, we talk an awful lot about listening to young people, and that is undoubtedly, in my mind, a good thing to do and the right thing to do as legislators. But the complaint we often hear from the young people that we propose to engage with is that we may engage, but they're not convinced we really listen. They're not convinced that we really factor their views in tangible ways and into the policy and legislative decisions that we take. And I'm not suggesting, and this is rehearsed in Education Committee quite regularly, I'm not suggesting that engagement with young people means that we take their views and without scrutiny apply them to everything that we're doing. As legislators, we are always balancing competing views, competing voices and competing priorities. But I really feel there is a risk of losing young people's confidence in our political processes if they consistently feel ignored and cannot hear their voices or their views reflected in any of the outworkings of the decisions we take in this place. And for me, the Minister's School Uniforms Guidelines and Allowances Act, bill as it was when the committee looked at it, is one of the clearest examples I can think of where young people took their role in engaging with legislation very seriously, but ultimately felt that both the Minister and Department effectively disregarded their views in their entirety. So I've already set out the processes with committee amendments in my remarks as chair and won't repeat them, and I know I can't speak to them in detail in this context. But I will note, and this is not in relation to the amendments that we brought forward, but that the Minister at any time during the amending stages could have brought forward his own amendment that took account of the clear evidence that we were hearing for young people. Or, and I think the committee would have been open to this, he could even have given us assurances on the record that he would place statutory guidance in place that would address those concerns that young people were raising. But he chose not to. And I note he's not in the chamber here to respond, and I'm not quite clear in my mind why he isn't here. This is a bill that directly interacts with a piece of legislation that he brought, and it directly impacts on the functions of his department. And perhaps the Minister will issue a ministerial statement to explain that to me. Young people were rightly baffled and indeed angry at this decision and approach, and it was principally for this reason that the committee took forward this bill. The reasons why this change is required, I think, almost do not need to be set out, as I think to most people, and to most people who gave evidence to committee, they are so obvious. But as some people, including the Minister, do not think that this is a necessary change, I will cover some of them, really for the sake of completeness. The first point I would raise is that women can choose to wear trousers in any other aspect of life, in any other aspect of working life. So I see no reason why we should put additional restrictions on the choice afforded to our young people that we would not place in other workplaces, nor would I add that we place on the teachers who teach in the schools that these children and young people attend. This approach is outdated and speaks more to the interest of preserving tradition or gender stereotypes than it does to delivering a modern, progressive approach to educating our children. And in terms of participating in PE, the evidence we heard was clear. Girls almost unanimously advised committee that they would be far happier and far more comfortable taking part in sport if the option to wear shorts, leggings or tracksuit bottoms were an option. But in many schools that was still not provided to them. We heard evidence around period dignity for girls. So many young people talked about feeling anxious and uncomfortable having to wear a skirt when they were on their period, some even choosing not to attend school on occasions for this reason. Surely if we could take action to address even that, that would be a reason to take the provisions in this bill forward. And we heard about some of the sensory issues that children experience. We heard about how some primary school children particularly really struggle to learn comfortably in a restrictive skirt or being forced to wear tights. These children shouldn't, in my view, have to go and seek special accommodations to be allowed to wear something different for their uniforms. Many schools are very flexible when they do. Affording the choice that this bill brings forward avoids the scenario where anyone has to become a special case and make a pitch to a Board of Governors as to why there should be flexibility. This bill creates an inclusive environment that everybody will benefit from. And a whole range of other evidence was heard in relation to comfort more widely, warmth in the winter, being able to engage in active travel to and from school, making it easier to participate in a play-based curriculum, making it easier to participate in outdoor learning at primary level. All of these things we heard, and we heard in detail, and I don't feel I need to go into it in any more than that. It's 2026, and I don't accept that this proposal should be controversial. And I think that is why there is some frustration around this issue. And as I've already referenced, I will admit when discussions around the committee bill first started, I was a little sceptical, and again for those reasons around timing, but also my strong sense was the Minister is the person who's accountable for this. He could resolve this with a stroke of the pen. He could change those guidelines and have them in place before we break up for summer recess, should he choose to do so. I will, yeah.
Shows they agree with me the importance of the Education Committee and what we have done here, because clearly with the Minister not even showing up today, he was never going to do it, and he sent a very clear message to all those young girls out there that he just doesn't do equality.
Thank the member for the intervention. And yes, I mean, it is disappointing the Minister isn't here today, and I'll be fair to him, he was clear he wasn't going to do it, and that was his position from the outset. But if he had been prepared to do that, it wouldn't have taken up committee time, it wouldn't have taken up Bill's office time, legal services time, it wouldn't have incurred the cost associated with drafting a bill. Now, I say all of that in the context, I believe it was still the right thing to do, but for some reason, seems to be an ideological commitment to the preservation of the independence of schools, the Minister chose not to do so. And as the explanatory and financial memorandum sets out along with the bill, the Minister's correspondence is included in that. It's part of his correspondence to committee, and it appears that he doesn't have any particular objection based on that to girls having this choice. Rather, he seems to think that by requiring schools to consult on uniform policies, which his bill required, that young people's views would then somehow naturally be adopted by those schools. Well, that quite clearly didn't happen with the consultation on his own bill. When young people were asked, their views were ignored. And I unfortunately, and I say this with regret, I have no confidence that pupils will be unanimously heard at school level either. Many schools offer really sensible, flexible uniform policies, and I want to put that on the record. Many schools do this really, really well. Others, regrettably, do not. And to me, only legislation will guarantee the behaviour change that we need. It is not good enough for a minister to say to young people, but I give you permission to go and campaign. You go and run the campaign. Look at Ray and Astrid, didn't they do so well? He could give them this right tomorrow and is simply choosing not to. And I don't accept the argument that there is some sort of sanctity around the independent right of schools to set their own uniform policy with no central direction being required. That just does not cut it for me. The right to afford all pupils a simple choice to deliver comfort, equality and dignity is one that I would far rather deliver than making sure that the traditional values of a particular school are preserved. I think that's a simple choice. That's what this bill provides. Or do we care more about schools preserving their traditional values, the image of their school that they want to project, or do we want to deliver simple equality and dignity for all pupils? I think that's a straightforward question that I hope every member in this House can answer sensibly today by supporting the passage of this bill. So I sincerely hope that this bill, with what are simple and straightforward provisions, can make its passage through the Assembly and receive support today. Young people have made their views crystal clear to us as legislators that this should have been delivered already. So let's actually listen to them this time and make this small, simple, progressive change for our children and young people a reality. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I call on Cathy Mason. Cathy.
And I too want to welcome that this important piece of legislation has reached its second stage today. And like the chair of the committee, I want to thank the committee for the hard work, for the committee clerks, and for the Bills Office and the legal team for getting us to this point. But I do think that it's really important that we remember that the origins of this bill lies in the failure of the Education Minister to properly deal with the issue of guaranteeing every single pupil the right to wear trousers in school if they choose, through his own uniform legislation. And while the Minister has repeatedly claimed that this matter has been dealt with, and it is very telling that the Minister didn't deem it important to be here today to listen to this debate, or perhaps he knows that he's not going to like what he hears. The reality is that his legislation stopped far short of guaranteeing a right for a girl to wear trousers to school, and so it lacked any effort at allowing equality for all pupils, no matter what school they attend. I think it's also worth putting on record our repeated calls for the Minister to update the uniform guidelines to guarantee girls the right to wear trousers in school. And like has been said before, all of this could have been done with a stroke of a pen. But no, for reasons that I really cannot begin to understand, he has refused to do so. And he hasn't given any valid reasons as to why. And perhaps that is why he's not here today, because he doesn't have any valid reason to go against this.
Would the member give way?
Well,
I thank the member for giving way. And would she agree with me that the uniform bill that the Minister brought forward was a very poor piece of legislation and a missed opportunity? Because we have this issue of all pupils being allowed to wear trousers, but there were also issues that the committee would have liked to have dealt with in terms of ensuring there was affordability. In the Minister's legislation, those amendments weren't accepted, and if there had been enough time left in this mandate, the committee would have brought forward a much more wide-ranging and stronger bill rather than just the issue of trousers for all pupils. Would the member agree with that?
I thank the member for that intervention, and I do agree, and I think you raised an extremely important point around the affordability, the special educational needs and sensory issues, all of which the committee unanimously agreed were issues, but yet they weren't to the fore in the Minister's bill either. The Minister has the power to issue clear statutory guidance guaranteeing every single pupil the right to wear trousers. He has chosen not to do that. So therefore, in the absence of leadership and action from the Minister, and the DUP, MLAs from the progressive parties have come together to deliver the change that so many have been calling for. And what probably does annoy me the most is the missed opportunity that we have had here. When this Assembly returned, I had intended to introduce my own private member's bill to make school uniforms more comfortable, more affordable for pupils and for their families. And I wasn't able to progress that legislation, as the Minister indicated that he had planned to address this issue himself. I didn't need to do it, he was going to do it all. And it is deeply, deeply disappointing and deeply, deeply frustrating that this commitment has not been realised. It is absolutely remarkable, and let's be honest, it actually beggars belief that in 2026 a debate on whether all pupils should have the right to wear trousers to school is even necessary. I can't believe we're even having to talk about it. But the Education Minister's failure to stand up for our young girls has led us to this point. Across the north, many girls still don't have the automatic right to wear trousers to school. Instead, they find themselves in the position of having to seek permission, request exemptions, or rely on the goodwill of individual schools. And this is something that I have heard the Minister use as an excuse as to why this legislation is not needed. But the reality is that is not equality, it is not dignity, and it is certainly not what most people would expect in a modern education system. Now, not every child has the confidence to approach a senior figure, a principal, a board of governor, especially on something as personal and as sensitive as this. And the reality is that they can still be turned down. The result is that pupils can still face barriers where a straightforward legal entitlement would have resolved this issue once and for all. If you could picture this, one of our daughters is sitting in a classroom during her period. She's worried about leaking through her skirt. She's anxious about standing up. She's uncomfortable and bloated all day in her school skirt. She's counting the minutes until she can get home. I've been there myself. No girl should have to choose between her education and her dignity simply because a school rule says that she must wear a skirt. Would the Minister not want to give that child her dignity? During committee, we also heard stark stories from young girls. Astrid and Rhea stand out in particular about getting their legs stung with nettles during their PE sessions. Like, seriously, this is common sense. It's about dignity and it's about equality. It's about ensuring that all pupils can wear a school uniform that is comfortable and that is practical. I will, yeah.
I thank the member very much for giving way. It reminds me of the absolutely ridiculous circumstance that we have during the winter time when girls are walking about with skirts freezing. Absolutely freezing. I know that the school I had gone to and many other pupils travel to today, well not today because they're probably finished today, is via a ferry. And having your skirt whip up and flash your underwear, or have soaking wet legs because the school didn't allow you to wear tights because it wasn't suitable. This is the sort of things that girls are putting up with day and daily at the moment, and it's absolutely right that they should be able to wear something that isn't just providing them with dignity, but actually keeps them warm at a time when Northern Ireland, I know we've had some good weather, but at a time when Northern Ireland is not warm, and you have spray of waves, you have freezing cold rain or snow hitting their legs. Does anyone actually understand how demoralising it is for a young girl when they see everybody else, all the boys can walk around wearing trousers and they're freezing?
I thank the member for that intervention, and I couldn't agree with you more. And even on the flip side of that as well, in warm weather, many girls don't want to wear just socks because they have that fear of their skirt blowing up, so they choose to wear tights or shorts underneath it. So on the flip of that, if it is warm weather that we have been experiencing, they're sitting there in their tights. We also heard stories around school blouses and the fact that they are normally white and a girl doesn't want to take her jumper off in the heat. And we also heard about coats and children not being allowed to wear their own coat over their blazer to school as well. And like the members stated, all of this could have been, with a stroke of a pen, could have been rectified.
Would the member give way?
I will, yeah.
It's just that last point that you raised there reminded me of one of the witnesses, one of the young girls who came into the school, and during the winter she wore her own overcoat, but had to take it off 100 yards from the school gate because she wasn't allowed to wear that into the school. So rain, hail, snow or whatever, she had to take her overcoat off and walk the rest of the way into school. That was another area that the Minister could have resolved in his piece of legislation, and he didn't do it. He didn't want to do it, and it's a disgrace, and we ended up with very, very poor legislation.
Thank the member for that, and again, I couldn't agree more. Would any of us accept not being able to wear a coat walking in here in the pouring rain or the freezing cold? I don't think so. A girl should not have to ask permission to wear trousers. I'm going to repeat that. A girl should not have to ask permission to wear trousers. To me, it's just crazy that I even have to say that. Nor should her family have to overcome obstacles and navigate unnecessary bureaucracy to secure what should already be a basic right for their child. We now have an opportunity to put this issue beyond doubt and bring our school uniform policies into the 21st century. Sinn Féin is really proud to support that change and to work with everyone across this Assembly to make sure that that happens.
I call on Julie Middleton. Julie.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I welcome this opportunity to outline our party position, and that is to say that while we believe schools should have the autonomy on a range of issues, including uniform, we will not be standing in the way of this bill progressing. We have been consistent that we trust schools to make decisions in the best interest of our children, and we acknowledge that there may be some parents and children who will express that they would like a flexible uniform policy as a blanket policy for Northern Ireland. And it is important to note that as a party, we do not object to female students wearing trousers if they so wish. In fact, some schools do already allow for this. They have flexible policies in place, and of course we commend these schools for this. It is our position that our schools should be afforded autonomy when it comes to their policies, including that of their school uniform policy as set by Board of Governors and school leaders. To expand on the point, it is our position that pressing all schools, I'm not going to take interventions at this time, but I mean that very kindly. To expand on the point, it is our position that pressing all schools to offer trousers as part of the uniform policy for girls may remove a school's ability to create, maintain and review their uniform policy. We are therefore cautious of any legislative move that appears to remove the ability of a school's Board of Governors to manage its own affairs. Whilst, as stated, we will not be objecting to the bill, we would like to continue to emphasise how important we feel it to be that schools have autonomy and do not wish to see this removed or a premise laid down to allow for other decisions to be removed from a school's remit altogether. That having been said, I recognise the intentions of the bill. We look forward to further scrutiny and consultation of this bill, where we hope to see some of the matters around autonomy addressed, and we look forward to working respectfully and productively as we move forward with the content of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. I call on John Burrows. John.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I stand today somewhat alarmed. This morning I was a DUP lackey and now I've been banded in the Sinn Féin Progressive Alliance. I'm not sure which I prefer, but I'll move on to the detail. I will, Mr Deputy Speaker. Can I welcome this bill? I think it is absolutely right that any girl in Northern Ireland who wants to wear a pair of trousers to a school in this democracy can do so. And many people found out recently I have a master's degree in human rights law, but I rarely quote council lists or declarations of that or the committee on this. I just think it is right that if a girl wants to go to school in a pair of trousers, that she can, for all kinds of reasons. It is more practical, it can be warmer, it can be better for her dignity, and because there is sometimes issues around the like of upskirting. And if a girl wants to wear trousers, she should be allowed to. So I'm pleased to support that. I do think the Education Minister should have included it in the school uniform bill and guidelines, and that would have achieved this far more efficiently, but that wasn't done. And I think in combination with the work that I did on getting the right for children, which is now going to start from September, to be able to go to school in a plain coat that's unbranded is also a significant move forward. Our children deserve to be able to go to school and be comfortable, be warm, feel safe, and that is their choice. And that I say as someone who actually believes in school rules and school uniform, and that the school should be able to set good order and set basic things that children should have to follow in terms of school code. But this is just a fundamental thing of right and wrong. I do think also, and I sound this as a man, I do find it really difficult that a man can say to a girl in school, no, you're not going to wear trousers, you're going to wear a skirt. I just find that entirely counterintuitive. I do think, and I don't take an ideological position or a party political position in education. Often I'll support the Minister, and often I'll say I think the Minister has got it wrong. I think in this case, it is compellingly the right thing that any girl in Northern Ireland who wants to wear a pair of trousers to school should be able to do so. And for that reason, I'm glad to welcome the bill. I'm not so sure I'm wanting to welcome joining Sinn Féin's Progressive Alliance, but we'll leave that to another day. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Can I talk to Cara Hunter? Maybe you want to join the Progressive Alliance as well while you're at it.
Happy to be here. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I fear I will repeat a number of points made this evening. I really am, as a relatively young woman, I'm 30 now, I'm absolutely baffled that we have to debate this here today. It is truly astonishing. If I didn't have notes in front of me, I'd have no words to say. I'm literally that shocked that we've had to get such a fight to have this put to the floor yet again to try and get this sorted. This is such a small but such a meaningful thing. Something as simple as girls being able to wear trousers in their place of education. I just think it's shameful that it's 2026 and we're still having this debate. If we break this down, let's really get a look about how this looks. This is essentially about older men in positions of power dictating if young girls have to, stay in skirts or have the capacity to wear trousers, and that really doesn't sit right with me, and it never has. In fact, I find it a profound irony that the Department of Education, which has an obligation to talk about ending violence against women and girls, itself still holds a process like this that echoes profound inequalities. It's totally unfair. We have young girls going to school. So many members have articulated so well, whether it's nettles on the legs or feeling ice cold, and that impacts your quality and your access to education, and it's totally unfair. So I really think it is important to highlight when we talk about in this House ending violence against women and girls, the important aspect of equality in those discussions and the importance of this today as well. While at committee, we heard such compelling evidence from young people themselves about why girls simply should have the choice to be able to wear trousers in school. And what really resonated with me, outside of young people themselves, was the conversations that we had with Menstruation Matters. Particularly the dignity piece about young girls and periods. Periods are a fact of life, and trousers, as most of us will know, are infinitely easier during that time of the month. And I believe whether you're a young woman or whatever age you are, if you're having your period, when you can focus and you feel more confident, you do better at your job, you do better at school, and it really is that simple. We talk often about the importance of safeguarding and protecting our young people. We've heard stories across the north about upskirting and down-blousing. That's why I think it's so important to echo here today, again, the simplicity of this change, but yet how meaningful it will actually be to protect our young girls and their dignity in a number of ways. And we often hear directly from young women as well, they simply want to be comfortable. They might have some sensory needs and they just want to be able to focus on their learning as they should as young people in our classrooms. And Mr Deputy Speaker, of course, while we're not here to question the Speaker's ruling, I must offer my opinion that I was deeply disappointed that we as a committee had to regroup and bring this forward again here today. We're in a position now where we're told schools will have the power to decide, and that sounds reasonable until we ask one simple question: who then is it carries the burden? Because it's not the minister, it's not the department, it is a young girl, and often her parents are put in a position where they are expected to come together to challenge a school policy, to lobby governors, to fight through complaints procedures, simply to wear a pair of trousers in 2026. I just find it ridiculous, and if not, yes, I certainly will.
Thank you, Member, for giving me, and it is fundamental a right to give girls that choice rather than allowing them. And would the member share frustrations that I have with the DUP's position and that of the minister, because that's what they're created here. It's a contradiction in itself, and they're shutting down even the debate on it today, but not even the minister not even being here.
Thank you to the member for his intervention. I think ultimately, the Department of Education and the Minister, we tell our young people, aspire to be the best you can be, get out into the world, you can do and be anything, but you can't wear trousers. Lunacy, hypocrisy of the highest order. So I thank the member for his intervention, and I have to be frank, not only as a politician but as a woman, I'm disappointed the minister's not here today. The best way in these kinds of conversations around equality is to just have them open and frank and have accountability and transparency. I'm just deeply disappointed, and I would like to get further clarity as to why the minister isn't here on what is the last sitting day for the next 2 months. I would like those answers, and so would my constituents and the parents and young people within my constituency. I find it extraordinary and depressing that this didn't pass previously, and now we've had to regroup together again. As the chair of the Education Committee rightfully says, this could be done at the flick of a pen. It's just nonsensical that we have to do this way, because we all know what the right answer is. We need to legislate for this effectively, and children should not have to be campaigners for their own rights that this House, we have a power to guarantee for them. It's just grossly unfair. We rightfully expect our young people to come to school ready to learn, not to become advocates or negotiators for something as basic and, as the member to my left rightfully said, is a fundamental human right to wear trousers. It's nonsensical. These are just children that we're talking about. They're there in our classrooms to learn. We listened to them. We heard how important it is to them. And I have to say, on behalf of the SDLP, I'm truly delighted that this is coming forward today. And thank you to the Bills Office, the staff and teams who have put this together. This is not, of course, about undermining schools and their right to decision making. It is about setting a minimum standard of dignity, of comfort and equality that should apply to every child, regardless of how they identify. This is so crucial. No child's education should depend on whether the Board of Governors happens to agree with them or not. If we believe girls should have the option of wearing trousers, and certainly I do, then we should have the courage to say so in legislation, rather than leaving children and families to fight for the battle school by school. And the ethos and culture of a school will dictate the rights of young girls. It's almost humorous to me how we found ourselves here. But of course, yes, certainly.
I recognise the member is genuine, as all members are, in what they're coming to us with and the reasoning they're laying out, and I have some sympathy with that. But Northern Ireland is being betrayed here almost as an outlier. Would you accept that this kind of legislation is not present in England? It's not present in the Republic of Ireland either. So we're not an outlier in that respect.
Respectfully, I thank the member for his point. I'm not here to talk about other jurisdictions. I'm here to talk about my constituents in East Area and right across the north and their rights. And if I'm unaware if other regions do or don't have this, but I think if they don't, well, why not make ourselves an example of what can be and what equality can be achieved? So I thank the member for his intervention, and I do respect the DUP today that they are not voting against this. I think that important. I wholeheartedly back this. I think it's brilliant the committee has moved forward with this, and I really hope that young women across the north know that something as simple as this can be achieved, and I see it a failure on this House that it's 2026 and we still have to debate this. So I'm optimistic on this one occasion that this is a good thing here today, and I really welcome moving this forward alongside my committee members. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
I call on Michelle Guy. Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I want to start my remarks by echoing that of others by thanking the Bill team and all the officials who helped us get to this position, including the Clark team, my committee colleagues, and indeed the chair of the committee. If I have to explain this bill to someone in terms of what it's about, I can't say it in language that's any clearer than the bill itself. All pupils are permitted to wear trousers as part of their school uniform. And whenever I explain what that legislation does, the reaction is almost always the same. They're like, are you serious? Girls can't just wear trousers in schools in 2026? And the answer is no, they don't have that right. People in my life, including constituents who don't have a big interest in current affairs or politics, hear that and they're angry. They can't believe how backward a position that is, and they want to know why. And the answer is very simple. The Education Minister, Paul Givan, he is why. The Education Minister could easily have ensured this was included in his statutory uniform guidelines, but in his view, and I quote, there is a balance to be struck. Essentially, we have to draw the line somewhere, and the automatic right of girls being allowed to wear trousers is where that line has been drawn. Some will play this down as not a big issue and say it's happening in a small number of schools, and that may be true. But I want you to think about how that works in practice. A young woman who wants to wear trousers in school in 2026, when she undoubtedly wears trousers in every other facet of her life, but when in school she has to ask permission. She will have to explain herself, perhaps disclose deeply personal or traumatic information, and that sensitive information will almost certainly be shared with others who will then determine if it's a yes or a no. I think that's ridiculous, and yet it happens in many schools, and I think shame on schools or indeed any politicians who endorse this approach. And I refute entirely that this is a small issue. Anyone who sits on the Education Committee and heard the evidence presented to us by girls and women will know that this is an issue of safety, of dignity, fairness, comfort and practicality. And I will read some of what young women told us. Upskirting is a serious problem in Northern Ireland schools. Many girls feel that they may be less unsafe if they were given the option of wearing trousers, and that should not be viewed as the solution to upskirting and sexual harassment, as more needs to be done to tackle those issues to end violence against women and girls. However, it should absolutely be an option for girls to wear trousers if they choose. Having to wear skirts means that we cannot participate in activities in the same way as boys. We are less able to move freely for drama, dancing and sport. We want to be able to play and dance freely at break time without our skirts going up. We should also be able to travel freely to school by bike or walking and not be worried about the cold or getting our skirts caught up in the bike. Menstruation Matters, who engage with young women and girls, told the committee. Some students mentioned how they feared having to wear a skirt in case of leakage and felt uncomfortable during GCSE and A-level examinations. Students have reported missing school or going home early due to the discomfort caused by their uniform, with the fear of leakage always being the main issue while wearing skirts. From those quotes, you can see that this impacts girls in a real and practical way. If they feel too uncomfortable to be in school, it's impacting their access to education. If they hold back in PE or playing at break and lunch, what is that saying to them about how we value exercise and sport? And the response to the committee's survey on this bill made clear people feel strongly about this. Nearly 3,700 responses and over 98% supporting the statement that all pupils should be allowed to wear trousers in school. The ask here is minimal. Young people are not asking to wear anything they want. They're not asking to do away with school uniforms. They are asking that within their school uniform policy, there is an option to wear trousers. And I do question why this very basic request from girls and young women is being denied or deemed unimportant. I think ultimately it comes down to the fact that some people, mainly men, still want to control what women wear. I think that control, that exercise of power, will be dressed up in the language of tradition or ethos, but that is what it comes down to, control. And we are talking about giving girls and the fact that we are talking about young schoolgirls, I find deeply unsettling. This Assembly should support this bill. Yes.
Would the member accept that our position, as laid out, and I understand it's different from her own, is that the schools should have the autonomy to decide on those things? It is not about appointing anyone, least of all specifically men, to make those decisions. It's about school leadership. Some of those school leaders will be men, some of them will be women, but our position, certainly in terms of how we defend it, is to give schools that autonomy. It's not about placing that control in any one person's hands.
I take your point, but I think ultimately here the person who could make this change is the Minister. He's decided not to. Saying that schools have a choice or have autonomy actually doesn't absolve the Minister from that ultimate responsibility that he could make that change by the stroke of a pen, and has decided not to. That is ultimately the point here, and I don't accept that schools should have the power to prevent women from choosing to wear trousers. I simply don't accept that. So I think this Assembly should support this bill, and I would ask the Minister again to save us time and simply update the statutory uniform guidelines. And actually I find the DUP position of enabling this bill to progress through the committee while their Minister is against it actually quite bizarre. I think they seem to know this is the right thing to do for girls and women, but for some reason their Minister doesn't agree. And I will finish by saying I find it ridiculous, even insulting, that this even has to be debated, and that young women have had to campaign on this. That they felt compelled to come to the Education Committee, a public forum, to outline their experiences. And despite how intelligent, articulate and compelling they have been in making their case, and the overwhelming public support for this change, the Education Minister remains unmoved, more compelled by the case to control what young women wear than give them a simple and uncontroversial choice. And there is nothing controversial in this bill. The only controversy is that it's needed at all. Thank you.
It's just on the basis of your interaction with Mr. Brooks there. Can you think of any rational explanation as to why any school should have autonomy to determine and control what clothes a girl wears to school? Yes, okay.
No rational explanation, and that's the question that you asked me. On that, I will close my remarks. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm really very happy to rise to support the second stage of this bill. Last Friday, I visited a local school where girls already have the option of wearing trousers as part of their school uniform. And during that discussion with primary school pupils, I mentioned that the Assembly would be soon debating legislation on the school uniforms bill and the right for girls to wear trousers. And as I said it, many of them looked genuinely puzzled, because they simply couldn't understand why this is something that required law. It should be a fundamental part of what already happens. So in many ways, our young people are ahead of us. To them, this isn't controversial. It's simply a common sense issue. And unfortunately, their experience isn't one that exists everywhere. The reality is that whether a girl can wear trousers to school or not still depends on the school she attends. It depends on the school's own uniform policy. It depends on decisions taken by individual Board of Governors. And to address points that have been made in relation to that, when it comes to matters of equality, that should not be a decision of a Board of Governors. That should be an overarching decision of this Executive and Assembly. And it is disappointing that the Education Minister didn't take that decision himself. And I absolutely commend the committee for filling that gap of equality, because I think it's important that in this Assembly that we demonstrate, what's important to our society. So whilst there's a very practical reason to this legislation, I do think we have to come back to the purpose of equality, and that's a society that I certainly wish to live in. So when we have different policies across different schools, that means that two girls potentially living on the same street, maybe attending different schools, will have very different choices. And more than that, it also means that girls will have a different choice to boys, and I think fundamentally that's what we're trying to say here. As others have said, I had hoped this would have been addressed through the previous school uniforms legislation, and indeed I had tabled my own amendment during that bill to achieve that outcome, and sadly that opportunity wasn't taken. But again, one of the strengths of this Assembly is that committees can identify where executive legislation has fallen short and bring forward their own practical, targeted solutions, and that is what has happened here. So I do commend the committee for taking that initiative. The reason, Deputy Speaker, why I became involved in this issue wasn't because I was looking at school uniform policy per se. It was because a young girl asked to meet with me to discuss this specifically, a primary school child. And she explained to me that she and her friends wanted the option of wearing trousers because at the school they attended that wasn't possible, because they were concerned about upskirting. Primary school children approached their local MLA to talk about upskirting. And I remember leaving that meeting actually desperately sad and disappointed, that's what they were asking me, not least as a mother of a girl who will grow up into this society. Because here we are having primary school girls already thinking about how they needed to protect themselves from the behaviour of others. Now, I think we have to be absolutely clear. The responsibility for upskirting lies entirely with those who commit it. And girls should never have to change their behaviour because of the actions of others. And we must continue to challenge that behaviour wherever it exists. And I think that's something this Assembly really does need to look acutely at, as soon as possible, but certainly into the next mandate. But we should listen when young people tell us about the reality of their lives. That meeting was a reminder that issues which can appear small to adults, and there have been adults who have commented on this legislation and says, why is the Assembly legislating for that? Because we need to. We need to legislate. When people don't behave in the way that's appropriate, then we as a legislature have the responsibility to apply that because others are not following what they should be. But when children are telling us experiences such as the one that I had heard, we absolutely should be listening to them. And as others have said, they're speaking about dignity during their periods. They speak about their comfort. I recall as a child walking to and from school, I used to get my PE kit out and I used to hitch the shorts on and then throw the skirt off because I was desperately uncomfortable wearing a skirt. And to be able to walk home probably about a mile down the road. And that's 35 years ago, and we're still having this conversation in 2026. If I was to go back to that young 8-year-old girl and tell her, I would like to hope that when you're 40, Claire, this will even be a consideration for you. But sadly, it still is. And it is deeply disappointing that where we had an opportunity and where the leader of our government had an opportunity to take this forward, he didn't do it. And I think that's something we should all definitely reflect on. Others have said about the warmth during the winter months, absolutely. Participating in outdoor learning, practical activities, I really take the point around being stung by nettles. Why is it that girls are having to do, hopscotch, over grass because they're wearing a skirt? It's ridiculous. Feeling less exposed, I think that's the one we should all be paying attention to. If there's no other reason to do this other than that one, I think that's one that we should be definitely focusing on. And simply want to get on their school day without having to think about something that most boys take for granted because you just don't have to think about them because you're able to wear trousers. And none of those things are unreasonable. None of those reasons should even have to be justified at all because this isn't about fashion. This isn't about ethos. It's not about abandoning school uniforms. I agree with the principle of school uniforms for many other reasons. The young people who engage with this debate were not even asking to opt out of wearing a uniform. If anything, they were asking to be treated equally within it. And that's an important distinction. We often speak in this chamber about listening to young people and making policy with them rather than for them. Well, on this issue, Deputy Speaker, they have spoken very clearly. Young people have explained why it matters to them, that it will affect them, and frankly, we should be listening. Because sometimes we talk about equality in very broad terms, but this bill reminds us that equality is often about very practical things. It's about removing unnecessary barriers from everyday life. It's about ensuring that opportunities and choices do not depend on arbitrary differences between schools. And no pupil should have to seek permission to wear trousers. No pupil should have to rely on the goodwill of a school, an individual school, to access something that should be available consistently across Northern Ireland. This bill provides that consistency. It's practical, it's proportionate, and reflects the views of many young people who will actually be affected by it. And perhaps most importantly, it brings us into line with what many schools have already recognised as common sense as equality. And for those reasons, I am very pleased, Deputy Speaker, to support this bill, and I look forward to the various stages, and hopefully this will become an act. Thank you.
Thank you, Claire. And I call on the Chair of the Education Committee to wind. Nick, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I won't speak for long, and I don't plan to rehearse everything that's been spoken. But I did just want to, I think, at the start of my remarks, something I did overlook to do when I spoke at the beginning, and it was actually just to thank the Deputy Chair of the committee who first proposed this. So I think that's important to note that, as it was the Deputy Chair who'd really started that conversation. So we appreciate that. I think it is important. We have talked a lot about different views on why we think this is a good or not such a good idea. I wanted just to reflect back very quickly just some of the comments that we received from our stakeholders who contributed to our evidence when we heard this in committee, just to really remind members about not what we think and our opinions on this, but the people who actually matter, who actually have to wear these uniforms every day, what they think. So we had a member of the Children's Law Centre's youth panel, and I think this puts it really well. And they said, and I quote, "I think the reluctance to do this is really worrying, because the biggest issue is that not enough young people feel comfortable at school as a whole, not just physically and in a practical sense, but safety-wise and identity-wise, and that really needs to change." And I think that when we have a young person saying to us that they feel that this is worrying, that we would not take this forward as worrying, we should be listening to that. And I wanted to raise one other issue on this, because I know both Cara Hunter and then Claire Sugden at the end raised issues around this in terms of the issues around period dignity. We heard from the charity Menstruation Matters, and I think this sums up some of the concerns about why this is a good thing to do from that perspective alone. And they said, and I quote, "We're deeply disappointed in the Education Minister's School Uniforms Bill blocking school students' choice to wear trousers. Girls are telling us what they need, so why aren't we listening to them?" And I think that's the question. Young people, girls in particular on this issue, are telling us what they need. And I think if we have learned anything from the experience of going through the previous school uniforms bill, it is that when we fail to listen to young people, perhaps they will decide they don't need to listen to us. Because we really do need to take seriously their concerns. These are not radical proposals. And I think that's really clear. And I don't plan to go through every member's contribution in the debate today, because really the themes were the same. That it's very hard to understand why we're having to debate this in 2026. But I did want to pick up one particular thing, and I did try to come in when Julie Middleton was speaking. And again, I appreciate the DUP's position today that they're not going to divide on this, because I think it's really important that this goes through and has the opportunity to now be scrutinised further at the ad hoc committee stage, and I hope it progresses to law. But the position that both the Minister and I think that the DUP have set out today, and Julie reflected it in her comments, was very much that focus on school autonomy. And that this is a core principle that schools must have autonomy. But I can't quite put that argument together, because if we look at the Minister's bill on school uniforms, it requires a lot of schools to do a lot of things. It puts in place some things that they are mandated to do. It puts in place statutory guidance, just to name a few. School uniform must be affordable, so schools have no autonomy in that. It must be affordable. They must consult with parents when they're changing their policy. They have no autonomy on that. I could go through every single one of the guidelines. They put in place things that schools must do. So a line has been drawn where actually on some issues schools should not have autonomy. We also accept, when we look at minimum content in the curriculum, we say schools should not have autonomy. There are certain things that are a minimum content that, whether a school likes it or not, they must deliver. When we look at assessment, of how we actually monitor assessment, the Minister is in the process of bringing through changes on that, of things that it's not acceptable to actually say, we're not going to assess children and monitor their process. Here are things they must do. Doesn't matter if you don't like it, you don't have autonomy in all things. And that's the purpose of legislation. It's where you draw those lines of where it is appropriate to give schools autonomy, and in some cases it is, and where it is not. And I think when young people are telling us so clearly that this is a fundamental issue for them, that they expected their legislators would simply listen to and deliver, and we failed to do that, then I think we have to set this right. So I want to just put on record again my thanks to everybody who's spoken in the debate, my thanks to everybody who has supported the work of this committee bill. And I think it's just, I hope today that we do see this pass, and I thoroughly recommend this bill to the House, and I think young people will thank us if we can get this one thing done in this Assembly today and in the months ahead as we get this through to its final stage. Thank you.
Point of order, Karen? Yep.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Under Standing Order 65, I would like further clarity as to the absence of the Education Minister today, as this debate pertains to really a core value of the Department of Education and of this House, which are matters of equality. This no-show, I think, is insulting to us as members of this House, and certainly insulting to young women across Northern Ireland looking for equality.
One we've prepared earlier. Excellent, thank you. Where the subject matter of a debate falls within the remit of the department, there is an expectation that there will be a ministerial response. Ministers are accountable to the Assembly, and the Speaker expects them to regularly attend our proceedings. The debate is on the second stage of a committee bill, and I am sure the debate might have benefited from learning of the department's position. However, I am advised that there will be no ministerial response to this debate. Your point of order is duly noted, and thank you for actually using the point of order so we actually have it on the record. Well done. Thank you. Right. The question is that the second stage of the School Uniforms Trouser Bill be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. That concludes the second stage of the School Uniforms Trousers Bill. Don't go anywhere. The next item of the order paper is a motion regarding the establishment of an ad hoc committee to consider the School Uniforms Trousers Bill. The motion will be treated as a business motion, and therefore there will be no debate. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That the motion relating to the establishment of an ad hoc committee to consider the School Uniforms Trousers Bill as detailed on the order paper be agreed.
I call on Sinead Innes to move the motion on behalf of the Business Committee.
Moved.
The question is that the motion standing in the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? The motion has passed. The School Uniform Trousers Bill will be referred to the ad hoc committee. If we move swiftly on to the next item of business, the next item of business is the introduction of the Housing Amendment Bill. I call Colin Gildenew to move the first stage.
Mollum and Ruin, Concordia, I move the motion.
Okay. Clerk, could you please read the long title?
A bill to amend the definition of threatened with homelessness in the Housing Northern Ireland Order 1988. That
constitutes the bill's first stage and shall now be printed. The next item of business is the introduction of the display of flags and emblems bill. I call Paula Bradshaw to move the first stage.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I beg to introduce the display of flags and emblems bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Clerk, could you read the long title?
A bill to grant the Department for Infrastructure functions with respect to flags and emblems displayed in public places.
That constitutes the bill's first stage and it should now be printed. The next item of business is the introduction of the Conversion Practices Criminalisation Bill. I call Owen Tennyson to move the first stage.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I beg to introduce the Conversion Practices Criminalisation Bill.
Clerk, could you please read the long title?
A bill to criminalise conversion practices.
That constitutes the bill's first stage and it shall now be printed. The next item of business is the introduction of the Age Discrimination Goods, Facilities and Services Bill. I call Claire Sugden to move the first stage.
I beg to introduce the Age Discrimination Goods, Facilities and Services Bill.
Thank you, Clerk. Could you please read the long title?
A bill to make provision for the prohibition of unjustified discrimination, harassment and victimisation on the ground of age in connection with the provision of goods, facilities and services.
That constitutes the bill's first stage and it shall now be printed. Item 6 on the order paper is the adjournment, and may I wish you all a very pleasant summer break, and don't take this the wrong way, I don't want to see you all until September. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Assembly Chamber. Sound.